lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Rowe. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of Week 1 of LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we got a big final day of the week. We filmed Pog State this morning, and it's kind of sad that we had these games coming up immediately afterwards, because I think these are going to be quite impactful as to how we feel about a lot of the teams.
I thought you were going to complain about the long schedule, and I was way ahead of you, but we actually do have great games, and I have already, little spoiler, kind of voiced how happy I am with the meta. The first 15 minutes of every game, not so much, but when those team fights start breaking out, it is actually really exciting, and that's what I expect to see.
It's a really good highlight meta.
Yeah.
It's great for the highlight moments. Also, for any podcast enthusiast out there, if you like enjoying League of Legends more as an audio style of experience, then we got you back. Don't you worry about it. Let's hop into points of the match, though, because there is a telecom war afoot, Chronicler. Gen.G T1 back-to-back top team matchup, KT versus LCK 22 win streak T1. This is a team domestically that are on the cusp of equalizing 2015 SKT's biggest win rate domestically in history. And remember, that team also went to MSI and lost to China in 5 games. So they went on to win 2 world titles back-to-back, by the way, Chronicler. Let me just put that out there.
The only thing that can happen now is history to be repeated, hopefully, for the LCK. Not hopefully for KT fans. Very rough matchups to start off, and KT, as they did last split, looking like they're still very much in flux, as the #1 spring solo kill king, Rascal, arguably one of the best players that wasn't able to make playoffs individually last time around, versus #1 MSI solo killer, Zeus. Should be really exciting. High mechanical top laners. Who's going to get the solo kill? Who are we kidding? It's going to be Sejuani versus Ornn.
Yeah, well, no. We might get the spicy matchup, which is Sejuani versus Nah. Oh, baby. Love that one. Will we see a new card in the bottom lane? Remember, this is self-proclaimed second best Yasuo in the universe, Carrier. Down there towards the bottom side, he brought it out. He's 100% win rate on the champion now. No one can actually fault him, if that's what he's going to say. The center Yasuo was actually very, very impressive. Gumayusi then went on to play his Ezreal, which he has been very up and down on throughout his career, especially in MSI, getting a fair bit of criticism, but did 44% of his team's damage or something like that in that particular game, so very impressive stuff. But let's hear from the players and what they think about the upcoming telecom war.
T1이 모든 라이너가 정말 이제 세게 하더라고요. 저희도 그에 맞춰서 똑같이 라인전을 세게 하거나 상대를 말려 죽일 생각입니다.
KT는 몇 년 동안 상위권에 머무르고 있어서 저희가 좀 더 똑똑하게 플레이하면 될 거라고 생각합니다.
뭔가 플레이 스타일적으로 저희가 약간 카운터 치는 느낌인 것 같아서
현준이가 확실히 아카데미 때부터 정말 피지컬이 뛰어나고 정말 좋은 선수가 될 거라고 생각했었는데 잘하더라고요.
많이 컸죠. 많이 커서 맞대결도 하고.
현준아 재밌네.
우찬이 형, 내가 이길게.
잃을 게 없는 자가 무섭다고. 이제 저희는 이미 2패한 전적이 있기 때문에 불나방 모드로 가겠습니다.
라스칼 선수가 되게 남들이 잘 안 쓰던 챔피언을 써서 되게 캐리도 많이 하시고 잭스를 했었던 기억이 있는데 그때 좀 제가 힘들었던 기억이 있습니다.
솔직히 1라운드 때는 빡세다 이런 느낌 솔직히 못 받았었고요. 근데 2라운드 때는 아, 잘한다, 뭔가 실수 같은 게, 그러니까 틈 같은 게 잘 안 보인다고 해야 하나?
남들 몰래 노력을 좀 많이 하는 것 같아요. 잘하는 탑 솔러 사람들의 플레이를 많이 본다던가 이런 라인전 구도 같은 것도 상혁이 형이랑 막 해달라고 하고.
탑은 제우스 선수가 지금 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
그래도 라스칼 형이 솔로킬도 많고 폼도 괜찮아서 잘할 거라고 생각하겠습니다.
제가 도전자의 입장에서 잘 준비해서 이길 수 있도록 해야죠.
스프링 때 라스칼 선수가 경기마다 솔킬을 따시길래 좀 무서웠거든요. 저 상대로는 조금 힘들지 않을까.
저 사실 막 솔로킬 그렇게 욕심 없고 그냥 이기고 싶어요. 게임을 이기고 싶습니다, 저는.
경기 스코어 예상은 2대0. T1은 최강이니까
보통 MSI가 끝나고 나면 준비 기간이 되게 상대적으로 많이 짧거든요. 그 부분을 잘 이용하면 될 것 같아요.
그 작년 썸머 때 제가 KT 전으로 아마 그 롤파크 데뷔전을 치렀을 거예요. 근데 그때 기억이 너무 좋았었어가지고 2대0으로 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
썸머에는 정말 불태워보자고 생각해서 정말 많은 걸 좀 변화를 주고 있고 시너지를 발휘해서 좋은 모습 보여줄 거라고 생각합니다.
서머의 KT는 다르다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다. 화이팅!
많이 응원해주세요. T1 화이팅!
Now it is time to welcome KT to Lowell Park for the second time this week. It was very interesting listening to Rascal. He's like, guys, stop talking about solo kills. Just want to win the game, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that part of the KT strategy hasn't really worked out. Rascal getting solo kills. Although this split, of course, with only a single series played, not quite there yet, and also the meta, very different in that regard. Actually winning games was a lot harder for KT. They were able to string together a few victories off of the back of Aiming's Kaisa and some other nice inventive drafts. But overall, KT, it's a roughie in terms of matchup. There's no really any way about it. When you look at the lane head-to-head, KT got the work cut out for them.
They definitely did. As you can see in the mid lane, it is Aria once again. Actually suspiciously missing from the interviews was both Vikla and Aria. Of course, KT yet to really make their minds up because, of course, after the loss against Gen G, it was assumed that Vikla and Aria were then sharing scrim time immediately afterwards. And we'll see whether Aria is going to be able to get himself back together now facing off against this team, our MSI representatives, and a team that is domestically undefeated in series this year. We have to remind you guys that domestically we can just count that win rate as just continuing on. And so we'll see how much further it can go and whether they can challenge 2015 SKT, who did exactly the same thing.
And if there is a team that can stifle them, I'm looking more towards their matchup next week than I am looking towards KT. Even AT1, that was most definitely not without flaws in their previous game, was a Nongshim really that was like, no, you have the game, please. Like I insist.
Yeah, they definitely did.
And regardless, the individual level of play mechanically, I think still quite good. But then Guma killing like 3 people and then walking into a brush, kinda. That's like,
hey, he
that's
just
like,
got a quadrant. No, he killed 4 people because it was a quadrant. He was looking for the penta.
I know. That's T1 in a microcosm, right? Mechanically, these guys are insane. But what made them so good during summer, or during spring rather, was the consistency, and that is something that after MSI may take a while for them to refine.
Yeah, and having a look at the key player matchup, of course, this is just stats from one series for both of these players, but as you can see, kill participation really up there for Aiming. He has been doing his very best to try and pull his team together, but I didn't really like their drafts very much on the side of KT. I didn't like how they were playing synergy-wise, and I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more from them. Gumayushi, though, I mean, that series against Nongshim was just one of the weirdest things I have ever witnessed. It was very difficult to try and analyze. When we were on the desk afterwards, Wolf and I were definitely pulling our hair out just a little bit there, and I could imagine some fans at home were doing a very similar thing because, yeah, especially that game number 2 where there were like, what, 3 Barons that went over to T1, but like 2.5 Elders went to Nongshim. The half means that the Elder didn't actually go down, but the fight was there, and it was almost won by Nongshim, and then they just lost the game. Oh my goodness, what a wacky situation it was.
But Senna's good, and Guma might pick that up, and then the most exciting part isn't even the fact that Guma's playing Senna, but whatever Carrier does. And Life and Carrier both really are going to be the big difference makers, I think, between those two, as a lot of the AD carry 1v1 matchups have been fairly stifled. The only actually exciting one, I'd say, is that we actually get to see is Ezreal versus Kaisa, where there's maybe a little bit of action. Outside of that, it's really all about the team fights. and how the supports themselves move around the map while the bot laners just look at each other with angry faces as they take down their creeps.
Yep, I do like center compositions though, just because it does open up the support role to do some very interesting things, such as Carrier's Yasuo that we witnessed a couple of days ago. Ari there in the mid lane, you can see not necessarily looking super confident there, but we'll see whether the play is going to allude to something more. Because we've just wanted to see the potential out of this guy for so long, and just haven't been shown it here in the LCK. I know Nymira's out there somewhere telling us, no, just wait, just hold on, he will show us.
Yeah.
But it wasn't it the last time we saw him play, and honestly, I think that the decision in round 2 last season was the right one to bring in Vikla the majority of the time.
I'm not going to chip in because Vikla comes from Challenger, so my take is
a little bit biased.
Painfully obvious. Well, I wouldn't say biased. I think Vikla played very well, but definitely obvious.
Yes.
And I don't want to be obvious, you know. I want to be kind of unpredictable. I like that.
Yeah, no, you've never been predictable, especially when it comes to Challenger players. You're absolutely fine, don't you worry. Let's hop into the draft here for the Telecom War, though. KT have elected to hop over onto the blue side. They are doing so for this, the third time. They are, in fact, 100% blue side, 100% loss so far, unfortunately. T1 on red this time. We'll see exactly how the bans are going to shape out. As Renata to be taken away first. We've seen a really skyrocket in priority recently, even first pickable, according to a lot of our LCK teams. Whether we agree with it or not is yet to be decided.
Renata is definitely a pick that has plenty of counters, but you're looking more towards enchanters that are able to kind of scale and not be bothered too much by the fact that when it comes to Renata, she makes any dive and even some front-to-back teamfight comps, depending on how their overall setup is really hard to execute. So if you don't want to deal with any of that, if you're looking to play dive yourself, if you're looking to play very aggressive, then I think the Renata ban does make sense. As Gwen gets taken out, that's great. Senna being banned is definitely justified, but kind of a bummer. I love what Senna brings to drafts. I love the flexibility that's suddenly part of the bot lane, although Seraphine is great, guys. We can pick her any day now, I'm sure of it. If we just band together and
just watch some CLG VODs. You'll be fine. Figure it out.
Champion's great.
All right, well, T1, let's see what they answer this Wukong first pick with. There are certainly a lot of things still left up and available. If this was our most recent series, it would be, why aren't they picking Corki? But that hasn't necessarily been the priority for a lot of our other teams, and Kalista will go away first. And I love this. It enables Carrier to do so many more crazy things. And we'll see what he's actually going to elect to go towards as far as his support of choice. But Gumushi already with a fair bit of early game power in this Kalista pick, fitting into what has been T1's MO, at least very recently. As that's a Nah. Zeus, of course, debuted on this champion and certainly is a heck of a lot of comfort for him. But I'd like to see something like a Gangplank.
That would have been my expectation as well. T1 though, I have been very vocal about my love for teams within the LCK, and currently it's just Live Sandbox. T1 made some attempt as well to keep your opponent honest. And the T1 draft already is very clearly heading in that direction, where you're going to be, especially if you add, say, an Ari to this, get the type of composition that can get prio early, pick off enemies, snowball early leads, and still manage in teamfights. That's the big difference maker. That is where T1 in the past have often struggled. But the draft thus far, not necessarily a draft that will be unable to teamfight, but definitely do need a couple of segments. A good engage support here is my expected pick, especially with Owner, who has a fairly deep champion pool. Maybe this is the time we see Karthus, because he's really good into Wukong, and you know, he's and he can farm well. It's just a great pick altogether.
Or just Kassadin, dude. Don't even worry about it. We just pick Kassadin.
Hey, that's an AP scaling pick that starts with a K. I'll take it.
Close
Good enough for me.
We're going to go with close enough, spelt with a K, I guess. As, yeah, Kassadin, of course, one of the oldest answers to Azir that we have. Of course, Xerath is probably the oldest. But Kassadin certainly does fit in there, especially after level 6. You can just jump on top of the Azir, not care about things like the Emperor's Divide, and have a great time. Kayle going to be banned away here, and of course Zeus has been spamming a heck of a lot of Kayle in solo queue recently, but doesn't want that as the answer to the Gnar. I imagine something like a Gangplank to go away next as the Nautilus is removed from Keria.
I actually would expect T1 to leave open the Gangplank and be like, that's fine if Rascal plays that, because to me, the Gnar blind pink signals that Zeus, like, it doesn't matter if that's the matchup that we go to, because that's the one that most often is counterpicked into the Gnar. KT's comp also, in terms of range, looking very, very good. If you add something like a Braum to this, although they do actually end up taking the Gangplank away after all, so still using 2 bans to secure a good pick here.
Yeah, I'm in comms.
Yeah,
I'm in comms with Joe.
You often are.
I'm letting Joe know exactly what to do.
And
he's forwarding that information.
To Paul directly?
Yeah, directly.
Yeah.
He has the line there. So I apologize. Just giving away a bit of a peek
kind of
behind the
rude,
curtain. Bit of a peek behind the curtain.
Oh,
The Keria target ban. I like that. The Nico are going to be taken away. Keria and Gumyushi's Nico Kalista was legendary. Very excited about that. Maybe his, the other option for like AP damage, sort of AoE, is the Kennen support.
Where do we
Let's
go
do
here?
it.
I wouldn't mind Sejuani jungle, honestly. I think the pink is actually in a pretty good spot. Diana, while it works well in terms of wombo combo, Diana Kassadin is incredibly weak 2v2.
Yeah.
Whack and weak, I guess you can say.
Yep.
Able to itemize against it extremely easily. And the T1 team comp feels a little disjointed. Does have a lot of innate power in terms of side laning and wombo, but I wonder what Keria is going to bring out in it really.
Oh no, Rascal, it was so much fun!
I would
Still, it
love
was
Camille.
Sejuani.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh, I mean,
Karma Ezreal does have a fair bit of pushing power. It is going to be
alright.
blind.
It's alright. Don't love it.
Yeah, I'm not sort of losing my mind over it. It's looking like a very standard draft here from KT
It's
thus
a good
far.
draft.
But I mean, yeah, it's run of the mill. It's about as run of the mill as you can get. Tahm Kench Ezreal, the Ruler Core JJ special, going to be coming out yet again.
Do it.
I think support Camille's probably where you want to go with this one. I don't think there's any other real option, honestly.
This is just a precursor to Keria locking in Camille, or to, sorry, the Soraka. I can feel it. It's going to do it.
Ooh, that would be the dream.
Right?
Or the Brad. Kalista Brad. Okay. All right. Okay.
Atlas?
I'm looking forward to the Deska's take on this particular draft, as Keria might be playing Camille. I mean, it could be all sorts of things. Maybe it's going to be Diana Kalista in the bottom lane.
Hear me out.
The good old support Diana, the classic.
Hear me out.
Kassadin jungle.
It's basically the same, right? Basically the same as good old jungle Camille, just level 2 hookshot in. And this time, post 6, if you ult the Ezreal and it's not going well, you just get Fates called out. It's a foolproof plan.
Well, I think we might be going to a little bit of a pausation type situation.
But you were going to say a cheer and fan
Oh
sign
no, I talk over those. That's how it goes. Man, Valdez was so good yesterday. Just never interrupted a fan cheer whatsoever. But it looks like we're all set. Of course, it will be the Gnar on the top side of the map instead of in the jungle, like we saw in the draft. But we got the swap bug. It's just how it is.
There's been a lot of those.
It's the life we live now. It is.
Talk a little bit about this. Keria has been a player that is extremely notorious for playing off-meta support picks. The Zac is one that we have actually seen and heard about. The Echo was another one that he played for a long time in solo queue, never really came to fruition on the stage. And the reason why we wanted to see the Senna is so Keria could flex his creative muscles. And now they locked in Kalista, and they didn't let that really hold them back from still locking in the Camille. So I'm extremely excited for this. I wonder how the matchup in terms of lane is going to play out. I'd imagine you'd go for the hookshot match just to try and have as much of the aggressive pressure you want to be looking for within that lane. Are we going to see him play really aggressively? Because I do think the Kench is in my head, as far as trying to kill people in your Hextech ultimatums go, it is kind of difficult. And I am seeing you look up OPGG.
Yeah, so 10 days ago he did play support Camille. I just prefer not to talk about how it went.
I want to know the build, because what I'm seeing from over here.
Well, it's Anathema's Even Shroud, you know, pretty.
So it's tank Camille with.
Yeah.
That's Comet.
Yeah, with Comet. I mean, Comet for the laning phase.
Yeah. So you go. Okay. So then you go W max. Can you check? I want to see the. the levels then. I'm very curious. Or is this? No, we're not.
No,
we're not getting it.
We're not. It's
not
look.
getting it.
Do you know what? I think some things need to be left up to
be experienced.
Yeah. It needs to be experienced rather than really dissected too much. Because the more you try and understand carriers' decisions when it comes to picking champions, the more your brain will likely melt. As wow, that is adorable. How many of the... I haven't actually been paying attention to the fan signs almost at all throughout this, but I wonder how many emotes we are actually going to see, because some of them in the last T1 series were absolutely adorable. This Rascal fan, very creative. I
Really
like the
like it.
Tryndamere.
Yeah, me too. I wonder how many more fan signs we're going to see. Swapbox have been a lot of them, so we have gotten really... Oh wow, that
God.
left one.
That is amazing. There's another remote.
Are you kidding me? That is incredible.
Prages in the chat, everyone, for the emote, but that drawing is absolutely amazing. There's some very talented people in the audience here. That one, I believe, was brought from home, but there's so many people that just come in and just spend a few minutes drawing amazing stuff. And
Yeah.
it's just not fair that people are so talented, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I imagine a lot of hard work goes into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you gotta hone those drawing skills.
It's very, very impressive. I'm going to do a little bit of a peek, as it looks like we're very close to being
Exciting.
into the game. The majority of players have locked in their champions. We've got runes being selected and things like that. Everything looks to be fine. I can see that Owner has chosen the correct Diana skin. The release, the skin that came out on release. My personal favorite. Use it every single time.
She has so many good skins, honestly.
She does. She does have a lot of really good ones. But I'm a bit old school. Speaking of old school, this is definitely a bit of an old flavor of this particular composition. In days past, the Sejuani would have been in the jungle, but otherwise you just swap those two champions, and this could be a composition from 4 years ago. No worries at all. Tried and true here for KT Rolster, and we'll see whether it's going to be able to work out for them.
Definitely a comp that is very cohesive, good front line, good front to back, can play poke, can play aggressive, and then we have T1's comp.
You've got 5 champions
Yeah,
that will be loading onto the Rift.
yeah.
There we go.
How about that?
That's my analysis of this particular composition. I don't go too much further than that. I do really like Owner's Diana. I think it's fantastic on this champion. I actually think the 2v2 topside will be very, very strong. Outside of that, I have absolutely no idea. Wow. T1,
Oh, that was bad.
yeah, T1 fans out in force today. KT fans really need to start raising their voices. But it is very, very difficult when the majority of LoL Park is T1 fandom.
So it is Aftershock.
Oh, so he's gone Aftershock this time.
Yeah.
Okay. A little bit less aggressive.
Well, into Azrael and Kancha, the comment value is definitely minimal. And
Just tactically sweep your way through the lane. Sounds great.
does it?
No.
No.
But I mean, he's already elected to play support Camille.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, but he's got Callista. Callista's the one that doesn't farm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, so you still get
as
money.
support Callista, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That is how it goes.
Oh no, that's Senna. Senna was banned. So looking at the runes here, I think Shield Bash makes a lot of sense. It's interesting to see him go for Revitalize. is playing into Azriel, so there will be some amount of poke, but definitely a very aggressive rune set with Shield Dash. Are always going to be looking to trade aggressively as well, and they went for Cleanse and Ignite versus Exhaust and Teleport. So T1's definitely going to try and make action happen on the bot side, or at the very least continue to generate priority, especially post-serve back once a couple of levels do come in. And it's up to Life and Aiming to not be in too much trouble. But with the Diana, it's not like we're expecting any early action towards the bot side. Owner also pathing away, so expect the very early game, as kind of a tradition, to just kind of pass by us.
Yeah.
Watch it float.
Well, Carrier going to go for a bit of a hook shot here as he hits level 2, Aiming taking a fair bit of damage. As you can see, support Camille has been played. It was Tucson a while ago. That played it against MVP's Max, who is known for a quadra kill on support Scion. So Tucson really giving him a taste of his own medicine there.
It's 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was a very long time ago. Because Max hasn't been playing in the LCK for an extremely long time. Man, I missed that MVP team. That MVP team was so fun. Somehow made it to Rift Rivals and it made absolutely no sense. But anyway, I digress. Carrier bringing it back out again after a very long time. Now, I kind of want to talk about, okay, Faker taking a fair bit of damage. I kind of want to talk about what Carrier's wanting to do in this game, right? Because what you can do, and what a lot of champions struggle to do, is lock down an Ezreal. But the problem that I have is that if you do it when there's an Azir on the team, he just gets smashed out of his ultimate as soon as they dive in. So if Arya and Aiming are together, it's going to be very hard for Carrier to make those engages work. Because Aiming going to go forward here. Takes a lot of damage back, though, as Gumish and Carrier are harassing well.
Yeah, and an even bigger problem is Kench existing.
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I hadn't got to that part yet.
Because, hey,
made it that far down.
If you see it this game, so Arya swoops in, tries to keep Carrier away, but then Gumayushi presses Fate's Call to make sure that Carrier doesn't get shuffled out, but Guma stays in the Hextech ultimatum. And then it's like, oh, it's hype! And then Life eats Aiming, and then still nothing happens.
Right, and this is all assuming that Emperor's Divide's on cooldown?
No. Arya goes in with the Emperor's Divide.
Life taking a lot of damage here. Eats the Grey Health, Cuz makes his way back. But no.
Ooh, Owner's there.
Still spotted on that ward. Yeah, exactly. Owner's going to move his way forward, and you can see that ward. So much value. Also, same can be said as this ward spots out Owner as he goes back to his Grump. Arya with a lot of pressure here against the Kassadin, but that is no shade towards Faker. This is always difficult. It's early levels as Kassadin. Doesn't really matter about the matchup. Zeus, very close to the 90% win rate on this Gnar. Has only suffered 1 defeat on this champion.
It is the champion that he debuted on that made me a really big Zeus fan, to the moderate annoyment, I'd say, of everyone else, because I've been shut up about him for like a fair amount of time.
I think we're all in a very similar boat.
Well, now we are, but last year, not necessarily.
I think we saw the potential. We saw the potential. He did have some stinkers after that, but that first game really did make us excited. As Arya completely out of mana. Faker coming forward, but can't really offer too much. But Owner is still going to move in for this one. They might be able to get themselves a flash as Arya, oh dear. The E did not really work. He's going to have to flash. He does get out of the way. But Faker does flash as well, even though he will be level 6 soon, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he is Kassadin. In his case, the flash is going to be much less of a problem. Arya being forced to utilize his flash there is really, really unfortunate. In addition, I think Cuz was spotted there as well, so that means that Zeus can continue pushing imperviously, not bothered by anything in particular. And the T1 comp in terms of scaling is a really tough one to talk about.
Yeah.
Because there is Kassadin and Diana, and you're like, those are great. We love that. That part is wonderful. And normally Camille scales well, but this is presumably going to be 10 Camille, which...
He's also not getting a lot of gold.
Well, yeah.
Camille does like gold, generally.
Well, yeah, it's going to be, it's support Camille, right? So, like, I don't think it scales, really.
Unless, well, like, if we're talking ultra late game, when it's 6-item support Camille, you know?
Yeah.
Then...
Well, that can...
Could you imagine the split push? You know, soon Yushi's going to change. He's actually just going to bind to the Diana instead. Carry is going to be splitting. It's going to be 1-3-1, Cassidy, Camille, and side lanes. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Change though. That's not a thing anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so you're just
come on,
you're stuck. You're stuck with Carrier, man. Come on, man. Feels horrible. Imagine being
not
stuck to Carrier.
It's you know.
Well, bound. I don't know. Bound implies stuck.
I mean,
you're definitely
somewhat of a simile, isn't it?
You're definitely tethered.
This whole situation is kind of breaking my brain. To be perfectly frank. As Rascal, yeah, just taking a bit of a hiding up here. And I actually really like this Sejuani skin. Bristle is a Zoid. Do you watch Zoids? The anime? I was a huge fan. Absolutely loved Zoids.
An anime or a cartoon?
I mean, it's a bit of both. Isn't an anime a cartoon?
It depends on who you ask, I think.
Are we in dangerous territory?
I don't want to get into that discussion. But no, I've never heard of it. Is it good?
Yeah, no, I really liked it. I mean, I watched it as a kid, so it may not have stood the test of time, but I very much enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I remember there was a Liger, and it was great. As Cuz going to come up here towards the top side. Zeus takes a little bit of damage, but I believe he still has Crush and now has Hop, and so he'll be A-OK. Cuz still here. Cyclone's going to be used. Rascal does have access to the ultimate, but Zeus will move out. No flashes utilized. However, Cuz does expend his ultimate.
You didn't. You didn't have to walk in there. Zeus. That was definitely unnecessary. No need for that. And now, Rift Herald going to be taken by KT. There is, of course, no movement up from the bot side of the map. Although Owner is going to take a look-see here. We'll see now that this is being taken, but with Faker currently sitting on Ignite, Zeus having to back, this is just going to be a free Herald for KT, and that's really, really big.
Yeah. Very comfortable here, of course. We know that T1's composition, not with a whole lot of early game priority and power, notably from this mid lane where Cassidy
it's
still scaling.
Yeah, it's a scaling comp, but not really. So I need to see it in action, which is just Holocaster. I don't really get it, and I want to get it badly, right? Like that's the goal.
I mean, I get it.
No,
it's a bunch of fun champions. And also, in isolation, Cassidy works into Azir, right? Like, that has been a thing in the past. You're going to get the better of him eventually.
Yeah, but you're playing effectively 5 melee champions into Sejuani, Azir, Ezreal, and Kench.
See, the mistake you're making is thinking too much. If you just think a little bit, as there's a flash, and Hextech Ultimatum comes down, aiming. Now just going to walk to the back of it. Thankfully for him, there was a turret, and so a bit of a trade, but that's it's an aggressive flash from Carrier.
Life still has both sums, and Devour is about to come up, and aiming still has flash.
Yeah, it wasn't a great move, was it?
I don't think it was, Atlas. Did that shine through?
Oh, dear.
Didn't mean to.
This is a lot of fun.
I love this comp from T1.
Carrier's just going to get out of here, able to hookshot over that wall.
Hey.
And the gold's even, right? There has been a Rift Herald taken, and that is going to be a source of advantage here for KT, theoretically, as Ona does have his ulti available. He's just going to steal away the red and wander away slowly. That's the strategy. Arya thinking about coming through from an Emperor's Divide, as there is the Cyclone. Ona is real dead. That's first blood going to the Azir. T1, no response to that one.
I'm still confused. We're just walking into their jungle in full vision, and then we take. Okay, let's look at the good side of this.
I like that he walked up and just smote the red and then wandered away.
Yeah, so Herald's going to come down, and this is not a trade that is without a cost, because Zeus is able to play the top side. So the trade not as lopsided, obviously. With I think that. Yeah, there's still a third plate.
Yeah, there's still a third plate.
So maybe, yeah, I don't think Faker's going to be able to defend that one. But T1 still gets an okay trade, but it was kind of a baffling decision to walk in like that in the first place. And I want to treat for a second the T1 comp like let's try to ascertain what this comp does have a strength, because there are a lot of them. The dive is really, really strong. If you hit the enemy backline, if you're able to find the true crucial carries on the side of KT. You have Kassadin, Camille, Diana, and Na. And that's about as good as it gets. Again...
Yeah, let's break this down for me.
I don't know. Maybe the plan was to just try and force the 2v3, and then Rascal caught them off guard with his roam. That to me seems to be the read. If you know Rascal is roaming down, then that play doesn't generally get made, because it's not like you have a lot of innate power. The skirmishing is really, really strong from T1 when it comes to the initial burst, but if you're already taken low, then you can't really go for that play anymore. And then in extended fights, trying to play against Wukong and Zayre is kind of a nuisance, especially because Kassadin is at this point still effectively a caster minion.
Well, Faker could be in trouble as there's the Emperor's Divide. His ulti was on cooldown and Arya just picks up the kill. Second one going over to KT without a response from T1 just yet.
And this is not the match that I think a lot of people were expecting coming in to tonight. And maybe the Camille is gonna bring Solus as the fights break out. But T1 look a little bit scatterbrained on the map right now. And that is going to be another objective going over here to KT. Pick him up for free. Arya's getting fed. And this is a composition of T1 that I think in terms of 1-3-1 does have a lot of staying power throughout the entirety of the game. And KT's engage is reliant on exclusive Rascal, but they do have plenty of range outside of that. It's not like they need to engage to actually get anything done.
I disagree. They got a Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is an engaged support.
I really thought you were gonna hit me with a serious point. Now I feel.
What do you mean? I'm actually
betrayed.
being Abyssal Dive is a fantastic engage tool.
It's all right. I wouldn't call it fantastic.
Oh, there's the ulti out from Rascal. He has ignited as well. As Zeus could be in trouble, but
what?
Nope, just popped. I wasn't expecting the Bristle to just be expunged like that. Interesting. Okay, well, Zeus getting a solo kill against the solo killer.
So good, man. What?
Where did the piggy go?
I don't think Rascal saw that one coming. I definitely didn't. Triforce just finished, so Zeus on that third hit of the Hyper, annihilating Rascal. Wow, that is shocking.
It was like 400 damage or something.
It was. There you go. Yeah, Faker using the...
Yeah, no, he Rift Walks and then it was just like sort of pretty perfect timing there for Arya to scoop him up. Let's check it out.
You're gonna get the boomerang, and then he is... Gets hit by the double permafrost. Well done. Sidestep. Oh my god.
The sidestep was clean. And Hyper with the boomerang. A lot of damage. Antari and Khan both in the audience today as well.
Aww.
Yeah, very, very cute. Bit of an applause. And Antara's joining the army tomorrow, much like what we heard from Kuro a bit earlier in the week. Tara's also making his way over there as Keria looking for a bit of an engage here. Gets Fates called back. The Cyclone's in from Cuz, but still trying to get more. Ona gonna get knocked up before too much, but that is a fantastic Emperor's Divide. The Nara into the wall though to answer Zeus. Gets right in the thick of things. Ona's gonna go down though as Zeus gonna get stunned up. Can Guma pull out all of these spears though? Is the question. The answer's absolutely yes. Cuz trying to find more, but now it's Arya. It's aiming and KT wiped the floor with them.
It's a clean ace! Anyone just got clean aced!
Why didn't anyone from KT die? What? This game makes no sense, Chronicler!
Well, I think KT's making a lot of sense. They're playing great.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's have a look at this one more time, shall we?
Yeah, Keria is already half health. Crucially here is that the fight is joined relatively early by everyone from KT, whereas it takes a while. Once Zeus arrives, this is where it looks good. And Guma is stacking up spears and you're feeling great, but crucially, he doesn't get the rend on Rascal, so at no point is he able to actually start the rend resets. And then, while that's happening, the rest of the team just kills everyone.
Please second and
I was just waiting for Kumiushi to pick up a pentakill. I just thought it was just going to be Spears come out, everyone dies. I guess he doesn't have a Runans yet, but still, like...
T1 is forcing fights into a 5v5 comp with plenty of setup, plenty of space as well, funneling into a choke point with the Kassadin that's not anywhere near a power spike, right? You're level 11, you're 0-1 at that point, you have an Everfrost, you're just not going to do that much. And if you take these fights later in the game when you actually have hit your spikes, then maybe it looks a little bit better, but KT get the clean ace.
Yeah.
It's still a surmountable gold lead, but I argue that KT has a colossal advantage in terms of scaling, at least when it comes to ease of execution and how that comp plays out.
I mean, yeah, we barely even understand what T1's comp's supposed to do. So
It's
I
dive, but
think KT having the most standard front-to-back style of composition with as much disengage and engage options as you would rightly need. They've got a front line. You know, everything's absolutely stock standard here from KT. And T1 has anything but over on the other side. I kind of like how some of the theories work out, right? And they certainly, like, they still have Kassadin, right? There is a chance that Faker could stack up a Rift Walk and Ona throws down an ulti and then everyone dies, right? Like, that could still be a thing. But it will take some time.
Yeah, and then I look at the enemy team and I see all the Merc threats, I see Hex Drinkers.
There's a lot of masks as well from this Pigeon.
Yeah, but, well, not only is Arya fed, but in terms of itemization for KT, if you itemize Amar, how are you going to lose late game? Well, you don't. Because then it's just Zeus and Guma and like late game Kalista damage until you get to like the 6th item point. I don't think Guma's going to have enough to actually reliably shred, especially if Rascal picks up a Frozen Heart, an item that is a nightmare for, I'd say 4 out of 5 people, arguably 5 out of 5 people for T1. So the itemization is easy, because if you don't get burst down by Owner and Faker, I don't know how much is left. So can we go back to that 6th item, Camille, that you were talking about? Because that's a lot of AD, that's a lot of true damage. Maybe that's the angle, and the reason why we're talking a lot about T1 is because it's a bit surprising, and the KT comp just looks more comfortable. It looks like you're playing better. And even though Faker doesn't die here,
it's still it's just a very safe Azir up there towards the top side, able to continue shoving. Zay's going to do the same thing here towards the bottom side, and he can basically ignore Rascal as Kerry is going to come on through. There is a ward that spots out Owner on his way down, so Rascal likely just to get out. Does have Arctic Assault, so he'll be fine. No Zoid going to be taken down this time around. However, T1 will be able to secure themselves this outer turret in trade for the top variety. So, just a bit of a trade. And T1 probably very happy with that particular state of affairs, because when you're behind, trading evenly feels real good. As Faker is going to face check, just able to Rift Walk his way out. And of course, he's Kassadin at level 12. So, he'll be absolutely fine. 4 more levels. Keep your eye on that that level 16 timer, because that is when the Kassadin becomes very difficult to deal with, in theory.
And with the comp that KT has, as mentioned previously, the amount of strategic diversity that they have with draft like this, it makes it really hard to deal with for T1. Because we have seen poke comps in the past kind of falter when the poke doesn't really land, right? So you're just sitting there and you're shooting your Corky rockets and they don't hit, and then you get flanked, and then you lose a late game team fight. But you have great engage, as you pointed out, between the Wukong and the Sejuani and even the Kench. Although, honestly, Live just sit on aiming an Arya and don't do anything else. Really, just, you don't need to. Not even
Unless
a little
you
bit.
see the angle.
No,
if you see the angle live, you've got to get in there. You've got to get in there.
No, your lost condition is Arya and a
Oh, he saw the angle!
Doing it!
In he goes! All right, Emperor's Divide goes entirely wide. And Kerry is going to flash the Glacial Prison, but we're not going to give Rascal too much flack for that one, as that would have hit if the flash hadn't have been utilized. I like how we talk about it, and it happens. We have to be careful of all the power we wield.
I don't think... yeah. So, Live, in this scenario, it's fine. In team fights, please protect aiming and Arya. Because as long as those two stay alive, and you have a front line consisting of Wukong, Kench, and a Sejuani, good luck T1. There are scenarios where you can get, again, if everyone from T1, 5-man strong, dives in and just 100s-0 Aria and aiming within the context of a single, like, global cooldown rotation, even though that's not really, then they can still win at any point in the game. Same for Faker, as you pointed out, if he stacks up and they can actually get that wombo combo. But it's a very narrow win condition because even side laning against a combo of as much range and engage as KT's is really, really hard, because it's not like you can just apply pressure inside and then endlessly disengage. That's not really something that a lot of the team members on T1 excel at, right? Like, obviously Faker is very mobile and will be fine in a lot of situations when you put him inside. But for the rest of the team, if they get collapsed upon, they just kind of go down.
Yeah. I also really like Cuz's build right now.
Yeah.
Got the More of Malmortius, item number 2. Extra damage, making him another threat, as well as just itemizing that MR, which we mentioned is very, very powerful. I think it's working out very, very well. However, they do still need to execute. There is a 3,000 gold lead for KT. And like you said, surmounted is the word. Rage Blade complete here for Gumayusi. So a couple of items done for the Kalista. It's going to be difficult for Gumayusi to really get too much done unless T1 can really layer all of their options as well as possible. As Zeus just fighting against aiming here. Arya ignores him, puts up the Sun Disc. True Shot Barrage travels towards the Baron. And KT will just take the turret and move on away.
I don't know if that our True Shot Barrage from Eamon was to try and stop a back, possibly on the top half of the map, or if he was just checking, like, this is T1 we're talking about. I need vision on Baron every 20 seconds. I don't want to give them any opportunity. I've seen what they do. Case in point.
Yep, there we go. There's too much power. Too much power in the commentators today. As Zeus and Ona, they did this in their last series. Like, this is the classic. It's 23.5 minutes.
Unbelievable.
And they're just gonna duo this Baron. All right, I guess you can just get away with it. There's a teleport coming forward. Carrier. Oh my god, that damage from aiming is just massive. And now, it's the Fate's Call that comes through. Gumayusi knows that he's dead, but one for a Baron? We take those. Probably take those, right? Do we take those?
I can't believe they keep getting away with this!
I'm just imagining Valdez and Wolf on the, like, just thinking about what they want to cover for this game. Oh my goodness.
Hey, and Faker's one level up of the...
Yeah.
Of the 16,
critical mass.
So then he's really big. And you know what helps short-range comps that don't siege well? Baron buff!
What if you can just get all of the Baron buffs forever, though, for free? Wouldn't that mean that, like, T1's comp's really good?
Love this. It's just like, yeah, Guma knows he's dead. Oh,
well,
no.
There's looking for an option here as aiming is going to get ulted and obliterated. There's the Moonfall. Cyclone getting a fair bit of damage here as Arya comes on in, scoops up 2. Diana immediately falls down as now Zeus a phenomenal wallop there just to get a double stun, but KT still keeping themselves alive. The ulti comes through and Zeus will be taken down. Carrier out of this fight now as Arya chases down Faker, but he does have the Rift Walk. He should be able to get out of here. Masks or no masks on Arya's side. They're not able to burn for enough, but KT remove a decent amount of Baron buffs.
Not even a Baron buff might be enough for this one, T1, as the minus 80 gold Baron power play coming through. T1 is relentless, and T1 does what T1 wants to do, aiming, getting caught out here, and getting 100-0, life or no life.
Life's got very close to the Devour there.
He did, and more importantly, Owner gets exhausted, so does very little. Faker isn't 16 and just doesn't really have the item breakpoints yet, so this arriving does nothing. Really nice hit there from Rascal. Pretty sure Zeus would have done regardless, or would have died regardless, but it is KT that gets the extended better trait, takes away any possible power that T1 might have over the Baron buff. And you seal those wards? This ain't happening again, Atlas. They're not getting a second free Baron. No way.
Nope. And the Baron has another 45 seconds before it does wear off.
Hey!
Faker, of course, he has one. Level 16, now complete. Void Staff, very close as well. Casson is still going to be a threat, and something that KT will have to deal with. I mean, right now, Faker is feeling pretty good about the situation. Emperor's Divide immediately rift walked as Cuz is going to come down. He will get here in time. Good Cyclone, lots of damage there. Onto Faker as he's going to have to go golden as well. Zeus decides he's just going to kill the Pigeon, but Faker has already gone down as well. Zeus now finds himself on the wrong side of the rift. The teleport to come in, and he is going to be able to get out because there's no CC. He just TP's top and he'll keep pushing. All right, here's a hook shot, bit of a stun onto life here as Gumayushi dives on over as well. The Grey Health, I don't think will be enough, but in comes aiming.
What?
And the Devour comes through, all right. Life is just gonna walk this one out and say, what, you thought you could take on the Catfish? How dare you?
This game is melting my brain, Atlas.
I don't have any brain left to melt. That was my hard counter to the whole situation, Chronicler. I dealt with my brain this morning, got rid of it, and now I am well and truly prepared for this League of Legends. 4,000 gold the lead, but let's have a look at this replay as Faker demonstrating that he is still Kassadin, right? And so you can still do this, chase down the Azir. Yeah, but honestly, with Cuz here, and look at how much damage he does with that build.
You are down teleports. Because you're playing into this is again Zeus is still playing incredibly. Like none of what we're saying applies to Zeus. Okay, he is without blame.
But in the meantime,
like why are we overextending without vision deep into enemy territory? Why is Guma? I mean at this point like they know he knows he's dead, so he might as well try to kill live. But it's just it just keeps happening, man.
It's just the weirdest game. Oh my goodness. All right, 19 seconds until this Cloud Soul point for KT. Wanting to lock that one down. Of course, another Cloud Soul. I'm a very happy boy.
Gold's still relatively even.
Yeah.
They got 2 Voids.
Level 16, remember? Still exists, and like you say, that's a Void Staff completed. Zonya's also done for Ona, very high value item.
Yeah, you get this.
But yeah, this is definitely just going to belong to KT. The most highly valuable soul in the history of Dragons ever. Will be secured here by KT. It's entirely my personal opinion and quite subjective. And T1 will just attempt to stop KT from being able to break into the base, but they've got a lot of movement speed to get around this rift pretty snappily, and they should be able to now take control this topside jungle and stop T1 from any more sneaky Barons. Possibly just set up for the front to back that KT's comp does very well.
So, let's do pros and cons.
All right.
Pros. KT fans, ecstatic. Looking great. Everyone's coming together. It's a team fight comp. You're ahead in gold. You got the soul. It's looking peachy.
Oh, yeah.
That part's great. Zeus, still great. Just checking in there. Doing good, buddy. I don't hate the Camille support. Think that maybe that's something that we could see again. Definitely the least of the problems in this game. Cons list. Well, when it comes to T1, most other stuff that has happened on the map. When it comes to KT, obviously the Baron getting snuck away is really, really unfortunate. As aiming also finishing more. I'm loving the itemization here from KT. I'm loving the overall play, and as long as they don't get completely bonked by a T1 wombo, this should be a free ride to victory for them in this first game here, and that's really big.
No, it's fantastic. KT demonstrating that you just slow and steady. It is going to win the race ultimately. However, T1 certainly have a lot up their sleeves, right? And this composition is not one that you will have a lot of practice against, right? That's another T1 pro in the pros column, you know? Could imagine that KT hasn't been scrimming against the classic Kassadin Diana support Camille comp.
They know!
As, yep, Faker's going to get spotted out. He, of course, has more mobility than anybody else on the Rift right now, and does get a double Everfrost. He is absolutely fine. Just may as well take them on a merry chase. And he does so. He's going to be wandering past this inner turret in the mid lane. Doesn't mean he's quite a ways away from the rest of his team.
Just proxy that wave.
Yeah.
Go get him. The next, I mean, there's a really big wave actually crashing into the bot side turret that is not getting picked up by anyone on T1, and it hurts me a lot.
I think it would be pretty cool.
Started up.
KT just going to start this one. Teleport in immediately as Faker's gone back. It's coming from base here. It's a really good flanking angle, as I don't think you want to flip for this one. Gumushi's going to make his way around. Zayas dives on forward. That's a 4-man ulti. It's the steal on the Baron. Emperor's Divide comes down as well, though, as KT are trying to fight back. Aiming is still alive, and they are just mopping the floor with them. Rascal, unkillable. Faker picks up 1 kill onto Aria, but otherwise, KT destroy them. Faker was thinking about a cheeky back. He wants to keep this last Baron alive, but it's not going to happen. That is another ace, and KT are going to try and destroy this base.
And surely they will be able to. Carrier going to be up in 20 seconds, but he by himself can absolutely not defend. And a baffling game number 1 for the T1 fans. But the KT fans looking great. Good team fight comp. Played out well, very cohesively, and gonna give them the 1-0 lead here.
Yeah, Cuz with the first pick, Wukong as well, 4-0 and 12-16 out of 17 on the kill participation. Carrier gonna come through just to do a little bit more, but the Nexus will fall, and KT will claim game 1 in the telecom war.
Good luck with that one, Deskers.
Oh my God! That's just, it was a very strange game. It was an interesting draft from T1. It was a very standard draft from KT, and yeah, standard one at this time.
Yeah.
Even though the Baron sneak. Really cool. The Baron steal, really cool. It was, in the end, the classic Baron for Nexus trade, which isn't exactly what you want.
Hey, hear me out. This is par for the course for T1. How many of these game 1s have we seen them?
Oh, I know. This is
spring.
I mean, this is 100% going to be backed up with 2 wins from T1. I mean, that's just how it goes. But
what if it doesn't?
Well, that means KT. Some of the rumors must have been true, right? Because they have apparently been scrimming very well. Like, this KT is a team to be feared.
And that means the domestic win streak for T1
will be over before they remove the SKT 2015 record. Yeah. Yeah.
I know which player on T1 was in the promos. That's an easy one. As honestly, to me, the most impressive players, Aria and Cuz. That Wukong combo together with the Azir, Aria getting fed in, and actually maybe that was the boost of confidence they needed. Just a couple kills in the early game because he looks like a completely different player. I think Cuz had so much more impact, and a couple of very confusing skirmishing decisions from T1 early leads to a very decisive KT victory.
Yeah, we're doing some programming as well in that fan sign. Very much enjoyed it, but congratulations to KT. They will still need to do this again, though, if they want to take this series. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Deskers will break down that first game, and we'll be with you with game number 2. We'll see you there.
싸움 보자. 바로. 아, 쌈바.
정면 넘어.
머리 게 앞에 평타 우차 평타. 가만히 할게. 카다딘 노플. 카다딘 노플. 하나 더블 쏠게.
쌈바 있다.
앞에부터. 나 좀 살릴게. 나르. 카다딘 보러 갈게. 카다딘 가보자. 탑라인 가보자. 저 게임 끝내면 한가?
잡자.
아니, 끝내면 다 죽었어.
끝내. 타이어 가보자.
끝내.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome to the very summery Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we just watched KT take a game off of our spring winners in T1 in what was a relatively dominant victory here, Wolf. So I think it all starts with the draft. What were your thoughts on this one?
I mean, you and I both agree, I think, largely with the casters on the day. This draft had almost no pre-existing synergy built into it. Starting off with the Kalista, feels fine. They picked Ezreal into it with the Azir, so there's a lot of different ways you can go about this. Then they pick a Kassadin. Again, strong, fairly strong in the matchup. Obviously, the early stages, you're not going to have prio, but later on, you're going to feel pretty good with this if you have a draft that can back it up. But they built Diana and Camille to round things out, so it made itemization very easy. You don't have range, you don't have consistent damage, and because the Kassadin and the Diana both can be itemized against with magic resistance very easily in this composition, how do you kill the backside carries? How do you get through the front line? You just simply can't. And T1 might have been able to, just because they're the stronger hands team, they have the better mechanics, win out as they did in that Nongshim series in both games where they kind of drafted wrongly as well, but still won because they're the better team. If they didn't actually throw things into disarray early on in the game, when we jump into our highlights, we'll show the gold they donated to KT, which made it even tougher to win with what was already a pretty disjointed draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this draft, you know, in terms of a theme, it was like, oh, everybody's going on in. But if you're going to do that, you know, it was very non-meta as well. Individually, the picks kind of made sense as we were talking about, but not very standard, and it did not really work in this game. So let's go ahead into highlight number 1 and check out how it all got started with a huge lead for KT.
Yeah, so this is the first fight that KT get a huge advantage in, and you could see in the longer extended fights, like this goes so well for them. Now, the idea here is Zeus is going to hit a big Gnar into the wall because he has his Gnar bar almost ready, but once KT kite into this choke point, they just have the superior range. Nobody dies here. Gumusi did so much damage in the fight, but can't get the executions, can't chase through the choke point. No level 11 here for Faker, who does not have really any items online at this stage, had a low amount of mana. At this stage, you've given over Herald and tons of gold in this team fight that you forced for really no reason, because your comp isn't at its strongest here unless you can actually stop them from getting in the choke point. That was the real big key, is KT are able to kite away.
The kiting was perfect. I think that KT played it very well. Like, they got caught by that one big Gnar ultimate. Immediately, everybody backs off, uses that range advantage, keeps them at arm's length, and T1 have to commit because that is what their comp does. They have to go into the back line, but they can't quite do it. Faker's out of mana. Nobody can get through there. Gumayusi's doing decent damage, but, you know, he can't go in there all alone. Their front line kind of got shredded as well. So, again, the question is, did they have to take that fight? Absolutely not. But I think with, you know, the big Gnar ultimate coming in, they kind of got baited into that one.
Yeah, and in our second highlight, we're going to show you don't have to necessarily kill the Azir. You could try to kill the Ezreal, and if your Ezreal gets caught, you know, you have at least half of the damage removed, right? But this is a fight that happens in the neutral. We'll take a look at it here. So aiming actually true shots in a pretty greedy spot. So looking to harass Zeus. Zeus actually gets his Gnar bar, ults him into the wall here. Notice that life is already coming in for the defense. Does get hex tech away, but this just showcases how little damage T1 do over a longer extended trade. They're basically baited into this. Zeus decides, okay, I have an opportunity to kill the 80 carry, and they trade down on the play. So yeah, good start here. The follow-up ultimate from Rascal is fantastic. End up grabbing multiple kills here, even the chase over the wall. Arya having a pretty strong game here after what was a weak start against Genji.
Yeah, you talked about the damage. Gumayusi wasn't even there. He wasn't even in the fight. He showed up at the end of the highlight, coming down the lane, and Keria is a support, you know, kind of like weird tanky builds that I'm not sure exactly which build he was going for, but he's just not doing damage is the point. And it was almost like, I was talking to you, it's almost like 600 IQ from aiming to just go in and die. Because he baited T1 into yet another unfortunate fight for them and got Arya and Amy even more items for them to just make the Kassadin and eventually just non-existent.
It's awkward too because the Kassadin scales, obviously, when he gets 16, he's really powerful, but you're scaling with a Diana, so the itemization is so rough. So like, you can't just sit back and do nothing because then you're running into Azir, you're running into Ezreal later on with a really strong frontline, Wukong, Sejuani. So you feel like you're forced into fighting, but it doesn't work out in this case. That was kind of the last nail in the coffin, but there's still one fight to go.
Yeah, there is one fight to go, and it was the last fight over the Baron, and KT, they force it in the face of T1, and they even get it stolen away And we have a level 17 Kassadin, and none of that matters.
Wukong and Azir are so fantastic at peeling, even with several good Gnar ultimates from Zeus all game long. Triple knockups, triple stuns, doesn't matter, because Azir just pushes you away. And then once the Kalista is out of range to actually finish off those targets, you cannot win the longer fight against this much magic resistance, all the Merc treads, Force of Nature built on Sejuani, and that was the last nail in the coffin. It may have taken 3 games of T1 so far in week 1, but maybe in game 4 they will draft meta, they will draft seriously, because KT did push them to the brink here.
Yeah, it was good to see KT really stepping up to the plate and showing that, you know, we're not just going to go down easily. I think that Nomashim definitely felt a bit humiliated with the way that that first series went against T1, where they weren't even able to get wins, and T1 were kind of pummeling them anyway. This time around, KT kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine and take that first win. So pretty interesting there. I would like to see T1 draft a little bit more meta as well, and just play a standard game, because we know that they are fantastic and that they can win these games. But it kind of reminds me of when Dom won against T1 in the Summer 2021 finals, was just like, let's just go Kassadin, Renekton, Nidalee, and have 0 range and just lose. And that's kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, not one part of that draft was wrong on its own, but it just didn't work together. Square peg trying to get pushed into a round hole is how it felt.
Yeah, definitely did, and you know, just gotta hope that things are different for game number 2 here for T1, because KT have come to play, that is for sure. You know, there has been a lot of questions about Arya. Vikla's on the bench, and we're like, oh, when are they gonna play Vikla? Especially after the first series that KT had, where they did lose, and he played pretty well. I think that he was given a lot of time to just scale up and just have a really fun, confident game for him. So let's check out who the player of the game will be.
You're leading into it a little bit here. Yeah, it's Arya. And you know what's funny about this? You and I were joking about it. Is Vikla's like, no man, it's not even fair. Like he got free prio, and then T1 just engaged into it with bad fights, and then he got fed for free. Like, no, you should put me in. Like, he's not as good as me. But no, he had a great game, and he played around his win conditions so well in these longer fights. Notice this is the big Gnar fight. Look at his positioning here. He chases, does get knocked up here by the Fate's Call, and then kites back. Ultimate is massive, and when he gets over the wall here, he's just untouchable. No one can kill him. Because it's super low, doesn't matter. They do not have the range to follow up and actually get these kills. So KT are able to then turn the fight around through this choke points. 7 out of 13, a lot of votes going over to the jungle here as well, because some really nice knockups did happen, because Wukong was quite essential in peeling as well. Every single part of KT's draft was like, stay away from me, low range comp. We're going to win the longer fight.
And it's no surprise that the Wukong and the Azir are what get insane amounts of value in this game, where they were going up against a bunch of non-meta picks. So KT, they draft well, they play well, and now they set themselves up really well for game number 2. Let's throw it back to the casters for that second game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that weird and wacky game number 1. Let's see whether things become a little bit more stable, perhaps, as we move here to game number 2. Arya picking up the player of the game. I would have liked Cuz to get it personally. I like the idea of him getting player of the game against his former team after such a fantastic performance, especially with how many kills he contributed to throughout that game.
But as Wolf actually pointed out very nicely, you know, POGs for Arya, probably keep him off the bench. So, I'd say they're pretty.
It's a
pretty
Nymera
important.
vote. You got to get out the Nymera vote every now and again. I like it.
It was a split. I went with Arya as well, and we even commented on this ourselves coming in. T1 presumably are going to be looking to take things easy, and that might involve some shenanigans in draft. The real shocking part would be if we see the same thing in game 2. I expect this to just be a return to a much more stable comp, and T1 limit testing a whole lot less, and then we presumably are getting the game that we were kind of looking for, or expecting at the very least, coming into this series.
Yeah, so T1 now on the blue side. Let's see what the first ban is going to be as we hop into the draft here for game number 2. No, that is not a typo if you have arrived here just a little bit late. KT, in fact, do lead the series, and Talia will be taken away. The Gwen also going to be banned here, and Talia is something that Faker has been playing a lot of in solo queue recently, but just not wanting to play it, and therefore will ban it on the blue side. I like the Gwen ban a lot. That's the only mandatory ban in my mind that exists.
You really hate Gwen.
Well, I just think that Gwen is way too strong. It's not that I don't like her.
Won't disagree. And the kill getting preemptively banned out here. Really interesting, wondering if that will lead to high priority on champions like Ornn, champions like Gangplank, that we've often seen the kill picked into. For T1, any comp that at the very least has a more cohesive identity would be fine. Even if that previous comp was like an actual full dive comp, I feel like it would have worked a lot better as opposed to the kind of scatterbrained approach that they took. Even though individually a lot of the champions did indeed work, as the Sejuani ban is I think the most notable one for T1 here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It makes me feel like the Na priority is going through the roof, but Senna will be taken away, and let's see what the first pick is going to be. Wukong available, certainly has been first picked a lot in the past, but Renata is also up, and something a lot of teams have been gravitating to in the first slot. Let's see what T1 are going to lock in though. 8 seconds to go, still making up their mind, but Gangplank is the consideration. Not a lot of answers remain, I guess.
Could see Rascal going for the Na into it. Very even matchup in that regard. And even though traditionally we always sold the Gangplank as a Na counter when it was a meta, now both sides have seemed very happy to opt into that matchup, as Rascal does here as well.
Yep.
Zeus, incredible Gangplank, had really good performances on that in T1's first series, able to absorb a ton of pressure. Wukong though, gonna be given up for that, and yeah, he can still lock it in now. Wukong was always gonna get taken away here by KT, and T1 have the answer of a possible Vi available. That is what they have gravitated towards in the past. The Viego also freed up in bans in terms of overall priority within the meta, a lot higher. And that is another way that T1 can go, so plenty of options available for them. I really like Wukong combined with the Gnar, especially if you do throw in an engage support, it becomes even stronger. And even without, just having the two of those means that your team fighting, no matter the game state, is always going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah, I actually would have liked the Azir here, because you can always pick the Gnar afterwards. T1 are not likely to take that one away from you, but not going towards that, wanting to make sure that Arya's matchup is as protected as possible. Viego Ari is something that T1 could just lock in here just for a whole bunch of power towards that top side. I would really like that. 3 seconds to go here on the Viego. But this is the pick that I'm very interested in. What Faker is going to take into that mid lane. Does need to blind pick it. And the Corki will be locked in. Okay. Corki Gangplank. That's a lot of area of control.
It is, and it also necessitates T1, especially with this Ahri pickup, to draft, counter dive, counter engage in their second rotation. So high value bans become things like Renata would be my #1 on the list. Ornn
Renata
is another
Braum.
one.
Get rid of Renata Braum.
Well, Ezreal is also a big one. Ezreal both works really well with what T1 have thus far. Kench is another one. So there are, it's hard to ban out everything, but you at the very least need to take away some of those. The Renata would be my #1 priority. And then it becomes a question of how well can T1 round out this comp. Personally, I think Xayah might be another direction that they can take this into. Just already with the amount of dive that's available from KT, it becomes very hard for them to pivot. So we already have the archetypes locked in. It becomes more about how do both teams round it out. And we liked T1's first round of picks last time, and then it didn't really come together. The Jhin, for me, would be very low on the priority list.
I think it's very interesting, though, because if KT then picks Ezreal, T1 doesn't have a lot that augments the poke style. And they instead will have to pick an AD carry that doesn't really fit the archetype that you were talking about. So that could be the idea. The Ezreal will just be banned away. The KT can go for Kai'Sa here if they want to. And it suits them quite nicely with what they've already built.
The Kai'Sa lock-in would 100% guarantee a Xayah from T1. And I wouldn't mind it. It fits really well with the KT comp. At this point, it's better to fully commit. Kalista is a pick that, in terms of dive, maybe not quite as strong, but definitely is able to use priority early on in the game to try and pressure the T1 lanes, which are going to be looking to be very defensive. Jinx and Kench would make the most sense here.
Yep.
And unsurprisingly, that's what T1 goes for here.
Wouldn't have minded a Braum either. I actually feel like the Braum for the disengage type option, as this would be an old school life special. A pick popularized by Spirit in the support position. Rushing that Zhonya's Hourglass, dropping flags on the skulls of his opponents, and it will be the Jarvan locked in. All right, that's a bit of fun. I like how we get Camille support in game 1 and Jarvan support in game 2. Okay. Another bit of a good time that we're going to have here. Of course, Jarvan is a little bit more tested than the Camille support is, but still, definitely a different option. And this is just going to add a whole lot more hard engage for KT.
It is so much. It's hard engage, there's a lot of dive, there's a lot of backline access for KT. For T1, it becomes about creating, as you pointed out, the zone control that they have of the gangplank. Kench provides a lot of consistency to either Corki or the Jinx. But overall, a much more cohesive team becomes much more about how the game is played, but with so much engage from KT, T1, not a lot of room for mistakes with this draft.
Nope, but I think that their composition does make at least a lot more sense than their first one did, right? Like this, the ease of execution isn't necessarily high. However, you can understand exactly how this is supposed to work. Keria is one of the best Tahm Kench players that we have, and he's now got Faker to take care of, as well as Gumayusi, either of these players capable of carrying, and Zeus is likely to do something very similar. His cannon barrage placement, things like this have been absolutely flawless so far, and this is going to be a much bigger test for KT Rolster. It's not necessarily like T1 have fallen over in the draft here for game number 2. And yes, KT have a lot of tools that are available, but they need to be pulling the trigger. They need to be creating these advantages. And I don't think that the draft has given them enough of an edge to just roll through for a 2-0 victory this time around.
It's definitely a possibility, but it does come down to how KT plays themselves. With how they're looked in game number 1, they can keep that same level of proactivity, don't shy away from the skirmishes. Could be enough.
Well, see how it goes. We're coming to the Rift for game number 2. All right, the 7 KT fans here at LoL Park definitely raising their voices this time around. Got a little bit more gusto this time after that game 1 victory. Not out of the woods though, just yet. And we have to remind everyone that T1 are a team that have been very, very good at dropping random games throughout the regular season. They do it to almost any team. Oftentimes it has to do with them flexing a little bit too much in drafts. But KT are a team that have been on a lot of people's minds moving towards the summer season, given that they have begun to stabilize, that this roster has begun to come together and figure themselves out, and was one of the teams alongside DRX that people were putting some scrimbucks on.
I thought you were going into a different direction, namely KT, and the moment that they look good is when the real KT fans get legitimately worried.
Yeah.
But of course, it's a topic best avoided. As if you're not familiar with the Jarvan support, the Aerie is the rune of choice. Works very well with the flag, which especially in the early game provides incredibly consistent poke. Also Scorch for the same reason, trying to get as much dominance in that lane as you possibly can, augmented by the dueling power of the Kalista. And as soon as 6 becomes available and we see live again, presumably building into that Zhonya's, that is when the real power of this 2v2 kind of comes alive, as you can engage using your ultimate, even use your flag and drag offensively and still make it out alive, something that Jarvan otherwise has a little bit more difficulty with, unless, again, he holds that EQ combo.
Yeah. Aiming using Bang Skin, which I think is very cute, into T1, as Life just putting these flags down. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Some relevant damage there alongside the Airy. As it comes back. Level 2 still gained here by T1. Oh, Owner coming through. Level 3. Going to be unseen right now. 71.4% win rate on this Jarvan support. Doing pretty good so far. Takes a lot of damage though, and Carrier's just going to dive on top of him. Aiming, let's see whether he can turn this one. The exhaust comes through. Ren sets, looking to be set up, but doesn't actually get it. We'll therefore have to wait for that one to come back off cooldown, but gets out again, and the Pierces are getting scary. Cuz moving up towards the top side. Let's see whether this one's going to work, as the wallop will connect, and Zeus nowhere to go. First blood going over to Rascal. KT off to a great start yet again.
Most notably, Zeus, knowing he's dead, just tries to go for the minions. No way out on that one. And whereas Owner tried to go for... Oh, Carrier.
Yeah, Arya is going to hit the charm. Flashes to get himself out of the way. Tongue Lash is decent and gets the stun there as well, as Faker looks for the last auto, but will not be able to get it. That's why you drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. Still get the flash, though. Certainly high value here. Faker holds on to his. Will have a lot more power here in this lane.
And as mentioned, the Owner looking for that bot side gank meant that his top side clear was rather delayed. He also looked for a gank on Arya, wasn't actually able to find anything as he moved through mid. And as a result, Kaz knows that he can go for that top side play, because again, they've just spotted Owner. They know that he's not anywhere near, so there's no risk of a 2v2 happening. So Rascal can fully commit, really easy pickup, and exactly the type of early laning lead that can be utilized very well by KT's composition, because the higher your damage thresholds become, the easier it becomes for you to find that backline, rather to find the damage once you do actually make it to your opponent.
Yeah, Aiming has hit level 4 now as well. I've spent a little bit of time out of lane. Jarvan support, in my mind, just seems to be at like level 2 for the majority of the game. You spend a lot of time outside of lane, I guess, but there's been a lot of Jarvans that I've watched in the support role just be a little bit anemic.
Well, you don't need more. You have EQ.
Yeah, that's true. You get EQ, and then actually levels are basically irrelevant. Let's be real.
Until 6, and then that's the last spike you get.
Yeah, you just do your very best to skip 3, 4, and 5, just go straight to 6. Yeah, that's how you do it. Like that one a lot. Arya just continuing to get some push down, and this has been one of his more famous champions, right? Like throughout his career, he's very much enjoyed the Ahri, and is so far having a decent time. As KT will start off the first Drake of the game. Got a whole bunch of Rens in there, and it's because it's just going to be able to secure this. First Hex Drake is going to go down. Get an idea as to what our potential souls are going to be. It's going to be Cloud, Ocean, or Mountain. And I could quiz everyone. What do you think my favorite option would be?
Gonna ignore that. I'm gonna personally go for the... I'd love Mountain here, I think. Mountain becomes really interesting because there is a really high need for both teams to fight over it. For KT, because it alleviates a lot of the threat that they have if they can't try and kill people in as short a time as possible. That can't lose a lot of power. But for T1, who are the more rangy zone poke type of team, losing a mountain shield to the opponent is also really rough. So will be the highest value, but I know. So if that's what ends up happening, then that is something we'll accept as Owner. Mostly here to cover so Zeus can actually get the shove in, and definitely needs to, because Cuz will be spotted on this ward. The real question is, do they know Life is here?
Yeah, that's a nah. Backwards is okay. Cannon Barrage comes down. Rascal's trying to flash his way out. The Cyclone is very, very good. Life just spending some time in amongst the cannons, and once again, the Pirate will go down.
And the immediate counter response from T1 is make sure that at least Aiming doesn't get anything, as Faker shoves in mid, is able to rotate towards bot side, and they should at the very least be able to deny this wave. But a really nice roam, well done there by KT, again ahead of the play, and the 2v2 might be winnable, but when Life is there, that is no longer the case. KT taking the lead here, will give up at least a plate and a wave, meaning that Guma is feeling a little bit more comfortable, was falling a little bit behind Aiming. Still a good play from KT.
Yeah, absolutely. Aiming now going to be able to tidy up this wave, so we'll be able to even things out as far as this bottom side, but Kalista definitely hasn't been doing all that much winning here in the LCK. Another plate is going to go down as there's the flash forward from Live. Looks to try and lock down Gumayusi. The flash forward. The Wrens are stacking up, and there is no way that he's going to make it out of this one. Carrier looks to abyssally dive his way out. Good charm lands here in the mid lane. It's Boss Bomb doing a lot of damage here from Faker, kiting around the Orbit Deception very nicely. But there's an army of minions, and it looks like Arya will be able to make his way out.
Not going to be enough because, again, he's at the play. He's there to make sure that even if a counter gank happens, even if the initial play doesn't go the way of KT, that there is the ability to at least get some form of repercussions come towards T1, as Zeus, despite getting ganked many a time, is still ahead in CS, and I'm sure also in gold with the plate that he picked up just now.
Yeah.
Might even out the gold that Rascal got from the kill at the very least. Cole also, of course, going to help with that, and this T1 comp, unlike the previous one, can definitely afford to fall behind.
Yeah, let's have a look at this play one more time as Rascal just pushes Zeus back. Cannon Barrage comes down. He does have to flash. Could be relevant later on, but nowhere that Zeus could go here.
Yeah, with Live there is just no ability. And again, it's Live starting it all up here, as he is able to just flash on top of Duma. Not a flag flash, just a straight up flash to start autoing. And
Yeah.
that's more than enough.
Oh, Faker now going to get Cyclone. The charm is going to miss. Flash out from Faker. He is going to keep himself safe. That is a big cooldown. Unavailable for the Corki. Right when the Rift Herald has spawned as well, so KT will have a fair bit of control there towards that top side of the river.
With how the game has gone thus far, expect KT to pick up that Herald as well. Going to be really hard for T1 to fight. Their power spikes really not anything to write home about compared to what we see here live. A little bit too far off of, won't hit 6, but again, I don't expect a contest to come here through from T1 whatsoever. Not really going to be a possibility for them, as fortunately they decide that that is the case as well. And not really a cross-net play available. I don't think they can make a play towards Drake, which spawns in 30 seconds.
Yeah, might
Bot
be
side.
that KT can use the Rift Herald to get that Drake priority as well.
Yeah. And this is how it's expected to go. So unlike the previous game, again, we need to really keep referring back to that. This is what you'd expect with the power that KT have, because it's had a great early game. Life has been very active on the map. So them pulling ahead is a really nice look, but also one that the comp kind of necessitates. If you do fall behind considerably early with a comp like this into the T1, then it becomes extremely hard to play the game as a attempted back cancel, not going to find anyone.
Nope, because they're heading over to this Drake. That one is going to be secured. Next will be the Cloud. Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Making up for lost time, as it really took a long time for Cloud Souls this week. But really has been, like, the fact that we're 100% Clouds today, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Rascal, to get to work on this turret is Cuz. His decoy is going to find some friends, and the flag spots out the rest of T1 as well. But this is more plates going over to Gumayusi, and it's feeling like this game is going to plan for T1, even if they haven't found any kills just yet.
Just get Guma fed and hope that he can do well in team fights has been a dependable game plan for T1.
Yeah.
Pre-MSI, when it was just Jinx and Aphelios being traded back and forth in terms of draft priority, and with the Kench and the Gangplank going to be an option for them in this match as well. So, that is a package being delivered to the mid, not even the wave, just the mid lane.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to use it. Is going to be utilized, not to actually get too much, but the next one, let's see what Faker is going to be able to do with it. Gumayusi tidies up the bottom wave of minions, top side of the map, Cuz we're going to pay a visit once again to Zeus.
His wave is pushing.
Yeah, decoy comes out, another Cyclone very comfortably, and there is absolutely nowhere for this Gangplank to go, just being bullied. It's like the tent that Cuz has up here. It must be glamping in the top lane right now.
He's having a really good time. You know, he's sipping on his drink. Life showed up for,
There's a
for
fridge.
a night as
There's
well.
a fridge in that tent,
Oh yeah,
man.
a well-stocked fridge with food,
Oh,
everything that you could possibly want, and it's working. KT gonna get first turbot here. and gonna extend their lead.
And that is the full turret. Yeah, exactly. Okay, big lead now for Rascal. You know, this guy, even last season when KT was struggling, Rascal was setting records. There was only one solo kill record that he was unable to answer. And that was, I believe, Marin, who had like something like 38 or something like that in a season, which was really silly back in a very long time ago. And yep, this is just Zeus dying.
Now let's say that one. We do see the rest of T1 also all on the way towards the map, but no one actually close by. No one able to get him out of that one. And Cuz, honestly, 2 back-to-back games where he is looking incredible, and we saw glimpses of this from Cuz in spring as well, right? Like, this has been kind of the story, I feel like, for him for a long time, where sometimes you just see him have a couple of these games, you're like, man, imagine if Cuz just always played this proactively.
Yeah. This is like, you know, the disconnected meme that everyone throws into the post-match threads, you know, it's like T1 Cuz is disconnected, Longju Cuz is reconnected, you know. Back when it was the Zac meta and Cuz was just everywhere. Starting to feel a little bit like that. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves or anything like that. Don't want to allude to being excited about KT, otherwise Emily Rand will be very upset with me.
Wouldn't want
which
that.
I cannot have. I need to talk to her about other video games. As Arya completes his Everfrost. And we've got items coming in, and KT, as long as they continue to have a lead at least this large, then they will be able to take the initiative in these fights, in these situations, and get this dive composition working. The thing is, as soon as they're not actually proactive and they're not actually ahead of the play, Faker's rockets will just tear them apart, and KT will lose the game. And I don't think they're out of the woods just yet when it comes to that.
I really like the dynamic that we have in this game, because it will be, or it should be rather, a tense game to the end. Unless KT get a lead so big that they can dive no matter what, in which case it becomes very easy for them. T1 getting an insurmountable lead from this point onward is not really going to happen anymore with the lead that KT have already built up for themselves, unless they randomly all just walk into T1 territory. So it becomes about how well T1 can actually try and maintain their distance. How well can they keep track of Cuz as he tries to find the enemy backline? How well can they stay away of live? Because his engage range is, it's so long, and he doesn't need to take his own safety into consideration as much as you normally would, because he will have Zhonya's, and he also has a Fate School. So that's as safe as it gets.
That's a Gnar into the wall. As, of course, if you're Gnar, you may as well press your ult button whenever you hit Mega Gnar. It's just kind of a thing. As aiming, going to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. And we'll see whether Rascal will defend. He will not. And he'll just have to watch as his structures fall. It's once again going to be this trade, though. As aiming, just darting around this barrel, isn't going to be able to get it there, and will be slowed down. Cuz going to take the third Drake of the game.
Yeah.
Set up for Soul Point without any real answer. Still 4 minutes until the Baron spawns. We'll see how T1 are going to creatively steal away a Baron this time.
You know it's going to happen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It really shouldn't this time around. The amount of damage that they have available should not be suitable for sneaking 2-man Barons, but I thought that in the past, and turned out to be very, very wrong. So we'll see what actually ends up happening. It's Yuma using another of the scouting / zoning ultimates, and look at Cuz. Herald's being taken, but Cuz is looking for another play.
Yeah, Ari is down here as well. Everfrost is fantastic, and unfortunately, yeah, you can eat oranges, but you're not going to be K this time. And T1, they will answer with an outer turret in the mid lane. It's definitely high value, as there won't be a cannon barrage. There's life, gets Fate's called back again as the charm lands one more time. Faker has to flash to get himself out of the way of it, and KT threatening but unable to get a kill in this mid lane.
It's a kill being picked up by KT, but they do have to give up a turret for it, and the mid lane turret actually big for T1. So it really is a game where, yes, KT's getting all the kills. Yes, they are pulling ahead in terms of Dragon, and I do, especially against a comp that tries to kite back light T1s. the Cloud Soul will actually be very valuable, and so will the individual Cloud Drakes. But when we look at the overall gold and the item points, note that T1, while falling behind, is by no means out of this game yet. That's going to presumably continue as we get further in here, as Zeus, not too surprising if you look at the lack of vision that is available. He has been focused extremely heavily. He's at least able to get most of the wave. Last second there, it's like, I want the cannon, but we get it. As he realizes that he's taken a nice comboing from Kaz and Arya yet again, as that mid-jungle duo is looking a lot better in the series here tonight.
Certainly is, because retaining his extraordinarily high kill participation. But I'm really glad that you mentioned it, because even though KT are getting kills, they're not creating all of these big advantages. And losing that mid-outer turret, I think, is just a very big thing, because now T1 extends the size of the map, gives Faker more space to get these rockets down, Zeus as well, more choke points they have access to, get these cannon barrages in a good position. And even though it's a 0-4-0 gangplank, he's still farming absolutely fine. And so we'll still get to some decent items as this game goes on. Life in position here. They're not going to be stealing away any red buffs or anything like that. Just throwing down some flags. Rascal splitting on the top side. See where KT decides to fight next. 2 minutes until this Drake, and it will be Soul Point. So Gumayushi's starting to get to a few items. Third one on the way. And yes, the Rage Blade will be done pretty soon for this Kalista, but the Jinx in the late game, I think I know where my money is going to be in comparison to, you know, a Jinx and a Kalista.
Yeah, that's not a hard one to make.
Nope.
Bot side vision, quite good for T1. Next objective, that Drake, they might just let that one go. If you look at the item breakpoints, Faker, I think, on his next back should finish his Ludens. Gumayushi is close towards what generally will be for a lot of the LCK AD carries, a rapid fire cannon second, and then once the IE actually comes through, that's when Guma is going to become a really big threat. Up until that point, it's going to be mostly up to Faker. Zeus Collector should be about done as well, but you can also wait 5 minutes till Elder, and then you might have Faker with a third item. Then you might actually have that Infinity Edge.
It's the strategy of give away the souls so you can get to an earlier Elder.
Or second Elder, because we have seen first Elders not.
Yeah, it's the third Elder, though, that really does get the game going. As Cannon Barrage here in this mid lane, just to get rid of KT, is going to deny the charge from Shirley as well. So T1 just continuing to play great defense, and now it's under 1,000 gold the lead.
Not only does T1, with that earlier turret take, extend the range in which they can move up, but it also, as long as this mid lane turret is standing, becomes a lot harder for KT to chase them down the lane. And ideally, that's what you want to be doing, right? Take someone down, and then T1 is just hiding back, running away from you, and you can punish them at that point in time. And yeah, with the posturing from T1, they're not going to contest this Drake, I don't think. Gumayushi just now backing, and we'll pick up the rapid fire cannon. The rest of the team is moving forward still, though, and Faker has picked up the package, so they are going to have to stall, but I don't see them actually being able to make it. I don't think there's enough time.
Yeah, you got Arya off to the side, decent position as well, as that is a rend very, very quickly. Man, KT melted that dragon, so that is Cloud Soul. 6 minutes, and then the Elder is on the Rift. That's the one that KT do not want to let slip away. Baron has spawned. Zeus is going to find Rascal here, but it's a hop, skip and a jump, and Rascal will be safe.
Rare miss from Zeus there on the barrel as Rascal makes his way in. Faker.
Yeah, rockets over the wall here as Rascal is there as well. Spots him out. Zeus going to find the Gnar one more time. Is that? Oh, it's starting to really hurt here, these boomerangs. Rascal with that Mega Gnar at the ready. Throwing boulders down, but T1 have created enough space here. Kaz, I believe, got a smite down there. No, it was, in fact, T1 that secured the Rift Sculler. So that gives them a lot of vision now around the Baron. And we know T1, the first Baron of the game, is basically theirs almost all the time. So we'll see what they've got planned in order to secure it this time.
It becomes more about how they can actually set up any subsequent plays. And a big consistent issue for T1 this game has been actually covering for Zeus in the side lane, where T1 in Spring in particular was incredibly adept at taking kills like Zeus, but getting taken down by Arya or by Rascal, but then turning it into something on the other half of the map. But that type of tempo hasn't really been generated by them in this game. They don't really necessarily have to come for it either. And as long as that remains the case, KT is going to be the main one with the advantage in terms of vision, and their comp utilizes vision extremely well. It not only denies the poke from T1, but also means that charms, possible engages from life, become a lot more threatening.
Yeah. Carry now as well, just trying to get vision down where they can. KT not going to be able to remove the Rift Scuttle vision. Aiming here pretty comfortably, tidying up waves in mid. Looking for his Bloodthirster, I guess, is item number 3. The Rage Blade is already secured. We really just haven't seen what a straight 5v5 fight looks like yet, though. That's what I really want to see. I want to see some setup, and I want to see that 5v5. Because it's only 800 gold. I mean, this couldn't be more even at this point in time. 23.5 minutes. We'll be able to see whether KT can actually execute on their dive composition, whether T1 can successfully keep KT at arm's length, whether Carrier's defensive play is going to be enough to deny KT their avenue to victory. And as well, whether Zeus is going to hit 3 barrels and then all of KT will die, which is somewhat of a possibility. Zona's just going to get the smite off here. As Cuz taking a lot of damage. Cannon Barrage doing so much work. Zeus over the wall, gets the barrel in. Arya's going to get knocked up as well, as the Abyssal dive is fantastic. And life is now running for the hills. That is Kalista and the Wukong dead, and that may just mean Baron here for T1.
And it doesn't matter if you get taken down 4 times, if the enemy team then goes so aggressively in without keeping track of where that gangplank is. T1 sees them coming, is ready, will be starting up the Baron here, and I don't know if Rascal by himself can do a lot about it. Arya's teleport.
Yeah, the boulders are going forward, but yeah, this Baron is not long for the world. Ona will be able to secure it very comfortably. KT, nothing they can do about it. Let's have a look at this one more time, because you're exactly right. It's just overextension.
It's about a rep-off. And if you have the vision here and you want to play this aggressively, like, I'd be okay with that, but you're also hard engaging on top of Carrier. It's the Kench,
yeah,
of all people. He's not the important one. And this might have been the break that T1 had been looking for. Also, again, the value of Gangplank Ultimate in these small spaces slows everyone down, and then this is a shooting gallery. You know, he can just look over that wall. It's like he's at the carnival. He's having a good time. Unfortunately for KT, they got hit.
They did.
Really hard.
They absolutely did, but there is no way that they shouldn't have known that that was coming, right? So
no, it was
pretty silly for KT to just funnel themselves into said shooting gallery, but still, the execution from Zeus, absolutely fantastic. Multiple barrels in that fight, meaning that KT get a taste of what the late game could provide them. You can imagine they're pretty scared of it. As now with the Baron, just going to take control back of this map, and there is a fair bit for them to gather. Some inner turrets still there. Also, all of that map control that KT had built for themselves is going to slowly dissipate. Already 1,000 gold the lead, or the Baron power play, sorry. Gumiushi just taking down some buffs here and there. He's looking for item number 3. Be coming up pretty soon. Lord Dominic's Regard done for Zeus. Not going for his Cyrilda's build this time. Is going to be just the standard crit flank.
Considering the tankiness on the enemy team, I really like it. A lot of value to be found if you look at the Renduins, the multiple steel caps, the doubles on KT, and this Baron buff also should be perfect in theory for setting up sidewaves in a position so that T1 has not only good vision, but they can keep a relative decent track of everyone on KT and generate some map pressure so that it becomes a lot easier for them. At the very least, they can hit some of that crucial poke as they make their way over towards the Elder. Because for KT, they can't really start up the Elder unless they are extremely ready to turn, because that is how T1 win. If the fight takes long, T1 is able to just poke. That's what they're going to be looking for.
They've also got the package.
Rascal. Yeah, they are sitting in the right position.
Absolutely set up. Rascal does have half an R-bar right now. Feeling pretty good about that. As Ona slinks into the mist. Gumiushi now just dealing with this inner turret as aiming has started off the Elder Drake. Like you were talking about, it's all about the turn here. As Faker looking to get behind them, that package is about to be delivered as Rascal is running so quickly thanks to the Cloud Soul. Aria in position though to try and catch Faker on the flank. There's the charm, he walks straight into it. Everfrost is there as well, the Flash Cyclone, but the package getting so much value! And now the Gnar can't really do too much as Life dives on in there. The Cyclone not getting what it can. Zeus is going to go down, but it's immediately traded as aiming is going to go down extraordinarily low. The Gnar into the wall though, but Gumayusi is untouched! And these rockets are so painful! Ona looking to get over this wall as Aria goes golden as well. Will he have a charm is the question. But the answer is it does not matter as Gumayusi locks down the kill. And T1 will claim the Elder Drake that they planned for, I guess, by giving away all of these elemental dragons.
Much more control there by T1. Faker, he must have had at least an idea that Aria was waiting for him in that brush, because that was a very premeditated play. The Hex Drinker keeping him alive for long enough as he moves up. Again, he's spotted. He knows that someone is going to be there, but it is all a bait. The Valkyrie, or rather the package drop into the immediate Valkyrie, augmented by the Zhonyas and Keria at the ready, means that the entirety of KT is already extremely low. Look at his flash from Owner here. Of course, has played a fair amount of Jarvan himself. Says,
Yeah.
Thank you, Life, as he's able to lock down aiming, and without that, Gumayusi being completely full health and getting his resets, it is unfortunately not going to be a possibility for KT in the second time in a row. First time it was Zeus doing all the AoE damage at the choke point. This time around it's Faker. And twice KT trying to get access to the enemy backline, trying to pick a decisive fight, but end up just walking into T1's waiting arms.
Yeah, now with the Elder, there is no way for KT to really challenge unless they can find a pick. You can see searching for Keria there off towards the side, but this inner turret goes down very quickly. Faker has picked up his Guardian Angel as well, which is so valuable, as now Zeus going to have to flash, and he does so. Gets out of the way of the Fate's Call. That means that this inhibitor turret is just going to be taken down. And T1, they have KT so far on the ropes right now. As there's the Cataclysm. Life is just going to die, as aiming will try and put as many sticks into him as possible. There's the Devour. There's the Flash out as well, as aiming's desperately trying to keep himself alive. It is not going to work whatsoever, as the Dragon is going to come down. However, there is a GA, so aiming survives for a little while longer. Aria goes golden as well. Zeus in a little bit of trouble, as there's the Orbit Deception, but Aria is going to feel the wrath of the Dragon one more time. Faker also still has his GA, remember guys, so he is absolutely fine. Cuz gonna get taken down. Gumayusi now chasing after Rascal. Chasing Gnars is something that he had a bit of trouble with earlier on this week, but this time around he is absolutely fine. And T1, it's only Life left to defend these Nexus turrets. It looks like we're finally going to game number 3 in this series.
Well played by T1, unfortunately for KT. A nice, well-rounded and cohesive comp, but not quite finding the angles. And feels like it might have just been a case of the classical T1 game number 1 in a best of 3.
Yeah.
Roaring its head here yet again, because that was, even though it still, we saw some of the mistakes from T1, side laning a little bit too aggressively, not enough coverage for Zeus in particular. When it comes to the team fights, this team still very hard to match.
No, absolutely. I actually felt like their setup, especially in the later game, around these objectives, they were just so patient. They just sort of knew that no matter what happened in the early to mid game, they were going to be able to stabilize, so they didn't push anything. They just allowed Zeus to go down over and over again in side lanes because they knew that KT weren't actually able to get any meaningful objectives and meaningful advantages from that point onwards. I actually felt like it was really beautifully orchestrated, even though the Pirate had to suffer a little bit in order for them to get to the position that they needed to be in. Some pretty tidy League of Legends where that gentleman on your screen right there was very, very comfortable in the late game. Gumayusi really getting excited, popping off, and making sure that T1 get to sit down in those chairs one more time for game number 3.
That's where the value of having multiple threats comes in, because Guma can single-handedly turn a fight, Faker could single-handedly turn a fight, and so could Zeus, even though he was put behind. And look at the damage chart perfectly illustrates that, is that KT at times was able to pick off 1 or 2 members of T1, but there's always another.
Yeah. And it makes you think, you know, like the Kalista has felt like a little bit of a trap for a while. I see you, those in chat that are saying that as soon as Kalista is picked, it's a loss, and we really haven't seen the power of this pick really utilized all that effectively so far in week 1 of Summer. So maybe both of these teams will actually step away from the Kalista moving into Game 3, and we'll have a different experience, perhaps.
Maybe. Deft and Barrel did well.
They definitely.
That was the highlight Kalista game, and that was more about what it allowed Barrel to do.
Yeah, that was more like the barrel buff
It was.
type situation. It's fantastic. That is so adorable.
No, that was a
yeah,
zero.
That used to be a 0, but 2-1. We take those. We take those. And remember, T1 fans, if they win, it's still a win, right? And we're still going for that record. We are going to take a short break. When we get back, the carpet space in Game 3.
위로 올 수 있어? 위로. 야 오른쪽 50이야. 오른쪽.
빨리 높을. 볼까?
봐도 돼. 50도 떠.
파워 좀 깨볼게.
끝냈다.
더블 봐.
깼어.
떴어.
가자. 아리 보자. 아리.
본다 이거.
높을. 봐줘. 나집 갔다 올게.
가인데.
나 집 갔다 와야 돼. 나를 높을. 50부터. 나 집 갔다 탑에 텔 탈게. 탑으로 텔 탈 거야.
그만.
네.
이거 끝나 천천히 하면.
탑으로 텔 탈게.
천천히 하면 끝나.
네, 자르반 나오나.
야, 탑 웨브 없어. 미드로. 미드부터.
다르반만 있다. 다르반 노공이긴 해.
얘 조냐도 없어.
아이고
나이스.
없네. 나이스.
The night beckons while you
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf. We're going to break down game number 2. This is a game that KT had immense control in. They were controlling the tempo so well. And then one big mistake, T1 with that scaling, they were able to buy just 5 more minutes, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, it's such a weird feeling after watching T1's dominant run in spring season all the way up until the MSI finals, to watch them scrape by in wins like their win in Game 2 in the Nongshim series, their win here in Game 2 against KT Rolster, because they have fallen so far around the early to mid game. Unless they are extremely dominant, as we saw in the Korea Yasuo draft, they've kind of had to win based on super supreme late game decision making, which they've pulled off time and time again. This is no exception. The drafts here are pretty standard, right? You have the Corki poke with the Gangplank scaling, Ezreal angle, you know, they banned it away so that they could deny KT from having the kind of poke war. They end up with the Callista here. T1 lose control early though, as you mentioned, and struggle to actually get that damage done. Zeus' itemization so delayed. We saw Corki also, Faker isn't able to do much through most of the mid game. They were gifted though, that one exchange we'll talk about a little bit later on, gave them back a little bit more map control. Faker had that heroic play and they turned things around, but KT were so close to 2-0ing T1 and breaking that winning streak here in the LCK.
Yeah, it was really close. I think, you know, KT, that's one of the issues, right? They just need to smooth out some of those edges, and they will get wins in games like that, regardless of who they are facing, just with big leads. And it all starts with highlight number 1, where they really started to bully Zeus up in the top lane.
Zeus up here very far forward is caught and punished. This is the first time this happened, so we'll let it go. Really proactive play from Cuz. The second time this happens, he has really no vision. He's super far up in the lane. And the reason why he does this is because Rascal doesn't know, or rather, Owner is there and he doesn't know Rascal's coming. He's actually trying to set up a play himself. It doesn't end up getting countered. And then this is the third time this happens where Zeus is just, I mean, this is starting to be frustration coming through. Ult comes through, he dies. You can see on his player cam there as well, like the frustration that comes through right after he dies. I wanted to highlight that as well, just because you could tell at that point he's like, oh man, I'm messing this up so badly. I've died now 3 times. He dies a 4th time, which we're not even going to show you guys in the bottom lane because he's so far up. I think the emotions did play a role here because several proactive plays to shut the Gangplank down early, get that early randomness for the Gnar.
Yeah, definitely a rough start for Zeus, but he was able to pull it back. We are going to take a look at highlight number 2, where KT, they are so far in here, they know they have a lead. They really want to push the envelope, and they just get demolished.
And this is also a great Zeus highlight too, because he preemptively sets up the barrels when he realizes KT are pushing through because they have good vision around the red buff. And KT, like you said, is a huge overextension. They're trying to force their way here to get such a small advantage, and mind you, some deep vision around the upcoming objective. But when they go that far, Zeus has the barrel set up there. He redeems himself big time, gets them all caught. Huge damage and slow allows T1 to punish. And from that moment on, T1 gets Baron, they get map control back, they can breathe, and they're finally able to bring things back.
Before that, I think Faker was on like 1.5 items. Maybe he just finished his second one. They buy the 5 minutes extra, and that's all they needed. As you mentioned, they pick up the Baron, and they're able to push it into the Elder fight, which we will take a look at, which T1 just honestly are able to handle this so well.
So Faker is spotted, of course, by the Callista ward, and is seen, he's in such a bad spot, but KT actually dive on him with half of their team, over half of their team. Like, they basically are all trying to kill him, and he just packages away freely. The package damage is significant here, but the bigger issue is that KT have put themselves in such a bad position to try to collapse on a Corki you could just simply package away with that empowered Valkyrie. And so T1 actually just win the ensuing fight because they're winning the top side of this for free. Health bar is obviously extremely low on the side of KT after that overcommitment, and that's the last nail in the coffin. It was pretty heroic though from Faker. He took an insane risk and it paid off.
It really did, and you know, who knows? We did just have that big durability patch. Maybe they could have burst down Faker and kind of chained the CC. Sometimes League of Legends is a game of milliseconds, and if they just had that little bit of extra chain CC, maybe they kill Faker, there's no package, and then they can just turn it 5v4, but that was not the case. T1 come out on top. Let's see who picks up the POG for this game, as it was a pretty difficult choice. You notice Zeus here 3, 5, and 3, but he picks it up.
So I was joking with you, like I think this is a Zeus POG angle after he had those barrels set up, which I think is probably the first of the highlights. We saw it in his first person view here. Look at this setup when he sees them overextend. He has this important ward in the brush that allows him to know he can get maximum value with this, barrages to slow them to guarantee the barrel hit. And that's it. That's the only highlight. Yeah, he's going to end up doing this one over here. But that was the moment that brought them back into the game and why I almost voted for him. I decided to go with Faker in the end because I think despite that win that led to the Baron, the setup around the Elder wasn't perfect and Faker still pulled off. So this is the greatest split. Like, I think both of these picks are the exact right ones.
Yeah, I thought that maybe Owner did well in the last team fight, but overall in the game, I think those two were definitely the ones that kind of carried it through. Made it possible.
It was a losing game for T1 until those two plays happened. Literally those two plays, without them, they don't win the game.
Yeah, so they scrape by, they do pick up a win. Let's see what happens now in game number 3.
Thank you so much, Pool Party Valdez and Pool Party Wolf. Fantastic breakdown, and let's get into the deciding game, Chronicler.
Felt like I've seen this one before. T1 having a fun game number 1, then taking a very different approach in game number 2.
Happy game, winning. Serious game, deciding game.
Yeah, well, destruction. I thought you were going to go with destructing game because that's generally how their game number 3s go.
Yeah.
And for KT, we see some of the old issues rear their head, where this team, in terms of individual performances, at times, depending on early spring, it was Rascal getting so many solo kills. We saw Aiming and Live have really good moments as well towards the later end of the split, particularly on the AP Kai'Sa. But when it comes to actually playing it out, moving around the map, and finding a decisive fight, that has been a difficult one for KT for the entire year thus far. So it's not too shocking to see it happen here as well, but hopefully for them, they can change it up.
What's up with that guy's shirt? I kind of like it. In between two cars, I don't know. Very interesting. But that's actually Khan's shirt, so it's like Khan and Untara just chilling out there, and I'm like distracted by Khan's shirt. What is wrong with me? He shaved to join the army, so Untara shaved to join the army, and that's why I didn't recognize them instantly. Thank you very much, Jisun, for that one. But no, it was actually just Khan's shirt that got me.
Got your attention.
It really did. That was sitting there for so long. Oh, I'm a little bit embarrassed. All right, let's get into the draft here. KT back on the blue side. T1 now on red. Let's see whether they're going to be able to pick up the win here to continue on. Keep that dream alive for breaking the SKT 2015 record of 23 domestic match victories in a row.
How fitting it will be if it's KT.
The telecom war to bring down the T1 streak.
Yeah, and this form of KT, that's the main thing for me.
Yeah.
Is a KT that has had their fair share of troubles, and the previous red side draft on T1 definitely aided them in that game number 1, but it was also a KT that was able to find a lot of good angles. Aria looked very comfortable. Zeus cannot be stopped on Gangplank, even if you gank him 5 times, so maybe just not let him have that one. And Gwen gets taken out, so we're setting up for a wonderful Wukong first pick. Yeah, that is kind of a no right now.
And the response from T1 was Kalista Nah last time around. I expect that to change.
I hope it will. Yeah.
I feel like Corki Ezreal would be fine. Would that be fine?
I wouldn't mind. You know what the difficulty is with picks like that Kalista is that we're not seeing what teams are seeing. So as you might have been right on the money there. The Corki in
like
itself,
I said, I am on comms with Joe.
That is the only explanation, possibly. Yeah. Not T1 just wanting to draft the exact same comp, which I do think is what they're going to end up doing. Identifying that, playing proactive comp where you're not in the best of forms maybe isn't quite the way to go. Just draft scaling, so you always have an out. And that is definitely the angle that is currently taken up by them. The Viego still providing some pressure in the early to mid game.
My cunning ruse has now been quashed.
Hey, there's still an Ezreal third pick possibility.
That is true.
But with picks like the Kalista, I find it very difficult because you want to at one point have some faith in teams that if the Kalista is that highly prioritized, then it must be doing well in scrims. But eventually, if it's not working on stage, especially in the LCK, we do have the habit of just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. And maybe, even if it in theory works, if within this best of 3, it's already been shown twice, it just doesn't really work out, we can let it go. Because there's plenty of other great champions in League of Legends that we do have access to. Kai'Sa would be very on theme with the KT comp here.
I think Ezreal's fine.
Yeah, wouldn't mind it either. Ezreal slots into effectively anything.
Yeah. Well, Sejuani being considered here. Rascal, of course, has been a big fan of tanks towards that top side. T1 going to lock in the Gnar here and head towards the second ban phase, is what I am assuming. But we'll see. Might want to mix things up here. And it could be that Ezreal that I was calling for earlier on. Certainly
really
something
like
that
the
Gumushi did have a good day on a couple of days ago. But the Gnar, like I was saying.
It's not exciting, but Zeus is great Gnar, and into an aggressive short-range comp like KT, it's a lot easier to get value with the Gnar. I like defensive Gnars more often than not, a lot more than aggressive ones.
This is how KT cannot pick Kalista.
Yeah, T1 banned it.
Yeah.
T1 supposedly then looking for another scaling pick in the bot side. Can go for the Jinx again, not really stopping them unless KT decides to ban that. But there is so much still available. There's Ezreal.
I think Tahm Kench needs to go.
It's going to get banned. Yeah, Kench seems to me like the most no-brainer ban. And there we go. Braum is another one that, if you look at the KT draft thus far, would be a nuisance to deal with. But it's not super high on the prior list. It also takes away a lot of agency from Keria, so the Braum does come with some innate downsides. Does work exceptionally well for these type of kite back combos, but there's still some flexibility here for T1 if they want to get a little bit more power in the lanes. That's possible, but I was saying it's starting to feel like an R4 Ezreal that isn't actually going to come through because they banned it away themselves.
Yeah, I thought
Aphelios is possible as well.
Yeah, Aphelios could be
Aphelios
fine.
there.
I do feel like Ezreal would have fit really nicely into the T1 composition, and then counterpick for support would have been absolutely fine, but not going to happen this time around, as KT, they might just ban the Jinx, just get rid of that level of comfort from Gumushi. Like you were saying, Aphelios is still there, but you may as well get rid of it and force Gumushi onto a different pick. Something like a Xayah could also be fine, I guess.
Xayah, Aphelios are, yeah, those are the big ones.
And there we go. So things certainly going kind of the way we expect at this point in time. Could switch over, of course. We saw the random Jhin ban last time around, but it is going to be the Xayah locked away. And, ooh, the aiming Draven. Yeah. I mean, Draven into Xayah has always been pretty all right.
I'd agree. Yeah, that is an angle that KT can take. Even though the early game focus didn't quite work out.
Oh.
This is the handshake option, the less risky option, but also the less impactful option. This matchup has been played so many times.
Yeah.
In so many ways. And KT does, again, end up with a very cohesive comp, but it is straight up
Love the Braum.
dive, and then the Braum just incredible, right? And again, T1, after a much more creative draft that didn't really work together in the end, didn't really come together. KT does have a very nicely synergized draft, but this T1 draft is not only cohesive, it's also really good into what KT is trying to do. So many tools to keep Faker safe, and if either Faker or Guma stay alive, then it becomes really, really hard to consistently find pressure that I think you're going to be looking for as KT, and might have a very similar game to game number 2 on our hands here.
I think we certainly could. I think the Xayah fits in very, very well. The counter-engage type options with the Feather Storm being available, you can avoid so much of what Sejuani, Wukong, and the Nautilus are trying to do. Popping things like the depth charge is going to be very, very powerful here for Gumushi. And as long as Faker can keep his distance, it is looking like one of these games where the Corki could just absolutely obliterate the late game, unless KT finds more advantages than what they did in game number 1. And they found a lot in, game number 2. because they found a lot of advantages and it just wasn't quite enough in the end.
Run that risk here as well. KT Comp going to be very dependent on execution. If we have an even game, then going to be looking towards that T1 Comp yet again. But they will not have a lot of productivity. Going to have to wait till Faker reaches those big spikes for Guma to get there as well. And up until that point, and even past that, it's more about the damage than it is about controlling and making proactive plays yourself. Because with just Braum and Gnar, it's going to be very hard.
Certainly will, but ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is getting to about that time. It's time to make our way towards Summoner's Rift for the deciding game in this telecom war. KT Rolster up against T1. T1 dropping game one uncharacteristically. KT snapping it up. It was a great draft. This time around, much more even when it comes to the drafting situations. As we get the big zoom out, I am a little bit frightened that we are instead just going to check out some fan signs for a while.
I'm seeing a gray screen, though. That's good.
Ooh, that's true. We are paused within the video game, I believe.
That's better than a swap bug.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But we are just gonna check out aiming.
Or it's way worse. We don't.
Yeah,
we don't know yet.
Either or. We need to chrono break. I don't think we're gonna do that. I believe we only just made it into the game, and it's probably someone failing to connect, and we will then connect them, and everything will be okay. I assume it's probably something going on with aiming's computer, and we'll just get the computer sorted out, and we'll hop into the game.
Hey, it doesn't look too bothered.
Aiming claimed the rune hasn't changed. Ah, so he thought that he still had the same runes from game number 2. So we're checking.
Making sure. Can of course happen. The rune page not always the most cooperative, I'd personally say.
Yeah.
You never had that problem with the old rune pages because you had to buy those and then
exactly.
buy the runes and then
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, imagine if you chose the page that didn't have the 0.1% crit on it. That I would pause and remake for that one. Absolutely necessary. You got so much value. The fact that it always what is it? Rounded up.
Yeah.
So you always have 1% crit. Oh baby. Just amazing times. All right, we will check out some fan signs though.
Hold on.
I wish that we could read this.
Well, I could kind of read it, but I don't know what it says.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can read what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's not very helpful, though. As we have just 2 of the same sign.
Faker, being on TV makes me even more nervous than playing games. And the fan says, watching Faker makes me even more nervous than meeting my girlfriend. Why would meeting your girlfriend make you nervous? She's your girlfriend. Shouldn't that be fine?
I feel like it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that probably should be fine.
Generally?
I guess when you're younger, you know.
Yeah. Or when maybe you're just in the early stages, you know.
All right, we're remaking the game, by the way. Client issue was confirmed. I believe the runes did not go through. So we're just going to spend some more time.
It's just a swap bug with extra steps.
Yep. We're just, it's going to be the same drafts, everything like that. It's just going to be the rune for aiming. It will be switched over. Got to make sure that he hails down as many blades as possible there towards the bottom side, I would assume. So just chilling. There's the fantastic T1 artwork there in the top right of your screen. Absolutely adorable. And it's a pretty high value ticket today, with the fact that T1 did drop that game number 1 here in the Telecom War.
Free games.
Absolutely.
It's ideal whenever you, even as a fan, you got to appreciate getting the maximum number of games.
Yeah.
I say that having just watched our team lose the third international final row 2 to 3. I don't really know if I still agree with that.
Yeah.
That's
I didn't get to watch it. I was on an airplane.
But you You lucked out. That was actually superior.
Yeah, I mean, no, landing and then getting all of the bad news when like feeling like I should have been able to be there and watch it.
Well, you were there for the for the EDG loss, or the EDG win rather, the Delmon loss.
Yeah, I was definitely there for that.
You were, yeah, you
front
were
and
experiencing
center.
that.
Yeah, front and
real
center for that one.
close. How did that feel?
Well,
bittersweet.
It was difficult. It was difficult for me. The EDG versus Damwon was that was tough because, you know, my history had come from the LPL,
Naturally, yeah.
and I've you know, been a Mako fan for the entirety of my commentary career. And watching him and Scout perform so extraordinarily well in that final, it was a bit like not that upset, right? And it was 5 games. It was a phenomenal world final, so wasn't as upset.
Still a little.
But I was still a bit hurt, you know, because it's the LCK losing, and it's not so good. But still, there was some fantastic performances. Not to mention, you know, Viper was there, and we're pretty big fans of Viper.
I do love Viper. What a player, man. I know he's having a really good time in the LPL, but I hope one day we'll get him back in an LCK bot lane.
Yeah,
that will be great.
Hey, his English is great too. He could join the casting team once his career's over. You know,
that
like
does actually sound exceptional. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
I would love that.
We should just let him know that he's welcome at any time.
Yeah,
we'll get G-Sun on it. We'll get G-Sun on it.
Just by any chance, if you're watching Viper, I'm just, you know, it's just letting you know there's always a spot for you.
Yeah.
Just give us a call or just message G-Sun. I'm sure she's open to the idea as well.
Yeah. It's apparently a famous streamer mascot in the audience somewhere while we were talking about Viper and reminiscing on you know, 3-2 losses that we've experienced relatively recently.
Yeah. It's only 3 games, you know. 3 games could have been different. Could have been way more fun for us, but it wasn't. It was not fun.
It's getting into dangerous territory. There's some things I want to talk about that I also really don't want to talk about.
Let's not.
So we're just gonna leave it.
Oh,
quick! Come on. Okay, there we go.
Please win.
Just one more, KT. Just one more. Well, I'll see whether they can. KT lost 5 matches in a row. Oh, no, in baseball. So the KT team not doing so well in baseball recently. So maybe it's for maybe it's League of Legends' turn to kind of save KT. Took 2 wisdom teeth out and came to watch the LCK. Ow.
Yo, that's.
It says bloodbath in my mouth, not on the rift.
I really, you know, normally I'm almost like, I get why they cover their face with the fan sign, but like in this case, I really get it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely get it. I had my wisdom teeth out all at once.
Yeah.
There is no way that I would be here after that.
No.
I was at home by myself eating yogurt, and it was great, but I was in a lot of pain, like a lot of pain.
What kind of yogurt?
I think it was strawberry yogurt, probably.
I like strawberry.
Oh, Guanju fan in the audience here.
You're a Guangzhou enjoyer yourself.
I am an absolute Guangzhou enjoyer.
Actually, so
Been
am I.
there quite a few times.
So
as
am
of
I.
you, exactly.
I've been there as well. I completely forgot about that.
Enjoyed some of the oritang, which is very delicious.
Oh yeah.
Duck soup. Not exactly the greatest if you're watching your figure, because there are quite a few calories in it, but it is absolutely fantastic. But look, I think we're pretty close to getting into the game, having a little bit of a squiz behind us, and the draft has been completed. We're just waiting to load in, so I assume we're getting there. Feeling it. It's on the horizon.
There becomes you kind of reach a breaking point, and it goes in cycles where you're like, okay, now I'm happy that we just get this much time to talk, and then you're like, okay, I'm kind of done. I want the game to start.
Yeah.
And then we keep going, and then you're like, okay, now it's fun again.
Yeah.
I'm like on the, I don't know, the 3rd cycle at this point. For the audience, it's a lot easier. It's just, guys, Costers, please.
Wolf's having a good time.
Aw.
Wonder if they've got their phone out watching Wolf's co-stream.
Put the audio, put your earbuds in.
Faker, you're really perfect, but you need to fix one thing. You need to fix my heart. Aww.
That's a good line.
But why is your heart broken?
Because Faker hasn't fixed it yet.
Ah, okay. Rascal Bubble? Pretty cute. All right, an ex-King Zone fan here in a T1 versus... Oh, it's Neon. Oh, never mind. He's definitely an ex-King Zone fan because, of course, he's an ex-King Zone player. And he's here to support Rascal and Cuz, of course, his former teammates on King Zone. Very, very cute. Here we are onto the Rift for Game 3. Well,
Gets me every time, man.
yeah, there's a few extra T1 fans than KT fans in Lore Park at the moment. Big surprise. And T1 this time around, revisiting the drafts just a little bit because it's been quite a while since we have seen them. I think that KT do have, you know, some more options this time. I like Nautilus being able to start up some of these fights. Aiming's follow-up definitely going to be strong. Cuz was great on the Wukong, and Rascal's going to be, you know, that burly front line. But T1, this is even better as far as like poke and late game and all that sort of stuff. So a lot of options as the game goes on for T1, and we know that they are very, very good at just staying in it, waiting for the opponents to make a mistake, and then punishing extraordinarily hard.
Definitely was the case last time around as well. Really the turning point when they funneled into Zeus' barrels towards that red buff, which was, it was just a red buff. It wasn't a securing vision for an objective. It wasn't an actual objective. It was just a red buff.
They also didn't get the red buff. So, I mean,
I don't even know if that would have made it better. I guess, like technically it would.
I mean, yeah, theoretically they just.
Well, but they would lose it immediately as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was it was not good. But to add insult to injury, they also did not receive the red buff.
Yeah, it's the least you can do. I'd say.
Yeah, it's bad news.
It's unfortunate.
Life and Aiming trying to survive down here towards this bottom side. Carrier, even though Braum isn't necessarily the favorite pick of him, it is still something that he's played a heck of a lot of and was very, very good at. And we're zooming in on Gumayushi as they're just standing on the minion wave. No real early action or anything like that happening right now. Staying even. It's about 1 minion in it right now between the 280 carries. So probably not a whole lot going to go on. Of course, I think everyone understands the Xayah Kai'Sa matchup these days. It's been quite a few years that we've had it.
A lot harder for KT to track Owner this time around, as they were unable to get a ward into that Raptor pit due to Carrier being just in the game, really. Braum level 1 incredibly strong, so Arya really had to respect that, and as a result, no early vision available. So might be looking at an early scuttle kerfuffle here if Cuz does actually want to go for that. Faker, though, has definitely been shoved in. So it's going to be about, can Zeus make his way over? And do T1 actually want to go for this? Right now, looks like they do. Zeus is moving, but they're like, nah, let's not take the risk. It's getting dangerously close to the Ahri, and early on Arya definitely way more valuable than Faker could be on the Corki.
Not to mention the fact that Wukong just obliterates Shellfish very quickly.
He did.
And so is able to tidy that one up very quick. And Owner understood that. He wasted no time. Headed back home, and he'll look towards trying to contest towards that bottom side. But as you can see, Cuz already here. And he's going to get that next charge with the Smite. And very happily pick up the second Rift Scuttler as well. Owner's going to come on over and get the bad news. I believe understands exactly where the Wukong is. But looks like Cuz having yet another decent game, at least at the very beginning.
Yeah, makes good use of his mid lane priority, as Arya is able to back him up there. And will be going into an immediate second clear area as he starts up his Krugs.
Yeah, like I was saying, Carrier pretty good at the old Braum.
I think Carrier is has a... Wonder what his negative win rate champions are. I'm sure I mean, Camille.
Camille.
Camille was one of them. I know that. That one's obvious. And
I could actually find out for you, but I don't necessarily.
We don't need to. Owner gonna be looking to look really nice early vision here. As I mentioned initially, Owner not quite being tracked as carefully. He also doesn't really have lanes that help him out that much. Mid lane, not going to provide a ton of setup, and top side only when you play very carefully around the Narbar. Owner still wants to try, but KT read this. They question mark ping those Raptors, and they should have an idea that Owner might be here taking away a camp. Going to be able to pick it up though.
Yeah, he is going to be able to smite that one away, so gets the big wolf, and won't be able to deny for too long as Rascal going to get gnawed back here by Zeus. Great boulder is going to connect as well as Winter's Wrath comes out, and Rascal just chewing through his potion now. Will stay alive for the minute, but Zeus gets a very nice little back timing here. And the Sejuani struggling just a little bit. Piggy bank towards that top side.
Zeus might not even have to invest his teleport here if he doesn't want to, but of course with the teleport changes we have seen people hang on to their teleports a lot less, as will Zeus here, due to the fact that Unsealed teleport only comes in the first minute, so not really as much necessity to keep it unless you want to be really safe in case of an eventual gank, which provided the first game. I wouldn't have faulted Zeus if he went for that. And early game being relatively uneventful is not too surprising. There are ways for KT, most notably around that mid-jungle duo or towards the top side if Zeus does overextend, to pick up some early kills, but hasn't really been the case, and it's 6 where the KT comp goes from pretty alright to extremely strong in terms of overall pressure. And again, for T1, it's going to be a little bit later.
Yeah.
And it's going to be more about the spikes than it will be about the lows, in terms of items at least.
Yep. Level 6 has just been hit for Cuz, so that is that's a big one. Owner still a little bit behind as far as that experience is concerned, as Gumi Ishikaria will start off this Drake. Owner comes over, and they do have vision on this one, but I don't think Cuz is going to risk his life to try and go for some sort of miraculous steal. Second Drake will be that Hex Tech. We've got Cloud, Ocean, or Infernal as our souls for today. And I honestly don't need a third Cloud Soul in a row. I know, a bit crazy that I would say that, but I think I'm okay with something a bit different this time.
I'm sad we're not getting Hextech. I love Hextech.
Yeah, Hextech's fun.
Hextech Rift is by far the most fun.
Ooh, there's a dredge line. Carrier puts up the door, though. It's a pretty good answer to most things. Give him the door.
Not show him the door?
No, give him the door. He just held it up there, shaded. You know?
Oh, I mean,
would you like this?
I mean, showing is that not? Would that?
Oh, I guess he did also show them the door.
Yeah, works on 2 levels. They both work.
Mm-hmm.
I arguably the depending on who you ask, I'd assume worst or best effect of the meta being the way it is, with effectively nothing happening within the first, I'd say 15. Some say 20, some say 25 minutes of gameplay, is that there's just a lot of talking.
Yep.
Between
certainly, if there's anything you want to get off your chest, now is 100% the time. You have plenty of opportunity. No. I
didn't sleep very well. Well, mosquitoes.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it happens in so many mosquitoes. It's
we've figured out a bit of a plan. Just keep the bathroom door closed. And that's actually solved our mosquito problems. I wasn't sure where they were getting in, but since we started closing the bathroom door, they haven't got in. Very strange. Got a bit of a fight here, though. Dredgeline connects onto Faker. Charm is there as well as he Valkyries to get himself out again. There's the Cyclone doing a fair bit of work, but life is going down very low. That's going to be First Blood. Carrier even able to get himself out of there, and KT not going to be so lucky as Zeus will get out, just being a great frontline, and T1 walk away with First Blood.
Really nicely done there by T1. KT not able to pick up the Herald either, so that means that we will be getting just a free gold lead picked up here for T1, as the initial damage way too much to deal with. Life also crucially not level 6, so doesn't have his ultimate available. A lot of power not in the kit of the Nautilus there, and that leads to a situation where, again, like, this is a really nice hook from Live, but imagine if they also had the follow-up ultimate. Like, Faker doesn't get to Valkyrie, and the fight might look completely different, but instead, Life just goes down. There is so much damage available, and a lot of the damage from KT actually went into that standing door. Zeus might be in trouble.
Is going to wallop, but Cuz is over here. There's the Nimbus Strike. Crush is going to be a decent avenue out, and Owner is here. As Gumayushi going to have to cleanse, try and get out of the way of Life and aiming. But he's just 1 versus 2 down here. Owner turns up, decent stun, but the buffer of the Arctic Assault is good. Cuz in trouble though. Burns down, and Owner picks up that kill as well. Make that a double, as they'll secure it in T1. 3-0 in this game, looking so much better than the early games of both game 1 and 2.
I've seen this one before, Atlas. I mentioned it in the draft, and it's looking like it might come true here yet again. T1 going from a clunky game number 1 to a slow but steady game number 2 to, I think the term is shellacking, although it's a little premature, in game number 3.
It has to be a prior to 25-minute victory.
It's very hard right now, the current meta, but it is Zeus sidestepping that flail, then secondly keeping himself alive, a really nice hop over the wall, and then he buys time, but Cuz and Rascal really want to get that shove in, really want to get that wave reset, and it turns to absolute disaster. There is no mana available for Rascal. He even tries to help out Cuz, and it's not going to be enough. And now the gold lead getting bigger and bigger, and this is very much akin to the draft in game number 2, where if T1 were a couple of K gold behind, they're still fine.
Yeah.
But they're winning.
They are. And this time, I mean, T1 gets the 3 kills, but now they're 4,000 gold ahead, or at least 3.3, right? Last time it sat around 1,000 throughout the entirety, right? And now, Keria and Owner looking for even more. That is an odd ultimate placement as the ulti comes through from aiming. Keria having to predict the killer instinct, and now some teleports to come through from both Arya and Rascal. There's the Spirit Rush over the wall. Keria shows them the door, and the ulti comes down. Cyclone's fantastic. Keria buys some time, but he is going to still be taken down. KT keep themselves alive. T1 don't lose too much as Valkyrie over the wall there from Faker. And KT looking to try and claim themselves this Drake as a reward.
Note that the teleport was available from Zeus, but T1 opted instead to just give up Keria. Not the biggest of deals. I don't know about this one though.
Yeah, depth charge comes on in. Charm will connect very comfortably, and Owner will just donate his life over.
Yeah, don't know about that one. Very unnecessary as T1, I'd argue, got the better end of that trade. They will get a first turret blood here, and they gave up a brawl, which in the grand scheme of
Three in a
things
row!
doesn't really matter as we do hit the triple. Maybe we can do 5 or 6 in a row. You know, really bring back up that average where it's supposed to be, which is unreasonable amount of Cloud Drakes. And even with that, that's kind of how unfortunate the situation for KT is. Even with that kill being donated by Owner, it is still a favorable trade. I assume Keria tried to maybe predict the killer instinct, but aiming just waited.
Yeah.
And then he was fine. And even though it is a Braum and he is very tanky, as Owner finds a nice buffer here to make sure that he gets over the wall. And the exhaust notwithstanding, Keria against that much, I'm still going to go down as the final plasma combined with the damage from Ari is more than enough. And it's a really nice play from Life. Just Hextech over the wall as his ultimate this time around. And that is the CC chain. Ideal situation. It's a 4 3 versus 5? 4 versus 5 at best that T1 were willingly opting into. Not quite working out, but even then with the topside turret, still by far a favorable trade. And T1 looking much better in game number 3.
Precisely. Rascal, level 9 to the level 11 of Zeus. Now 1, 0, and 2 on the Gnar, heading towards his Black Cleaver very comfortably. And as you can see, it's like 2.5k gold lead for just the Gnar by himself. Make that 2.7. Just nutty. Of course, Sejuani doesn't exactly need a whole lot. Winter's Rapier onto Faker. Valkyrie on cooldown. Ulti comes through here. Let's see whether Rascal can do it. Not exactly the most damage, as now Zeus in trouble as well. Aiming. Does he have the last shot is the question. He doesn't need it. Cuz going to pick that one up as the answering kill over here. T1 will take down Miss Piggy. What? Who is going to actually retain control and collect themselves any sort of answering objective? It looks like aiming on the bottom side is thinking about bottom outer turret. And elsewhere, T1 looking for a reset.
Zeus has to be available, so should be able to make sure that we don't see that bot side turret go down. Considering the tanky front line, looks like Faker is opting into the Leandri's Corki here, which in terms of consistent damage is going to feel very, very good. Does mean you need to hit more rockets because the burst of the Leandris is often the most notable when you think about the really big Corki moments. It's the burst. But into as much health as he will be playing into, I do quite like it. And it is again Life has been very good at hitting these hooks, aiming even with the level 1 killer instinct when he's been going to fight. And then all that Zeus is able to do is buy some time and force a flash from Cuz, which you'll take as Rascal gets baited into a top side play on Faker. Sejuani very strong in the 1v1, would probably win it if he actually could stick on top, as we see Shelly not quite get the turret.
Not quite.
As, thank you Carrier, says Faker, and Rascal unfortunately goes down as a result.
Yeah, nails the ulti this time around, does Carrier, as Faker has a package, and Life is going to have it delivered. Absolutely fine.
Yeah. That turret is, I am Guma at this point, just walk up.
Yeah.
Take it down if he wants to.
He could breathe on it, and that one would crumble.
Look at it angrily.
Mm-hmm. A menacing stare.
Will be enough.
2.6k the lead here just for Zeus. Everyone on T1 heading gold as Cuz does a bit of a fake out before just stealing the blue buff. That was pretty cute. Faker's not going to have that one.
Ooh, Life.
And can Life do it again? Is the question. As Cuz gets over, there's the depth charge and there's the flash in. They do not want to leave anything up to chance, and Faker will be taken down. Life is playing his heart out. Definitely not wanting to lose this one. KT still, it's an uphill battle, and it's even harder than it looks. And right now it looks difficult as Zeus fighting against Rascal here. Aiming's going to move on up. Ulti connected as now. Can Aiming do it? Yes, he very comfortably can.
Oh, the collapse. 2-1 making their way over.
Only moving in there, but as you can see, KT aware that this could be happening. Lots of pings going down. They don't overextend.
Good read, and I'm loving what KT is doing here, which is making use of the semi-global that Kai'Sa has available, especially now with level 2 available on the Killer Instinct, and taking the wind out of the sails for T1. That in of itself isn't enough, because again, T1 is going to scale very comfortably into this game. We see that Faker is approaching his Leandris, Miyushi is going for a Lord Dominic second, and will be very strong as that finishes as well. And the Drake is still going to get over, but at the very least you prevent T1 from completely snowballing and dominating the entire map, and that's something as... yeah. This one is fortunate. Complete darkness with a Drake coming up as well, and no one close enough is not going to work out. And we saw Kwangdong and Liv Sandbox actually do something very similar with the Kai'Sa, where the Sejuani is just able to provide plasma stacks on demand with like basically every other abilities will provide you with a stack.
Pretty much.
So it actually does become really easy for Aiming to pick up kills as such, as here they go again.
Yeah, Carrier and Ona right in the area, but can Zeus survive for long enough is going to be the question, as Arya says absolutely not. It's Cuz that locks down the kill. Carrier shows them the door and they gladly take it. That is 2 swift kills this time for KT, coming back alive again. Yes, they're still behind in gold, but that number is shrinking.
Also going to be really nice because they're going to be able to pick up the turret here, and picking up that turret means that such a big amount of gold is going to go the way of KT and might be even in gold. And even though when you look at the item spikes and the overall Team 1 comp, I think they're incredibly strong, comps like the one from KT are you're only like 2 bad side lane plays or 1 big Killer Instinct away from still getting blown up in any team fight, in any late game situation. And if T1 keeps running into these situations where KT is playing super well around the complete lack of vision, and even with Carrier like flashing in trying to save Zeus, we have seen T1 do this in the past, where they think we can turn any skirmish, we can turn it around, extend a lot of resources, and then it just ends up with like 1 or 2 other people dying.
Yeah. And it's absolutely fantastic as well, because this is playing around just the inherent mobility of KT's comp, right? Because you can W over the wall as the Wukong, the follow with the Hex Flash, as well as Arya just Spirit Rushing. That Spirit Rush back off cooldown yet again. I mean, Aiming had the Killer Instinct available if he wanted to get in as well. It was just the teleport, really, as far as those very long cooldowns expended in this particular fight. So, very cool. KT utilizing their composition effectively. But is it actually going to matter? Does it really mean anything for the endings of this game? And Life is saying yes, as Faker up here towards the top side does respect, moves back towards that outer turret. Rascal here on the bottom side. I've seen this one before, Chronicler. The hop comes through. Zeus is going to flash, and KT are going to respect it. And will allow the Gnar to escape for now. Not overextending, looking for any chase as T1 want to collect themselves this one as, okay, Glacial Prison does connect onto Gumayusi, but he just cleanses it, and now Life finds the backline yet again. The Featherstorm comes down as Cuz just flashes on top of the Xayah. Gumayusi out of the fight immediately. It's the double kill. Both of the bottom lane members have been taken out. The Charm's there as well, and Arya is earning his spot here in Game 3. Faker as well taking a fair bit of damage as Zeus. Oh no, that is not the teleport you wanted as the flash over, and Aiming will say thank you very much.
And now the gold lead swung towards KT. T1 keeps giving them exactly what they want. The T1 comp is at strongest when they're with 5, when they're grouped up, when you can actually chew through the KT front line. The skirmishing that T1 is consistently opting into is so bad for them, and KT gonna be able to pick up the Baron here.
Yeah, Faker is trying to get them away from him. He's only got 1 rocket remaining though. Can he actually use it? The Frost Bomb comes down. Man, that was actually scarily close, but Cuz has the smite. He will lock this one up, so KT will get themselves the first Baron of the game. They'll also augment that with an outer turret top lane, but let's have a look at this chaotic fight yet again.
And what is happening here is, as Zeus gets punished, T1 is looking for a counterplay. But with the lack of control, with the lack of vision they have, this is extremely, extremely risky, and they get punished appropriately. You know with which great lengths KT can engage. You know what they're going to be looking for, and I can only imagine what the miscommunication is between Faker and Zeus here as he teleports in with only half a Gnar bar, gives his life as well over to KT, who now pick themselves up a gold lead, pick themselves up the Baron. And this game might be a lot tougher than we initially thought, Atlas.
Yep. This is actually back to sort of how it was at 23 minutes in Game 2. And remember, guys, T1 still won that game. So,
yeah.
T1 fans, don't get too worried just yet. However, if those types of plays continue from T1, it's going to be very difficult for them to win this game. KT really, really looking like they want to win this. Life especially, man. He's got my POG already. He's been everywhere that he needs to be so far this game on the Nautilus.
Him and how many times have we seen just him and Cuz somewhere, anywhere, in a brush together? They are a unit that is really ruining T1's good time here on Summoner Rift. And even if, which would not be surprising at all, given the drafts, T1 is able to get a victory here nonetheless. Oh, look at that bot side vision. That is wonderful. Love it from KT. Try to keep control of that. Try to keep that hold. It still says a lot about the current form of T1, and I don't think that's the end of the world, T1 not being in the greatest of form, but them multiple times in the same game, just running in one by one, opting into skirmishes that they don't really need to take, and over-pushing in a way like this is, at the very least, going to make Gen.G and Delmonkia feel a little bit better about that prospective matchup.
Yes, I think that is definitely true. However, I don't think any blame needs to be given over to T1 either. After MSI, it is...
Oh, it's 100% understandable.
It is very, very difficult.
I agree.
Recently watching Jat and Pastry Time having a conversation about it over in the LCS as well. And, you know, for our representatives that do go over to MSI, there is far less time to work on all of that synergy, work on all of those adjustments you need to make moving into the summer season.
If you could choose between T1 not getting a win streak, or breaking a win streak rather, a domestic win streak from 2015, or T1 peaking at the right moment at the end of the season when playoffs rolls around, like it's an easy choice.
Yeah,
but still
absolutely.
for KT, it will be huge.
This is looking like an easy choice for KT to look for the kill onto Carrier. It is going to be taken. Life also goes golden to try and keep himself alive. The flash comes through. He has that one prepared. And T1 lose their support. They do defend their inner turret though, and it's not really the end of the world. KT probably wanted to get a little bit more from that one.
And KT, it is a Razor's Edge, nice tanking of a Rascal, making sure that Live didn't get targeted by the turret, was able to make his way out. Because as well as KT's playing right now, we saw them again get a slightly smaller but still similarly sized lead in the previous game. And one bad engagement from them, if these bounties go over to T1, the game becomes infinitely harder again. So we are kind of very thinly walking the line here for KT. As Carrier really has just been on the receiving end of so much. Very, very nicely set up there by Aria, who is having, again, regardless of outcome, such a
This is a
market
redeeming game.
improvement.
This is
It
a
really
redeeming
is.
game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Great series.
It really is.
Different from what was expected. I'm loving it.
And I'm really glad that we see this form for KT as well, because their debut game this season was very disappointing. After I especially was hearing so much about, you know, how KT have improved when it comes to scrims, things like this. And to finally see some of that improvement actually represented in Lolpark as Rascal comes on in, finds the ulti bit at Zeus. And he's pretty tanky, going to be all right. But KT not exactly having to commit too much when it comes to these engages. Just a few ultis, and that one will be back up very, very quickly on Rascal's side. So no harm, no foul, really.
Question now becomes, can KT pick off someone in the side lane again, or start a fight as they have the last couple of times around when the Baron rolls around? Because how the Drakes have been distributed thus far, Elder is so far off the board, and while it's nice if you get a Cloud Soul for KT, it also isn't the biggest deal, all things considered. You really are looking for a game ender, because I do think that it's still, if you can avoid it at all costs, try to make sure that T1 doesn't hit the late game. It's like the free item spike that's now being hit by Faker, that is approaching for Gumayushi. That one is maybe somewhat manageable. If like more and more items comes through, your item needs mean less and less, and it becomes all about execution and managing your nerves. That's why I can see KT still falter. So closing earlier is better, and with the lack of topside vision that they have in the jungle right now, I'd like to see them move up there, make sure that T1 is either forced to face check or forced to try and get control by shoving in the side lane. Then a single move from Rascal, from Cuz, from Aria can enable aiming to pick up a kill. That you turn into a Baron, and that you can hopefully for KT turn into a push on the base.
Yep. So much vision here for KT on the top side. You can see they definitely want to start off this Baron if they can find an opportunity. Rascal, see Carrier moving towards the brush, but not going to pick up any sort of attempted engage. Faker just throwing through the poke. Decent little sidesteps here from Rascal as he throws out the ult. Bit of an answer there, but the package is used to get out of the way, and you'll take that trade if you're KT. The package, we even remember from the last game, that was the deciding moment, was utilizing that. So this might give KT an avenue on this Baron.
Oh, I love this. Love this. Zeus, though, might have to teleport. I don't know if they can actually get this Drake. The damage is high.
Yep, Chan is going to connect there onto Carrier. He absorbs the Orb of Deception, though, as now KT will back away. They're not wanting to 50-50 this one. Zeus will comfortably take this Drake. Not going to take the bait or anything like that. Not pulling the trigger on the teleport. Now moving back down towards this bottom side. Faker a little bit further away as in goes aiming. Looks for the Killer Instinct. The door is such high value as Ona slinking around the side. Carrier is going to have to go back. Doesn't have Unsealed Spellbook, so can't teleport back in here, so they will be a man down.
I think they can get it.
Yeah, these rockets are very scary. Carrier even coming on in as Aria finds the angle, looks for the Brawn. The Glacial Prison's in as well as T1. They will, oh, they'll steal the Baron! Ona does it again. He suffers his life, but he's able to deny the Baron. It's like every single Baron just belongs to T1. They miss out on the first one this game, but they'll even it up.
I don't think KT had to do that. I think with the state of T1 as they were right there, they had so many ways to pull the trigger, right? If you just take down Owner, if you guarantee that he's actually down, Oh, if Aiming joins that fight, if Cuz is able to join that fight, if they're actually able to take Owner down before he jumps over the pit, then you might be fine, but it's just not timed perfectly, right? The charm combined with the ultimate from Rascal is just a split second too early. That's not on them, that's just because of how it all plays out. But if KT was able to maybe keep Baron a little bit healthier while still applying pressure towards that side, it could have been a lot better, but this time it's a steal. Last time it was just T1 randomly getting a Baron, but it keeps them in the game for a much longer time. It allows them to actually hit, and now Guma sitting on Infinity Edge. Now Faker might hit another item spike. Carrier, what?
Yeah, he's just diving on forward. Cuz does have the Cyclone. His decoy does a fair bit of work, but life is just dead. The Cyclone, the next activation was fantastic at interrupting Zeus as he crushed his way forward. Charm will connect onto the Gnar, but he's able to ignore it. Spirit Rush is going to avoid the Gnar though, and he's not going to cop that house to the head. As Killer Instinct, Zeus! Oh my goodness, Carrier defends him with the door. This time though, it's not suicide for Amy. You guys remember that last telecom war that was heartbreaking for KT fans. Rascal did take an inhibitor turret on the top side of the map though, while everything was happening.
And that's something. Good defensive vision for T1, so they don't have to be too worried about a sudden move from Rascal making his way over, as he will just be making his way back to the his own half of the map. I don't think they had, that was just like they might have suspected, but that was just Carrier flashing, as far as I can know, blindly to Winter Spike, which says it, that does make sense with how T1 have been playing. Now Carrier has been playing in particular, and it works out. KT is the one that sets up the trap, but it's T1 that actually trap Life and Cuz right there. But where I think expecting a little bit more trepidation, still KT has the gold lead, has an 18 stacks Magi's on Arya, has a couple of really big bounties, and single missteps from T1 can still lead to, now that the highway to their base is open on the top side lane, an immediate game ends if they overstep. So no more of those shenanigans. The next time that someone on T1 dies for no reason and someone else follows afterwards, that might be the end of the game.
Yeah, Faker once again picking up the GA. It's going to be item number 4, making sure that if this dive does come through, they'll need to kill Faker twice. They want to make sure that they take away that poke potential and all of that damage from the Corki. 4 items is a big deal for the mid laner of T1. Now, set up for this Drake, clearing out those wards, but information given over to KT. Rocket connects onto Aiming. Leandri's burn is pretty decent right now. Cuz steals away that blue buff. Has not too much of a response there from KT, just wanders on in. Kind of like it. Rascal, Arctic Assault over that wall. T1 bearing down on KT right now. 45 seconds on the soul point for T1. Utilize all of that extra movement speed, get that kite going. Aiming will go back. We'll see whether that is going to be Lord Dominic's completed, and it is, and he has a stopwatch. This is a big spike for the Kai'Sa.
Anyone who disrespects Aiming will get one tapped. Faker, most notably, has to be really careful, even with the GA. The rest of the fight, the state of the rest of the fight is really important to see what actually ends up happening. Poke coming through, Cuz will get spotted there. Zeus needs to be very, very mindful of any hard engage.
Package complete, or picked up for Faker. Throwing phosphorus bombs and rockets over this wall. Engaging onto Faker is a mistake that they've made before, but they are going to do it again. He's going to package his way out, goes into the GA. The Drake is secured by Cuz, but can they win the fight? Aiming says yes as he takes down Carrier. Decent stopwatch from Cuz there as well, but Aiming has been taken down. Faker is so low, but Arya will be able to lock down that kill, and now Gumayushi is trying to stay alive against this Ahri. It's not going to be enough though from the KT mid laner, and Rascal and Cuz will try to escape. They got the Drake though. It's pretty even as Owner will come on over. He's looking to try and turn it around, but it's not going to work for Cuz, and Owner will be able to lock that one up.
And that's huge, because that means that they can keep charging down the mid lane, at the very least get an inhibitor. I think ending is very ambitious, but we've seen T1 try it before.
Yeah, they do have a fair bit of damage. It's hard for Rascal to close the gap, but he does have Glacial Prison available yet again.
They got to back
and
off.
there's a minion wave.
Yeah, they got to back off.
Okay, the ulti comes in just to slow down these minions, and KT will buy another shot at it. It's 1,000 gold, the difference between these two teams. Both teams now on Soul Point. Let's see this one more time.
Rascal beautifully, that ward really big there. And this time around, that Valkyrie or the package drop from Faker, not necessarily as big an impact. Watch how long life keeps Owner busy here. And if it wasn't for aiming going down there and Guma stalling for as long as he did, with Zeus also playing bodyguard to make sure that Guma didn't get blown up by Arya, it might have been a very, very different fight. But in the end, it's T1 that takes it. The inhib goes down, and now they just go for the Baron as they always do.
Yeah, Voidseeker connects onto Faker, but he's just going to be aiming, watching the Baron go down. T1 very comfortably picked that one up. Now they're 3,000 gold in the lead. Gold largely irrelevant at 35 minutes in, but T1 have so much control of this map. Now they have that Baron buff. They have these super minions bearing down on the mid lane. And they also have this composition we've been talking about all game long with the Corki and with so many options in the later stages of the game. KT are still defending. They still have a great comp for starting these fights.
Yeah, it's still not over. T1 have to be very careful how they navigate. Zeus!
Yeah, depth charge comes on in. And he is going to move on out of the way, but Aiming has found him. He thinks this is his opportunity as Zeus flashes to get over the wall. The Voidseeker is going to miss him. The flash in and the Q will land. Turret falls down on the top side of the map, but that is so much space built for KT because 4 versus 5, even with Baron, you're not going to be able to push.
And the way that KT's has been able to play around Aiming, his killer instincts has been amazing every single time. Cousin Life, again, start up the play, and that ward right there in the brush, coming up huge, making sure that Aiming can actually get over to Zeus, doesn't hit the Seeker, and then it's like, okay, well, I will invest my flash, that's no problem. Stifles the push from T1. That means that this game, this Nailbiter, still ongoing.
My goodness. 3.5k is all that's in it.
Oh, double GA might be up. I think the GA of Faker is just going to still be on cooldown when this Cloud Drake spawns, but if T1 can slow down, double GA is so obnoxious to deal with. And it means that KTs need to have a really, really decisive victory in terms of initial fight. And honestly, based on how they have been able to pick off members around the map every single time, wouldn't surprise me if they're able to do it.
Yeah, Gumiushi also with full build on this Xayah. The crit Xayah is something that I've missed. Not gonna lie, it does a lot of damage consistently in this later stage of the game. If you're in range of her, and Gumiushi demonstrating, taking down that inner turret very, very quickly. KT falling a little bit further behind. As this Drake gonna be spawning in a minute's time. And like you were talking about, that GA, I think it will be back up again for Faker, as Owner has even got one. So there's just GAs everywhere.
Yeah, triple GA.
Yeah.
That's... Depending on who you ask, you know, triple stopwatch would be better. I know Brendan Feldes has a strong opinion regarding this, but even he...
Remember, the spirit of a stopwatch is inside that GA.
It is, it is. And T1, they're just walking up. Walking up into this jungle. The dive from KT needs to be immaculate. They need to actually get on top of Faker, get on top of Guma, and then kill them twice. While Zeus exists, while Owner exists. This is the point where dive becomes so much harder to properly execute, but KT have shown they've been able to do that before, and the slower the better, as the final Elemental Drake makes its way onto the Rift.
Yeah, Rascal off to the side. We'll just dive into this pit and they'll just burst this down. That is very comfortably taken. KT now thinking about just getting out of here. Rascal waiting for the Arctic Assault, and he will be able to utilize it to get over that wall. Carrier finds one. It's Arya who has to use the Spirit Rush to get himself out. Faker now has the package. as they engage onto Owner. There's the package delivery into the backline. Aiming just explodes. He's taking so much damage down to his GA. Faker down to his as well, but the Nara into the backline is absolutely massive. Life goes golden, but Aiming is dead. Cuz wants to find Faker, and he will do so, but Gumayushi is still up. He has so much damage. Aria, can you do it? Is the question. The Void Seeker from Owner comes in, and Zeus has decided that this game is over. Ulti goes wide there from the Sejuani, and the solo lanes from KT need to do so much work here to keep this game alive. Trolled a little bit by this inhibitor, and the minion wave is not there. You can see Rascal.
He's gonna get it.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on here. Yep, the teleport towards that top lane as well. Can they get this inhibitor? I think they can. What the heck is going on, Chronicle? I'm so confused. Zeus is chasing down Rascal. He does connect that boomerang. The Arctic Assault's gonna need to be good as Zeus moves towards that top side. And will just walks past him.
He doesn't know.
He makes it
TP!
out. Yeah, teleport. And Rascal will escape. Oh, the Nara into the wall, though. And Rascal is well and truly dead. It's going to take a little bit of time because he's pretty tanky, but he is very much going to be taken down. And as the dust settles, both teams get an inhib as... they're delaying the backs. Stagger the backs. Bit of an Overwatch term there for everyone, as we're just looking to stagger this for as long as possible.
This is really good.
Yeah. Oh, it's very sad. They will eventually take him down. All right, so that will keep him on cooldown for as long as possible. That is a minute without their frontline big tank. And that buys so much space for this Baron. It's going to be up in 35 seconds time.
That just probably got them a free Baron.
Yeah, 100%. Although I think they probably would have got it anyway, but still.
Well, yeah.
It only means they get it
pretty
more.
likely.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Keeping him alive for long enough. Doesn't have teleport available. 16 seconds on the objective, and as I say that, it looks like C1's like, no, we're not going to take that risk. It's understandable if you do get caught trying to set that up and you lose. Again, highway to the base is open. You can just run towards the top side. KT, though, finding a play like that in a moment like that, that is a sign of growth for this team. Because the KT in spring, they would have lost the game right there. That would have been the end of it. They wouldn't have gotten the inhib. That teleport from Aria working out so well.
Yeah, Aria's actually really stepped up this series.
Yeah.
Just shows he is a confidence player. It's something we've been talking about a lot. His life possibly caught out of position. Has to use everything just to escape, but he does so.
Cloud.
And yeah, Cloud Drake, just the most powerful soul in the history of souls ever. Aiming also doing a large chunk of damage, as you can see. Doesn't have to invest too much either. KT, well and truly still in it, but the Baron is still up. And T1, certainly the team with the most control of the area. Zona will be heading over there now. Running out of slots for control wards, as there are 4 in the inventory of KT, and only a couple done for T1, as it's only carrier with Rune. So, oh, woe is me, as we move towards the later stages of the game.
See as well how different the Corki is, right? Because that was a direct hit to Aria, who effectively has no MR. And it was like, what, a quarter of his health?
Yeah, not quite as much as the big old Ludens.
Yeah, it's not only the Ludens, it's also the durability patch working in a way that we like. Because I'm happy that Corki needs to hit a little bit more rockets.
Yep.
Now T1, setting up again. And KT, I'm loving it. Stick together. Look for a stray. Guma.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of stray Guma, that was very, very close.
Yeah.
The anchor has been working out because I'm pretty sure I've seen those ones hit. But it was a little bit slim this time. Aiming tidies up that last super creep and will slink off into the fog of war once again. KT thinking about just starting this Baron. Void Seeker not going to find too much.
Oh, look at Life. He's on owner duty.
Yeah, looking for the side, as it is Owner that is going to find him here. Rascal just trying to be a big body in the front line. That's a great orb of deception across the Everfrost. from Aria on the side. He's doing a great job getting them out of here. KT still on this Baron though. Owner over the wall. We've seen this movie so many times. He dives into the pit. Can he secure it? No, it's Cuz that locks down the Baron. But can they actually win the fight? Aria on the flank is doing so much work. And he dives into the backline. Looks for Faker, but it does not work. The GA is going to reign supreme. Double kill for Gumeyushi. And Owner gets over. Looks for life here. Heartbreaks in, and it is Heartbreak for the KT fans. It's a quadra kill with just one going over to Owner for Gumeyushi. And T1 will solidify the victory against KT and keep their domestic win streak alive.
Man, KT made them work for it. But what a series here. And even with this game going over to T1, this is a series that I think, especially if KT can maintain this level of performance, we are going to talk about a lot, because that final fight, had those GAs not been there, had T1 made one or two extra mistakes in the mid game, could have been a completely different game. And
yeah,
wow, very tense series here. What a telecom war.
Yeah,
incredible.
This is a great one. There's been some surprise great telecom wars in the past, and this one I think took most of us by surprise. So many were expecting T1 to just roll over this team, especially after KT struggled so much in their first match of summer. But against Gen.G and T1, it's tough opposition, and to bring T1 to 3 games, I think that there is definitely some hope for this KT team. Aria as well had a great showing in especially games 1 and 3, but honestly throughout this whole series.
Agreed.
Demonstrating that he is deserving of that spot. I think so many of us were calling for Vikla to be subbed back in after that first performance against Chovy and Gen.G. This time around, I think Aria's looking like he's deserving of a few more tries.
I'd have a hard time arguing to at the very least, Aria needs to get more chances, get more opportunity with this team. And I'd argue everyone on KT just playing very well. Life and Cuz continuously looking for the plays. But in the end, the consistency of T1 in team fights, Gumeyushi's steel nerves on that Xayah later on, and Owner's overall team fighting prowess proved to be too much for the KT team. But man, I really didn't, especially after the first game, I didn't expect it to go all the way to a, what was it, 45-minute game.
It was a barn burner. It was a barn burner, and honestly, it felt like either team could win throughout so much of the mid to late game in game number 3. In the end, it was the clutch factor of Team 1. This is what they have made their names about for this entire year. 2022 here in the LCK has been about, against all odds, T1 win every series. And that's precisely what's been happening.
And for KT, very similar to what we have seen Liv Sandbox do in their first match, and hopefully what they'll try to do in their match later tonight against Damwon Kia is the drafts were cohesive. There was a clear plan every single time. In game 1, it netted them to victory, and in game number 2 and 3, at the very least, it made it close. I hope that they stick with this. I hope that they try and further develop themselves within this specific style, but unfortunately, when it comes to pure team fighting, T1 is arguably still the very best team that we have within the LCK. The way that they won against Nongshim, very reminiscent of the way that we see them win here, which is not necessarily just about the macro, it's just about how they play out these key moments in team fights, how they maximize damage and really utilize, as funny as it sounds, like their GAs as offensive cooldowns, right? The way that you see Faker go in here, knowing that if I do all the damage that I can possibly do in that window, the rest of my team will clean up.
Yep, and also Gumeyushi is right there in order to collect that victory as we have a listen to T1 in the final fight of the game. Yeah, they were calling for aiming before he'd even kill him.
Yeah. Sweaty game.
Yeah.
힘들다가. 왜 이렇게 이게 힘들냐.
일단 끝내봐 슈퍼미니언 일.
끝났어.
Zeus is the most emotional
존나 emoji.
after these games. We've seen it so often in so many of these
나올 것 같아.
player cams.
Why is it so hard to win? Apparently.
Is the
Oh.
meta winning is difficult? It's one of the questions. Oh man. Arya doing a whole bunch of damage on that Ari, really trying his very hardest, but in the end was not enough. The hiccup in the gold graph. Certainly KT trying to fight back there, but wasn't enough in the end. And T1 were able to take the victory, but man, what a telecom war.
Loved it. The fact that KT could even still threaten successful drives that far into the game when there were 3 GAs on the enemy team
Yeah.
was a really good sign for them. And it has made me personally much more excited about KT. For T1, they get the win. The way in which they get it, I think, as you pointed out earlier, we should collectively go a little easy on the T1 for the first couple of weeks. If they still do this in round 2, that's when we bring out the heavy hitters. But wow, what I kind of out of words. That was awesome.
Well, we don't need too many more words, and please stop saying the one that starts with E when you're talking about KT. Let's throw it over to the pool party gentlemen on the carpet space to break down the T1 victory.
Thank you, Casterman, for the great job you did today on that series. Was a pretty big banger. Actually went the distance here in game number 3 especially. And it all kind of starts with the draft, but I think this one was the game that mattered the least, I think, about the draft because of the way it just played out so back and forth.
I also think both drafts are very balanced here, in fact. You know, this is the kind of the big dichotomies we're seeing. There was the weapon triangle that Chronicler mentioned yesterday, but this is kind of the yin and the yang of how drafts are looking right now. You have a little bit of late game scaling on the aggressive side, we're more aggressive. Whereas on T1, you have a little bit of aggression potentially. You have nice setup for fights, but you're more slow, you're more measured, you're more poke-oriented. And both do collide in such a fashion that the team who has an advantage usually controls the entire map. And T1 started off that way. But as we get into our first highlight, we're going to show you where things start to go wrong. Because it's a very long game. It's 45 minutes, and we kind of skip the first parts of things and jump into, this is the last of several picks that KT set up where they punish T1's overextension, because T1 is trying to control vision, right? They're trying to clear these deep wards around red buff. Very reminiscent of game 2. Remember when in game 2 KT made the exact same mistake on red side? This time it's T1 who go too far forward. And what happens at the very end of this is, of course, the unusual teleport there from Zeus, which are going to kind of cut off there. Another shaky game from him on the top side. He gets punished, and KT suddenly back in the driver's seat from this point on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the guys on the desk were kind of talking about, like, after game number 2, T1 were not happy. They were super stressed out. They were like, oh man, we just barely won that game. Like, we are squeaking by. And even after that game, you know, they are under so much stress, and they were just kind of getting beat here in the mid game, and you can see it here on the gold graph.
So notice the gold graph around the 17-minute mark. Right before that, it's peaked for T1. They repeatedly push side lanes too deep. It's Zeus who gets caught, Faker getting caught, and a few picks actually start to eat away at that gold graph until finally KT take back control of the map, get some subsequent team fights, and actually take a gold lead. Almost looks like a sail, actually, that is pushed out through this gold graph here. And then we're going to go into, obviously, our second and third highlights where we see how things get back into T1's favor. But things looked unwinnable for KT until that overextension.
Yeah.
There are some extremely great team fights, though, on both sides here. Arya got so many stacks in his Majias. He does way more damage than any Ahri is supposed to do. This game out-damages a Corki by 4,000.
Yeah.
That's just a great team fight here on Baron for KT.
And Faker was doing a lot of damage, right? Like, so that's even more important. So I think big shout out to Arya. We were all like, oh man, why is Vic not playing? You know, I think he's their best bet, especially after spring. But this guy is coming, especially in this series, I think, and overperformed and given us a new look at him. So very excited to see what he can continue to do on this KT roster, and excited to see KT kind of playing out these fights, not making as many mistakes they made in spring. Obviously, some of the edges are still a bit rough, even like going for that Baron in that case and getting it stolen. They did at least pick up some of the kills, but it didn't necessarily have to be that way, as we are going to jump into highlight number 3 and talk about the next Baron.
So notice Faker in this fight is dove upon here. He's able to survive. Look at the angle that Arya is trying to take. Faker pushes him away, aiming sees an opportunity back here. But once again, GA is available. T1 had double GA for this fight, so you pick either carry, and neither of them are going to really die long term. T1 have more sustained long-term damage against a Kai'Sa that has more burst. She uses her ultimate, and T1 are able to win the fight and finish the game.
That is exactly what happened. And guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up for game number 3. It was Gumayusi on this Xayah. I feel like he was the cleanest member on the side of T1. I think him and Faker were fantastically clean in this game, at least, and he got the job done.
And Faker got punished in sides a few times, but I think the cool part about Guma's play here is he pushed the envelope in terms of his positioning several times, but because he's Xayah, because he has GA in this last fight, again, whether you kill Faker or not, doesn't matter. He does so much damage. And he picked this into the Kai'Sa, right? Like, he picked this knowing the Kai'Sa was the best opportunity for follow-up dive in this draft, so T1 preemptively knew this is somewhat of a soft counter. He can escape with his ultimate, gets GA later, super mobile. I knew it was going to be a split vote. I went for Guma myself, but a lot of choices you could have gone here. Pretty much, unless it was Zeus, you know, you had a good opportunity. Also, Keria didn't have his best game either.
Zeus has got to go home and get a nice rest, because that was very stressful and kind of tilted game 3 for him for sure. Not his best performance, but everybody else kind of split across the board there. Big focus on Gumayusi. Keria got 0 votes, which I was kind of surprised by.
Really?
I thought his Braum was really fantastic.
He had some good moments.
He had really good moments of just like getting in the right position, blocking a lot of plays, and you know, kind of being that defensive Braum. Obviously not the highlight position, so it is what it is. And T1 do get the win. They squeak by. There are a lot of teams, you know, even Dom1 in the past, after they come back from MSI, they had lost series like this. T1 at least are able to squeak by and get the win. So now they can take the long weekends, kind of recuperate, not have to think about League of Legends at least for a little bit, and then come back next week, hopefully refresh.
We'll be jumping in an interview with the POGs very soon. Very competitive series. 2 back-to-back telecom wars that were super close, just like the last one we had in round 2 in spring season. It's good to see that it's getting a lot more competitive between these two after so many years of just T1 dominated wars.
Yeah, and as you were talking about during the game, it does feel like this meta is actually creating a lot of really fun back and forth games, right? We had that crazy one with T1 against Nongshim. Obviously, it's not super clean, but I feel like as well, all the durability is making these fights not easy. They're not like cut and dry. You can't just kill one guy and then go, right? It's making these team fights really, really interesting. So
a lot more dynamic for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we do have the interviews ready to go though, so let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeus and Gumayusi from T1 after taking down KT Roaster. You guys now on a 22-match win streak here in the LCK. How do you feel? Well, first off, even though we won today, you know, it was not a clean win, so I think we really have to work harder. What about you, Guma? Someone told you to beware of the Summer KT Roaster, but you managed to take a win against him. How do you feel? It was definitely so difficult, you know. We are not playing to make winning streak records, you know. We are here to win championships. So I think we really have to improve ourselves in order to win the title. How was playing against KT Roaster in summer? Yeah, definitely the round 2 is going to be even tougher. However, T1 managed to get a victory after a very close series. And even though you guys did lose that game number 1, we had a lot of unconventional picks from T1. Camille for Keria, Kasadin, Diana. Tell us about the draft. Well, I mean, we were trying to go for a dive comp with Kalista and Camille together. However, I think the opponent said a stronger comp, so we, lost the game. And then, yeah, we were able to witness that T1 is trying to change the drafting style heading into game number 2. So tell us about your strategy for the rest of the series. After playing the first game, I kind of figured that, you know, GP will be way better than NAR. However, the opponents were bullying your GP on the top lane. You were 0-4 in the earlier phase of the game. How did you feel back then? I mean, the first stats was okay, but after getting multiple like ganks, you know, I got a little bit emotional, you know. It was definitely unhappy. But still, I was able to kind of come back after winning some team fights. Indeed. Yeah, the team fight around the red buff was so on point, landing some AoE damage behind the wall. So how did you find that perfect position? All 5 of the KT players were invading our red buff. So if they keep pushing, I was trying to, you know, we were trying to kind of attack their overextension, and because they were kind of diving too much, too deep. And GP, I think the opponents were kind of disrespecting GP, to be honest. Moving on. So, Gumayusi, how was Zeus doing early on in that game? Well, me? Well, when I got onto the rift, I don't really pay attention to other laners dying. So he did die many times, but I was just telling him it's alright, it's not a problem. And I did believe that it's not gonna matter anyways. Did that help, Zeus? I was fighting against myself in that game to cover the top lane. And we had a phenomenal comeback after some multiple teamfight victory. However, KT Roaster was really fast with the objective controls. So how did T1 kind of see the entire situation? First off, Life's airy J4 was so hurtful. It was so painful. It kind of reminded me of the old memories, and also because he just loves Drake, so I didn't expect him to get every single Drake early on, but still, we were not too worried about the objective controls. However, T1 in game number 3 was able to kind of turn the tide after stealing the Baron. What was the focal point in that game? You even sold your boots. As an AD carry player, 100% crit is really important, but with that GA, I wasn't able to hit 100%. So, and also, Gale Force kind of guarantee you a certain amount of mobility, so I wanted to sell my boot in order to get more crit. Then when was the turning point for T1 to secure that crazy game of game number 3? Well, actually, after we almost aced the opponents, we thought we won the game, but we actually couldn't end the game, so I was a little bit flustered. And then Kaisa was really aggressive during team fights later on. But our damage carriers were also able to kind of punish her overextension, so I thought we were able to kind of close out the game. And next week, you'll go against Live Sandbox and Daman Kia. I think both of them are really strong, so I think we really have to work hard. But still, what really matters is about us playing well on stage. We're going to focus on our own performance in that week number 3 schedule. So I think we have to play well in the upcoming matches, and also those two teams are really strong, so we should really work hard for the prep. And Zeus, today, Untara and Khan is here watching you guys supporting T1. Untara especially is going to enlist to the Korean army tomorrow. They left the stadium. But anyways, hope you guys can send him a farewell message over to Untara. I had no idea that they were coming, and then Rascal actually, right before the beginning of the game number 1, he told us Khan is behind you guys. He's sitting out in the crowd, so I was really surprised, and also especially Untara. He has been making a lot of compliments about me, so it's a bummer that I will not be able to, see him for a while. But time flies, Take care. I'm not sure whether they can kind of make them feel happy, but still, that's a good message over to the former T1 top laners. What about you, Guma? Any message over to Khan or Untara? First off, Untara. Yeah, we've been hanging out, but I could tell that his eyes were so empty as his farewell day was coming. But I hope you can take care well in the Korean army, and also not only Untara but also to our fans. It was a very dicey series, but I'm so relieved that we got the victory in the end. And also, T1, we in the end always managed to overcome all the hardships. So please keep supporting us, and we will always work hard to become perfect. This will be the end of the interview from the T1 players. Back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. A very lengthy interview after that awesome series with those two guys there. We are going to take a look at the standings now and see where are we at. T1 2-0, but one game behind Genji and Dirax.
KT with a rocky start, but that performance against T1 does give some hope, and their opening matches were against two of the big three, right? So Genji and T1, both, of course, at the top of the standings, so definitely could bounce back. Striving for perfection is what Guma said in that interview. I think T1 are the furthest they've been from it in a long time, but it's going to be a long summer season, so there's a lot of time to improve and get that synergy back.
Absolutely, anybody could take it at the end, so T1s are going to try to hold on to their throne. We do have a second matchup tonight. It will be Damwon Kia up against Liv Sandbox. Liv Sandbox looking pretty strong in their first match, so we'll see how they do match up against Damwon in this next one. We'll be about a half-hour break, and we will be back with that second match. Don't go anywhere.
어디 보고 인사하면 돼요? 보통 정해주잖아요. 하나씩 다. 안녕하세요, 안녕하세요. 뭐야? 여기 있는?
오늘 행복한데
네.
또 누구 오는지 알고 계세요?
얼핏 들었던 걸로는 헬리오스, 샤이형, 그리고 이제 막 전역한 빠른별?
얼핏 들은 게 아니라 말씀해드렸는데 왜 여기
아니 연기하라는 듯이 말했잖아요. 아니 진짜 열받네. 아니 아까 연기하라는 듯이
헬리오스님도 같이 하기로 했는데 평소 두 분 사이가 어떠신지?
만나면 반가운데 안 본다고 또 너무 슬프지는 않은.
아니 근데 듣기로는 크게 싸운 적이 있다고.
헬리오스랑
이게 아직 불편할 것 같다는 생각이 들어가지고.
그런 게 있었나? 헬리오스랑은 예전에 개인 방송에서 저 뒷담 까다가 걸린 적은 있는데 바로 쌍욕 박았죠.
오 쓰레기. 쓰레기 와서.
아니 너무 어색한 거 아니야 굉장히 이거?
아 근데 봤어요 또 한 달 전인가?
한 달 전? 한 달 전에 우리가 봤다고?
결승 거기서 봤잖아.
그게 한 달밖에 안 됐다고?
한 달 더 됐나?
더 됐어.
바빠가지고.
오랜만이지. 이 정도면 한 2달? 3달?
또 다르잖아. 알지?
눈을 못 마주 지금.
근데 저 어색한 거 맞아요. 저희 어색한 거 맞아요. 저희 따로 사적으로 연락 안 하고 굉장히 비즈니스적인 사이거든요.
아 저 좋아요. 좋아하는 친구 중 한 명이에요.
그렇게 좋아하는데 왜 뒤에서 욕했어요?
아 그게 근데 그때는 얘가 개념이 없었어요.
뭘 내가 개념이 없어.
너 그때 쓰레기였어.
내가 쓰레기였다?
너가 쓰레기였어 그때는.
아니 시청자들은 상황을 모르니까
네.
요약 좀 해주세요.
저는 해설할 때가 좀 힘들었어요. 해설할 때가 얘가 막 저한테 독서를 해가지고 그때 마상을 입어가지고 그때 좀
아실진 모르겠지만 이제 스포티비에서 롤 해설을 저희 둘이 이제 첫 해설을 맡았었거든요. 세상에 있는 욕을 다 먹었다고 봐도 될 정도로 저도 솔직히 쓰레기였어요. 시읒 발음이 안 돼가지고 딸당면이 이런 거 나오고.
하지만 내가 헬리오스보단 낫다?
아니 그거는 아니고 그거는 그때 당시에는 게임 지식적으로는 제가 이제 그때는 이제 프로를 같이 하고 있었다 보니까 이제 그때는 지식적으로는 제가 좀 더 세다고 제가 맞다고 생각을 했었나 봐. 그러니까 그냥 해설할 때 핀트가 안 맞으면 그냥 그 자리에서 바로 뭐라고 했던 기억이. 동생아, 만지지 마.
아니 만질 수 있지. 아니야. 좋지.
차이님도 같이 하게 됐는데
네.
차이님과는 어떠세요 관계가?
굉장히 돈독한 사이인데 사실 선수 때는 그 정도는 아니었어요. 워낙에 샤이 형이 성적 욕심을 내고 싶으니까 이제 동진아 엘리베이터 와라 해가지고 가가지고 찍어 누른 거죠. 막 이거 연습 많이 해야 된다 뭐 해야 된다 했는데
그래도 제일 형이신데
네.
듬직한 편인지.
듬직하죠. 상맨이 형이 동아리 입대 할래? 라고 얘기했을 때 저는 답변을 1분 안에 했어요. 바로 만약에 솔직히 캡틴 잭이 얘기했다? 그러면 형우야 하루만 고민을 해볼게. 한 이틀만 고민을 해볼게.
근데 동진아 미안한데 너한텐 제안도 안 해.
제안도 안 해? 쓰레기네. 그 정도로 신용하고 있다. 맏형으로서 믿고 있다. 형이 형다워야 믿는 거죠. 아니,
형다운 맞네.
나 쓰레기 된 거 아니지?
헬리오스님이
네.
많이 혼났었다고 엘베로 끌려가지고.
그때 사실상 동료기보다는 부하였죠. 네. 지금은 그렇진 않지만 그때 당시 탑정글의 이제 그 관계는 백정과 이제
맞아요. 저 와드싹이었어요.
이제 진짜 궁금해서 그런데 그렇게 혼낼 때는 어떤 식으로 혼내요?
이거 얘기해도 되나?
뭔데?
형 이거 방방바 알지? 방방바.
알지?
와가지고 이제 방에서 이거 진짜 얘기한다?
진짜 얘기해.
빨리 해봐.
그냥 나는 클템 형처럼 못할 것 같다. 나는 꼰대기 때문에.
잠깐만요. 뭘 꼰대기 때문이야.
아니 샤이 형 그렇게 권위를
아니. 나는 내 스스로 꼰대라고 말을 안 하는데.
근데 상맨이 형이 되게 리더인 게 그렇게 막 쓴소리하고 챙길 땐 챙겨요. 그러니까 말로만 하는 게 아니라.
그쵸. 그러니까 동진이가 백만일다 했겠지.
충성한 거지 내가. 내가 머리 박 박은 거지.
빠른별님도 같이 하는데 최근에 전역했잖아요. 연애 갔는지.
그거 왜 가요?
연애요?
네.
저희는 서로 안 가는 스타일.
근데 코로나 때문에 또 못 갔죠. 코로나 때문에. 근데 아니었어도 안 갔다. 왜 하는 거야? 야 세르게이.
야, 군인이 머리 그렇게 길어도 돼?
뭐야 이분? 아니 얼마 전에 전역하셨어요.
아니 머리가 이렇게 길어. 아니 전역한 지 얼마나 안 된 애가 군생활 한 거 맞지?
얼마나 편했으면
아니 근데
아니 괜찮은데.
꿀빨기 나쁜 거야? 꿀 빨았어 안 빨았어? 다 빨았을 거 아니야, 그치?
빨긴 빨았지.
그러니까 맞는 말인데.
너 빠는 거 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
나 진짜 한 100 정도의 꿀이 있으면 난 한 50밖에 못 빨았어.
거짓말 치지 마. 네 맨날 롤 들어와가지고 게임하고 있고.
부대 시설이 좋았어.
와 이거 봐.
제가 듣기로는 빠른 별님이 군대 계실 때
네.
헬리오스님을 되게 한심하게 생각하셨다는 그 소문이 있어요.
왜 뭐가?
아 그때는 한심하게 생각했던 것 같은데 아 동진이가 난 뭐 하는지 잘 몰랐어.
나도 너 뭐 하는지 잘 몰랐어.
연락을 했어야 되는데 연락이 안 되니까.
뭔 소리야? 내가 연락했는데 무슨 연락이 안 돼? 내가 맨날 카톡하지 무슨 네가 카톡하냐?
리나 근데 그게 맞아. 보통 동진이가 먼저 연락들을 다 하긴 해.
아니 우리 옷도 같이 공유하던 사이인데.
아 맞아.
맞네.
너무 지옥 같다.
네가 있겠다 그런 거야. 네가 빤스까지 공유하려고.
네가 빌려갔잖아.
뭘 내가 빤스를 빌려가?
내가 난 누구 빤스 안 빌려 이거. 네가 빌려갔어
선수
그때.
때 네가 막 동진아 우리 빤스도 빌려 입어도 되냐?
동진. 되잖아.
뭘 알아 이 새끼야.
여러분들 이제 너무 친해지신 것 같으니까 여러분들 의상을
내 이름
이름 있네.
혹시 이거 다 끝나면 제가 가져가도 되나요?
카메라 좀 꺼주세요.
마이크도 꺼주세요.
민석이도 괜찮은데?
뭔가 좀 덩치도 있어 보이고 뭔가 권위 있어.
핏이 다르지 핏이.
좀 다른데?
이 의사복 이렇게 입으셨는데 의사들 보면은 보통 서열이 있잖아요.
여기서조차도 이제
서열을 또 롤에서는 또 그림티 아니겠습니까?
여기 롤 별로 안 하시는 분 계시지 않나 한 분?
근데 보시죠. 나 누구보다 높을 것 같아.
잠깐. 알 것 같아.
우리 일단 등쟁이 먼저 볼까?
아 저부터 본다고요?
나이어슬 등진 친구라. 네.
안금적서. 아니
변절자.
형 되게 잘 어울린다. 여기서 보면 진짜 의사 같아. 와가지고 상담받아야 될 것 같아.
그러면은 전적 보고서는 한번 검진 내려가요.
저 아이디가 그 캡틴 잭이라고 쓰거든요.
캡틴 잭. 요거 맞나요?
네 맞습니다.
요건가요?
에 요거.
지금 현재는 다야 3
8점. 8점 43판하고
40게임밖에 안 했어요?
저희 판스로 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 판스로?
공부를 안 하시는데 이거 토크 되시겠어요?
군대 가서 많이 했다고.
이거 아이템 이거 뭡니까 이거?
뭐야?
그러니까 올리다가 AD가 너무 많아서 AP를 가져야겠다.
근데 서포트 아니에요? 근데 재화도 2개 샀어요.
그러게.
뭐 근데 좀 그만 보면 안 돼요? 왜 이렇게 많이 보세요?
현재 뭐 다야 3 8점에 위치하고 있긴 하지만 살짝 거품기가 있다.
너무 정확해요. 거품이 있다.
그러면 뭐 제 거 이제 그만 보시고 이게 얼마나 대단하신 티어를 가지고 있는지 한번 다른 사람들 거 보자고요.
그다음 제 거 보죠 그럼.
오케이.
오, 자신감.
래핏.
아니 다이아몬드 이긴데?
다야 1에서 강등당하면 다야 2 75점인데 25점인 거 보면은 기억이 날 수밖에 없지 않나?
잘못된 거 아니에요? 전적 갱신 다시 눌러보죠.
방금 누른 거야.
이거 벨베스는 어땠어?
아니
좋아 보이진 않던데?
아니 템트리를 이따구로 가니까 좋아 보이지가 않겠지.
아니 당신 롤 알아요?
롤 안 하잖아요.
벨베스 리뷰 한 사람이에요. 어떻게 아니 크리티컬 띄우려고 이 틈 갔어? 이거 지금 이렇게 가놓고 지금 이게 이해도가 있다고 말할 수 있나?
크나켄의 모란을 가야지요. 상태가 별로 안 좋은 것 같아요. 본인이 이제 강등 당한 기억도 없고. 뭐 이 정도면 뭐 다야 1, 2, 다야 1, 2로
그래도 좀 치는 사람이다. 야.
장관인단.
오.
이야. 승률 77%. 63%.
최근 전적 75. 최신 메타에도 트렌디하고.
뭐 판수도 뭐 우리 넷 중에선 가장 많고.
깔거리를 찾고 싶은데 깔거리가 없다.
너 잘 빠는구나.
자 그러면 이제 마지막
끝내죠? 네. 그만 보죠 저희.
아니 뭐야?
김포 좀 그래.
아니. 아이씨.
냄새 한번 해봐.
냄새나 그냥 꺼.
전작 한번 볼까요? 솔로레이크 눌러보고.
킨드레드, 케인.
오, 근데
킨드.
쉬다가
그러면 대체 이걸 이기 전엔 티어가 어디로 나가?
지면 20점, 이기면 14점인데 어떻게 올려?
라이엇이 딱 이렇게 판단한 거 아닐까? 넌 올라가면 안 된다.
야, 한 달 뒤에 보자. 한 달 뒤에. 이거 다시 한 번 하죠, 한 달 뒤에.
아니 근데 저는 점프가 플래티넘이다? 이건 좀 아니라고 생각합니다. 이건 좀 아니라고 생각합니다.
아유, 7연승인가 했어요, 마지막에. 7연승. 멱살 캐리 했단 말이에요.
우리도 뭐 아래 티어 가면 할 수 있어요.
그래서 지금 이렇게 사연이 정리됐습니다.
네, 사원증을.
근데 이거 티어 올라가면 바꿔주나요?
매주 한번 싹
매주. 매주.
헬로 강영우.
뭐라고?
헬로. 계획 같은 건가?
야, 이거는
이거는 계급으로 따지면 훈련병.
이거 무슨
아이
본인은 읽어야지.
아 이거 중계 일부러 안 올리는 거야 이거.
방송을 위해서?
진짜 너는 대성공할 사람이다. 방송을 위해서.
한 명씩 자기소개 한번 해주세요.
안녕하세요. 혓바닥 토스의 교수 샤이 박상면이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
교수님.
안녕하세요. 혓바닥 터스의 곧 교수가 될 마르셀 정민성입니다. 그다음 내가 제일 근접해.
매우 좋다.
아 근데 미안한데 그 벽이 있어 근데.
네, 혓바닥토스의 펠로우 캡틴 잭입니다. 그 판수만 올리면 가능성이 무한히 열려있는 미래가 아주 창창한.
교수님 이제 사원증 좀 보여드리면서.
저 사원이 아닌데요? 저는 안녕하세요 여러분. 혓바 닥터스의 인턴. 네, 일어나서 인사해야 좋지. 인턴이죠.
오, 자세가.
인턴. 네, 자리주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 열심히 하겠습니다.
그래, 앞으로도 좀 열심히 하고.
네, 열심히 하겠습니다.
LCK 팬들의 궁금증을 친절하게 답해줄 수 있는 것이 없는 것 같은데 궁금한 게 있거나 다뤘으면 하는 주제들이 있으면 언제든지 댓글을 달아주세요. 저 박 교수와 제 밑에 있는 아이들이 함께 집도해보도록 하겠습니다.
아, 점수 올려야겠다.
매력을 찾아봐.
다른 자존심이 강해.
오빠 닥터스 외친 다음에 넬레네로 하면서.
좋다.
닥터스.
그거 괜찮은데?
닥터스하고 넬름넬름까지 한번. 혓바
닥터스.
time to lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for the final match of the week. It's in fact Damonkia taking on Liv Sandbox. Both of these teams coming off victories, one more surprising than the other. It's very, very exciting.
Up to me. Pah, Liv Sandbox win?
No, I was surprised Damwon could take
Ah.
it. You know, they're trying to get used to their new roster and all that sort of stuff.
This new guy showed up. But the real new guy is Prince, of course.
Well, this is what makes it so interesting, right? It's the battle of the returning players, right? Prince leaving after 2021, just spending some time off. Noguri as well coming back to Korea after 2021, taking some time off himself. Both of them back here and are clashing here today. Let's have a look at points of the match for this one. And this is, of course, the big highlight, which is Noguri and Prince, both of them returning. I love the picture of Prince with, on a very hot day, his hair running amok entirely. I love it, the mad scientist look.
And Prince has been absolutely pivotal, as mentioned here. Explosive play for Liv Sandbox, in large part due to the consistency that he provided to the roster. Kroko, closer, and Cal still as aggressive as ever. As Damonkia, they got their wins, and it was a relatively comfortable win, but it wasn't necessarily overpowering or super convincing. And I think that's what a lot of Damonkia fans are going to be looking towards tonight.
Yeah, and Liv Sandbox's, their romance continues, which is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love the romanticness of Liv Sandbox. But will they get their first win against Damwon in 2 years? They're on a 10-match winning streak against Liv Sandbox, have not lost with them against them since 2020 spring. It's crazy. And this is a big question on a lot of our minds, which is whether or not Noguri will play some carries. He has been on a few of them in solo queue, but his win rate on Sejuani is pretty high at the moment, which is a little bit of a worry.
And you see that smile is Dove realizing that he's about to get carried as he finished his anathemas in the game.
Yeah.
And Prince is like he like taps his like Prince's free kills like yeah, I'm feeling good.
You ping the Thorn Mail when you go back and buy it as your third item before a mythic. Oh,
And I kind of love that. For Dove to not be bound to specifically champions like the Tryndamere that he has so much success on, even things like Jace, is going to be very good for the Sandbox.
It's going to be very interesting. Let's hear from these players before they head in to the final match of the week.
담원은 너구리 선수가 들어왔잖아요. 한번 이번에 제가 맞붙어 보게 되는데 어떤 감정? 네, 기대감 정도는 있는 것 같아요.
지금 그래서 보부 선수도 탑에서 이제 거의 정착을 하신 것 같고 되게 적응 많이 하신 것 같고 상체 파괴력은 충분히 스프링보다 더 많이 강해진 것 같다 이런 생각이 많이 들더라고요.
쉬었다 왔으니까 저보다 못해야 정상 아닙니까? 저는 그래도 한 번 했는데 경력 차이로 밟아놓겠습니다.
경력은 그래도 제가 높지 않나요? 제가 탑에도 좀 많이 섰던 것 같은데 네온만 너구리 보여드릴 수 있으면은 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
비둘기 vs 너구리 충분히 가능성 있다 생각합니다.
너구리 거의 최악체 아니에요? 너구리 전투력이 좀 약할 것 같은데? 너구리는 도망은 잘 가니까 네, 안 되나 싶으면 도망가야죠 뭐.
그래도 바텀은 라인전은 저희가 좀 더 우세할 거로 예상합니다.
예전에 제가 대길이를 좀 팼거든요. 그때 기억이 대길이한테 아직 남아있지 않을까.
올해 맞춘 저희가 확실히 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보이지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
창현이가 대회장에서 긴장을 되게 많이 해가지고 근데 이번에도 덜덜 떨면서 하지 않을까요?
알아서 하겠죠. 바텀 뭐 알아서 할 거예요. 잘.
뭔가 서로 닉네임이 바뀌었어야 됐을 것 같은데 일단 채환이는 왕자는 아닌 것 같고 채환이 머리가 좀 커가지고 뭔가 장군감이고 네, 대길이가 좀 더 왕자가 어울리는 것 같은데
장군이랑 왕자는 비교가 안 되는 거 알죠?
채환아 방송 잘 챙겨봤다. 복귀했으니까 이제 좀 맞아야지.
(2대 0으로) 이길 것 같습니다. 두 번째 경기니까 좀 랜드박스 경기한 거 그냥 잘 보고 대회장 가면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
담원전은 2대 1로 하겠습니다. 물론 이기는 거예요.
이제 상체가 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 거기 시작이 항상 정글이나 미드 이쪽에서 많이 열리는 것 같기 때문에 그래서 전령 이런 거나 이런 생각할 때 절대 실수하면 안 될 것 같고 게임하면 좀 재밌는 게임이 나오지 않을까.
뭔가 전체적인 라인이 경쟁할 만하다고는 생각해서 저희가 좀 더 노력해서 이길 수도 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 있습니다.
제가 최대한 잘해가지고 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 이번 시즌에도 캐니언 많이 기대해주세요. 화이팅!
이길 생각 화이팅! 나도 화이팅! 도구 화이팅!
Absolutely adorable. I loved the raccoons running away type situation that Nuguri was putting on for us. And speaking of which, let's welcome Damwon Kia to the stage for their second match of the week. Of course, the second time that we're going to see the returning Nuguri, and we'll see whether he is going to be playing some more exciting champions. Sejuani, nah, not into it. Personally, I want Gangplank Kale. Just give me both of those and I'll be happy.
I gotta get back to the nonsensical nature of that interview because it was like it was Dove last time he was a giraffe and now he's like, oh, I have more experience, right? Like
Yeah, now he's
it's
a
not
bird.
fair. It's not fair if he's better. Someone help me. As a Liv Sandbox fan of long time, I have been burned before by this team, and I'm not.
You have to keep emotions aside, Chronicler. That's
really
what you have to do.
And especially against Damwon Kia, because Damwon Kia, they might not have been the most convincing, but they got that 2-0, and a win in the end. A lot of our teams in summer might need some time to ramp up, and especially if you have a big roster swap, even though Nuguri, Canyon, and Showmaker have played together for such a long time, is always going to take a little bit of time.
No, it absolutely will. This team is really looking like they are so much better. With Prince back down towards that bottom side of the map, they don't need that adjustment period so much because so many of these players have played alongside Prince in the past. His first time with KL, but that looked like it wasn't even an issue for the bottom lane of Liv Sandbox. They're looking real good. Dove just happily building whatever items he can get his hands on just to get through the games. And do you know what? It resulted in a 2-0, so how do you fault them?
You can't. Liv Sandbox is an amazing team to love because they play the way only Liv Sandbox does, which is with relentless aggression, regardless of whether it makes sense or not. Croco, if he didn't catch it, there were 4 enemies, he was alone, and he walked in, didn't steal a blue buff, and walked out, while the rest of the team was not even remotely close. And that really says everything that you need to know about this team. They will drop dive. While that might make them predictable, we have seen teams in the LCK have somewhat of a reluctance to actually punishing that preemptively. And I'll be looking tonight if Damwon does that.
This is actually really interesting. Having a look at these stats, both of these players are so extraordinarily close as far as damage for their team. Of course, Canyon playing that Lilia game and doing so much work on that champion, but the same can be said for what Croco's Vi was able to do.
Oh, yeah.
It was absolutely absurd against Kwangdong Freaks. If you haven't actually watched that game, that last moment with his Assault and Battery, it was exactly that. Like, he might have to go to prison for that particular ability and what happened when he used it. It was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, you can see damage per minute, damage percent, first and second for both of these players, both of them equal with their kill participation at 14 minutes being 100%. Both of these teams playing around their junglers so much, and the names Canyon and Croco, obviously they are what these teams are built around.
And it's going to create a really interesting question as we go into the night, because even though it is unlikely, and I'm not believing just yet, it would not be impossible for Liv Sandbox to try and play through Croco as they've done in the past. Showmaker hasn't really had peak summer Showmaker form yet. I hopefully at some point he does, because from that point onward I think it gets a lot harder to play. Right now though, Closer looked really good in the match that they play, and Fade would, I'd say, be the strongest part of Kwangdong.
Absolutely.
And he had a much better showing than he did in spring. If you can neutralize Canyon, this team generally kind of falls apart. And I know Croco's going to try. I don't know if he'll succeed, but he's definitely going to try. And a mid-jungle 2v2 is one I'm going to be extremely highly focused on in the draft. That, to me, is the main priority, even though that might come at the cost of an interesting matchup in topside.
Yeah, we'll see whether that topside matchup is something that we're going to be able to think about. Of course, if it is going to be something like the Wukong first pick and then the blind pick Na, then I'm hoping the response is the Gangplank and we just get that. I mean, honestly, praying for a Gangplank is sort of bottom of the barrel as far as exciting picks are concerned, but I think that that's all we can really hope for this one. But let's see, Noguri might have something else planned. He's playing a little bit of Cannon in solo queue and things like this, but it's not necessarily netting him too many victories. So as long as it's not Sejuani, I'll be happy. Damwon Kia, though, have elected to hop onto the blue side, and we'll see what their bans are going to be as we hop into the draft here. For game number 1 of our final series of the night. Ari taking away 100% of Close's champion pool, eliminated in one fell swoop.
Good call. You can adapt in terms of the draft that you provide for your opponent. I personally expect champions like Seraphine, like Swain, like Brom, like Renata to be super high prior whenever you're playing against Liv Sandbox, because as I've mentioned countless times, and
well, there's the Renata.
Yeah, not surprising. And I have mentioned it's actually,
well,
I'm saying that, and they banned it themselves.
They banned it themselves. So yeah.
So that is more of a tier pick where they really rate the Renata's ability to facilitate a lot of different lanes, while simultaneously making it really hard for you to draft a dive comp. Maybe Damwon wants to go into at least a moderately aggressive direction themselves, and even front-to-back team fighting can be made very hard by the hostile takeover. As expecting a Lucian ban to close it out here, which would leave a relatively high number of interesting picks. We can get the Ezreal versus Kai'Sa trade that we have seen many a time. We can see priority on Gangplank, maybe on Na, as the expected ban of the Lucian does come through.
Yeah, Viego also still available, has been certainly one of the top 2 jungle picks.
Yeah.
This point in time. Canyon, of course, very happy to pick that one up, but we'll see whether it is actually going to be first pickable, as there are a lot of options, and Twisted Fate has been banned against Showmaker in the past. Of course, he's got a skin for this champion, but to be first pick priority, it is very interesting here, as Liv Sandbox, certainly a bunch of options now, but this is throwing the gauntlet early, and I imagine something like a Camille could come through for Noguri, and this is one of the most classic Damwon compositions of old.
Silas is definitely in Closer's wheelhouse, and I could see that come out. The interesting thing about Twisted Fate is that he strays away from both picks like the Ahri, which have been very dive-oriented, or a hybrid between dive and pick, and picks like the Azir, which provide an incredible amount of consistent team fights, damage, by opting into a more map-based style. And a lot of teams have been moving away from that. Note, we also have seen Zero Rise. Of course, Rise was kind of gutted, so it makes a lot of sense. But
yeah.
Outside of that, the Galio also very low priority within the LCK. In general, skirmish and more tempo-oriented comps, like often you'll get with a TF, have been low priority. It is, however, comfort for Damwon if you pick up a self-sufficient bot lane to go with it, and then have a strong top side. It will be really easy for you to play around basically the entire map. And yeah, the Sylas, as mentioned, I'm normally not the biggest fan of the quote-unquote counter matchup, because we've seen it be kind of okay. But it's not one that you get super excited about.
Just do it, don't be scared.
That we do get excited about. But Closer is a very big Sylas player, so that at least is nice. Just do it.
Just do it.
Get the first strike ready.
Oh, okay, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Double global.
Yep.
Why not?
I'm down. So it is going to be Noguri's Gangplank. He has been playing a lot of fleet footwork on his Kayle, so don't worry. It's not going to be the first strike Kayle that we're missing out on, which I would have absolutely loved. Liv Sandbox, let's see how they round out this end of the draft. Of course, something like a
yes,
Nautilus could be picked up, but that's a Sejuani for Dove. Oh yeah, there we go.
Don't play the
this
game.
Is the classic Dove strategy. Build as many armor items as you can and hold on. Hope you hit them prisons.
Hey, the amount of AP damage from Damwon if they don't pick up an AP jungler is going to be lacking. It's just a TF. So Frozen Heart going to get a ton of value. No junglers picked up yet. Could pinch that pool. Same goes for supports. That is the direction that Sandbox is going in. And with what Damwon have drafted does for, I wouldn't mind a Nocturne ban, honestly.
Yeah.
The downside of a lot of the other global champions that you might want to combine with this Damwon Kia comp is that they also provide utility to Sylas. So giving a Paranoia to Sylas, for example, is also not something that ideally you're going to be looking towards. But wouldn't be the first time that Damwon kind of ignores whatever aside from hopefully Alistair, picking champions like that into Sylas just to bolster their own team composition.
What I want from Damwon is another Lilia from Canyon. Because
I want Udyr.
I mean, Udyr would be great.
I want
You know,
Udyr.
get that Phoenix magic damage? Heck yeah.
Yeah.
But
Get a-
also,
get a
Lilia,
Dark Seal?
if you land a bowling ball, then instantly whoever that is dies.
Yeah.
Because they fall asleep and then Twisted Fate's there.
Yeah.
It's actually really, it sounds gross to me. But
I like it.
We'll see whether it actually happens, as we haven't seen it demonstrated before. Trundle going to be banned away from Canyon here, and Vi taken away from Croco. I like that respect.
Same. Because when you look at the Damwon comp, their 1-3-1 and their kite back is something that might be hard to deal with. So the Vi ban from Sandbox makes a lot of sense, because Vi has been not only a champ that they used and that is regarded as a strong jungler at the moment, but also extremely good at actually getting onto enemy backlines. Even Ezreal has a problem with it often, if you can get relatively close. And the Trundle ban is the same in that it not only is good if you pick up a Viego that just makes it through the draft, and Croco is going to go for Lee instead, which is really interesting. But it also, like, if you have to get through both an Ezreal and a Gangplank with barrels and a Trundle, it becomes really hard to play the classic Live Sandbox style. So that ban makes a lot of sense. That is a classic Canyon pick. Definitely a different angle, though.
Yeah, and it is definitely a lot of physical damage if this is going to be opted in for. Okay, we're looking at Kellen's Rakan. No, okay, so the Graves will be locked in. They are committing to it. Kellen, where are you going to go? See, well, I mean, there are certainly some caster options that he could go for, but they haven't seen, pardon me, they haven't seen the entirety of the bottom lane for Live Sandbox yet. So this one will have to be blind. Could just be Tahm Kench, theoretically. But where Kellen goes is up to him. 4 seconds to go. And it is just going to be Rakan. Add to those engage options. And Ezreal Rakan has been something that has worked out in the past before. Plus, you need setup for Graves. Certainly not a lot of setup on the top side of the map, but gold cards are there in mid. And then if you have the Grand Entrance, then that will certainly work out. This is a very Live Sandbox choice for the bottom lane. And we're going to go for even more engage options with the Rel alongside the Kalista. And this is something that we've seen work very, very well. Of course, it was DRX that piloted this exact combo to a victory earlier on in the week. See whether Live Sandbox can do the same thing.
It's a melee comp versus a kiteback comp. Not necessarily poke if you look at how the Damwon comp plays. It's more about the 1-3-1 setup into trying to either pressure a side lane with your TF and your Gangplank and then utilizing your globals. Whereas that 3-man unit of Graves, Ezreal and Rakan is extremely slippery, really hard to really get on top of. And to try and get through that, Live Sandbox have drafted a comp that says, no, we're going to try harder. Like, we're really going to try, because between Sejuani, possible stolen ultimates from Closer, and a Fates called up Kael, there's plenty of tools for Live Sandbox. This is exactly the style that we expected from them. Even for Damwon, I'd argue that it's very much in line with what they have been very successful with in the past. Main question,
very cute.
It is, yeah. Main question for them is whether it fits in the meta. As is it time for defense signs again?
I mean, it's yeah. This is what we do. Is we have a little bit of time in.
Wow,
it is yeah. Swap bug purgatory, as that is very, very cute. My
It has
goodness.
it all.
Very, very cute. Man, that
such a good.
That's
drawing.
an amazing drawing of Nogri. Thankfully, that is actually stuck on instead of something that you just like drew today, which would have been absurd.
Yeah,
too much talent, couldn't actually handle it. As I have an emote pack that looks very similar to that.
Oh yeah. Jason educated us. I know that emote now. It is very cute.
Yep, I can confirm as well that we are no longer in any lobby. So we are just going to be sorting out the swap bug, because that's where we live these days. And a bit of Tibbers. Well, it's Annie, but Annie in the Tibbers skin. A little bit confusing. Hard to know which one is which.
If I understood correct, I mean, I saw Showmaker, so I assume that she wants Showmaker to play Annie, which...
I mean, I think all of us want everyone to play Annie.
Yeah.
That's it's just the way of things. I spent a long time alongside alongside LS.
Forbes, the most romantic team in the world, Live Sandbox, was what that fan sign said.
Yeah, I think Forbes did actually write an article about Live Sandbox being extraordinarily romantic.
Called the greatest romantic since Shakespeare.
Absolutely. Croco, by the way, can actually fit the entirety of Darmonkia's team within his gaping maw, as you can see there.
He's munching.
Yeah, that's science right there. What the heck?
Oh,
It's
that's
so
way too cute.
cute.
Look at the little teeth they gave Birdo and Nuggery.
Yeah, and these are all like little cacao characters, like
oh man,
very, very cute. If you were in Korea, you would have understood.
Aww. It's what, a 6 sign Live Sandbox?
Yeah.
Oh,
got a Soraka on that side?
Yeah.
The one holding the last, he never actually saw them before, but he's joining the fan sign party. So they're not actually mates, he just joined in.
He's like, yeah, I'm
Very
down.
cute.
I'm down, why not?
Apparently I got the emotes wrong, by the way.
Oh.
It wasn't actually like the Kakao emote. It is on Kakao, you can use them on Kakao. Which is a messaging service here in Korea.
Very popular.
It's Pereira or something like that, different name. But look, I'm not exactly the authority on it, as that's really cute. Simba, Noguri.
It's a really good Nuggery drawing. Really like that one.
Yeah.
It's great. I don't know why he's so tiny.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know how you can like so instantly recognize that it's Noguri as well. Like,
Yeah,
you don't
really
need
well
his
done.
name to be there.
I think it's the facial, they really nailed the facial face and the eyes and the placement of the mouth.
Ah, yes, the facial face.
The facial structure. We've been at Lore Park for a while.
Hey, that's a fan sign that's got me on it. Isn't that exciting?
Max.
Hey. I'm on a lot of things though, like Pepsi sometimes, all sorts of stuff. If you want to see your name written on things, just choose the name Max, and you're absolutely fine. It's also a beer here in Korea, and so it's outside of every pub. It's just my name. It's like all of the pubs are calling my name.
Anyone please play a Mumo? I love you, Cloud Templar.
I like how it's like, please, Croco, play a movement. So it's a crocodile just completely covered in bandages, and the same for a polar bear. That is so cute. Why is the love heart vomiting?
It's like a rainbow vomit because it has so much love.
Aha! Newt, Pingu. Nice.
What?
We're really, I'm running low. I'm not gonna lie.
We recorded Pox Day today.
We did.
So that's where things like facial face and name your kid Max come from.
Yeah.
You know, hot topics like that.
We've been here for what, 11 hours?
Yeah. Great success.
Indeed.
Love swap bugs. They're my favorite thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Big fan. Some top gap going on up here. Don't know who was gapping who at that point in time. Some more newts, I think.
Why is there so many newts? I don't get it.
There's a lot of very cute signs today.
Wow.
Wow. That is an amazing raccoon. Although if it was a real raccoon, according to Noguri, they would be running in the opposite direction.
It will be running. Yeah.
That's how that goes.
They never struck me as fearful creatures.
No.
I feel like they'd be very...
I've never really had many encounters with raccoons.
I don't think I have.
Because we only have strange animals in Australia, so I saw like my first squirrel the other day and I freaked out.
What would be the Australian equivalent to a raccoon? Like, is it just...
Possum.
I guess it's a possum.
It's a brush-tailed possum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would they...
The squirrel would be a ring-tailed possum.
Okay.
They're the smaller ones. Brush-tail's like huge.
What about kangaroo?
A kangaroo is just a kangaroo. I mean, is a kangaroo really that similar to anything else ever?
Well, I don't mean in stature. I mean, relatively, what it means if a kangaroo just walks into your backyard.
Oh, it's like a deer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, to be like a deer.
I can see that.
I imagine.
Are there no deer in Australia?
I mean, there are, but they're not
They're not deer.
Australian.
Yeah,
we've
that's
got like venison farms, but we don't have that many wild deer or anything like
fair
that.
enough. Calfan, great. I love it. I'm on board.
Yep. The draft, I can confirm, exists again. Whether we're getting into the game or not.
Yeah, we don't know.
That's it's neither here nor there. I'd like to talk about Australian animals more, though. That's definitely fun. Instead of us pretending that we know how to translate these fan
We got
signs.
Ji-sun in our ear. She's doing her best.
Cutie?
Kenyon always wearing the same t-shirt. Cutie.
But shouldn't he always wear the
think
same
it's just his
shirt? Because it's his jersey? I don't know, man.
I'm running on fumes here, Max.
Oh, God.
Hey!
All right,
We
what
made it!
what champions were they playing again? All right, yeah, Rakan Ezreal, Twisted Fate Gangplank, and the Graves. So we've got the most standard Damwon Kia top side of the map with a pretty standard Doctarm and Kellen for the bottom side. Nice.
It is nice. It's a comp that does things. It globals, free globals. That's a lot. And jokes aside, it's a really strong composition that can sideline very effectively, has a very mobile 3-man unit while still applying pressure through the TF. And the Gangplank scales well, although the execution threshold becomes a lot higher for particularly TF later in the game. And Liv Sandbox have drafted a Liv Sandbox composite melee. You gotta skirmish, you gotta fight 2v2s, 3v3s, anything you can find, as long as you are in your opponent's face.
You need to be doing fighting all the time if you can. And that is precisely what Liv Sandbox have been designed from the ground up to do. So let's hop in to game number 1 of our final series of the week. I had a little giggle because I heard like there was one very, very excited fan that just kept yelling even after it had finished. Really to show that they absolutely love Damwon Kia. Certainly Damwon winning out in the fan cheer for this game.
Yeah.
We'll see whether the romance of Liv Sandbox will infect the crowd after game 1.
Pleasantly surprised with how even it was. I was expecting a maybe 70-30. It was more of a 65-35. It was all right.
I think Liv Sandbox has certainly picked up some fans.
They are the team to have very dedicated. I'd imagine if you were in the olden days a KT fan, now you'd be a Liv Sandbox fan.
Or still a KT fan. I think it's about the same.
Well,
experience.
the ones that are left are never, they're
Yeah.
never leaving the org. No.
Yeah.
You're stuck.
Well, Liv Sandbox here towards the bottom side. See how the Callista goes against this Ezreal. Canyon probably going to have an absolutely wonderful time, but I think the Graves is going to have his work cut out for him because Croco, of course, has his own setup after he hits level 6, can really affect these lanes. Plus, the amount of help he's going to get from his laners is going to be very, very high. Of course, Sejuani needs no introduction when it comes to CC. Closer will have the chains that can help set up. So I think Croco is going to have a lot of agency when it comes to getting ganks to work. However, Canyon will be able to counter jungle so effectively, just mow through the jungle wherever he would like, and will be able to just be a nuisance for Croco as this game goes.
Okay, might be going for a specific timing here. Has went from red Raptors, then is now 2 camping his blue and his Grump, so that will allow him to hit level 3 the fastest. As we do see pings going down, I don't think Liv Sandbox has a complete idea of where he is, and interestingly enough, I was looking to see if he would go into a different direction. As I say that, I didn't go Bubloff, so I guess he's just going for a full clear? Not. I thought he picked up the buff as well, so that will actually mean that he's relatively slow, especially having skipped his Krugs. With Croco on the bot side, however, if he does want to go for a play on Dove, who is already fairly low and is currently holding on to no defensive summoners, has the Ignite, of course, there might be an opportunity there.
Well, see what he does. We did just have a bit of a gander at the mid lane matchup, 11-2 in favor of Twisted Fate. So Silas, not exactly the counter matchup that we may describe it as, because often Twisted Fate is in a pretty good position in the meta Things have changed just a little bit, so it might be the closer has a bit more of a chance at this current point in time. However, it certainly looks pretty good for Twisted Fate. Also, Showmaker has only lost twice on the champion in the LCK. So I'm very good about that. As Croco does land the Q, gets a ward across, and Canyon will spot it out. As Showmaker might just get solo killed here. Closer not going to push the envelope and will hold on to his flash.
A lot of strain from Closer there. Trading flash to flash, I honestly wouldn't hate, provided that he and Croco can hit 6 first, because it's a guaranteed kill. But it's still going to set Showmaker back a fair amount. I think he is staying now, and then is going to try to get back to the lane after he shoves it out. And overall, that's type of laning advantages can really help Live Sandbox. Getting 6 early and being able to make a play on the map first against the Twisted Fate composition is super, super big, because we all know how important those initial destinies are. Once you are on the back foot, it becomes a lot harder to play out, as Nuguri has been able to play very aggressively on this top side due to them being aware of where Croco was rather at any given point in time, as Showmaker showing off his own signature there.
Exactly. It's great that he's using his own skins. It's always a little bit of a shame because Faker doesn't use skins at all. He's got quite a few of them.
He does.
After an array of victories. And so it's nice that Showmaker does actually get to show us his. It's Nogri here towards the top side in a bit of a commando on this gangplank. Is it Recon? Is that the skill line, or is it? Because it's not one of the commandos. Is it?
It might be. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not a gangplank skin connoisseur necessarily.
I just like spooky gangplank. I'm a bit old school though.
I really like the new one. Like the spooky,
and the pool party one's great.
Yeah, the spooky Pyre one I really like.
Oh,
yeah. Great.
Well, Live Sandbox is going to start off this Drake. Hextech doing a bit of damage here to Croco as Kellen and Dr. are going to move on in. Tails down relatively low, but they will be able to just secure this. Someone just going to have to watch. Next Drake going to be an Ocean, as now Croco was thinking about moving on down, but not going to be able to find too much. And Canyon will be here. Just gentleman's agreement. Both teams are back to laning.
Keeping it safe is the best, although Closer has stolen the Destiny, so we'll be able to match Showmaker, provided that he is in the general vicinity. Canyon still hanging around.
Oh, Grand Entrance going to miss. And Kyle, that is a very valuable retreating footstep that he just took there. Canyon's just going to move back down to his Krugs, take that one away, keep going. So Showmaker having to avoid some chains does so quite nicely in that instance. Still looking a little bit dicey here in this lane.
Twisted Fate, of course, has been hit many a time, and it is a champion that, for many other teams, has just completely fallen out of the meta in favor of much more reliable picks. But it is pure comfort for Showmaker, so it's no surprise, as top lane still gets 0 attention effectively, so we are just treated to a Nuguri versus Stuff 1v1, where not a whole lot happens, as in a minute, Drake is spawning, so this is where we start to see the setup. Kyle looks to be making his way onto the map, might look for a mid-play together with Closer, and this is where the Sandbox comp ideally would get a pick. I say that as Closer is definitely not going to be able to match the Destiny now anymore, but Showmaker might need to back here. We see Canyon also currently backing, is going for Gore Drinker, which I actually think is really good into the Live Sandbox comp. It is a lot less damage that you're going to have, but you have so much AP damage, or AD damage rather anyway, that the survivability that you're going to get from it should be very valuable for good Damokia jungler.
It's like Graves soaring off the end of his shotgun, you know? It's a sawn off shotgun Graves type's tactic.
Yeah.
You
know they're coming into you anyway.
Yeah, love it. Big fan. It's not right here, just holding onto this minion wave. And Dove does get it shoved into the turret. And Nogri misses a couple of CS. That's neither here nor there. You were talking about the Herald timing. That one comes up here right now. And immediately, Croco is going to start that one up. As you can see, Rel makes her way across the mid lane. And they're going to have inside track. has been started, and there is, of course, a Destiny available from Showmaker, so they can get full vision as to what's happening here. But right now, looks like Damonkia has no interest in contesting, and so they will just continue hanging out in their lanes. Noguri going to go for a back. Canyon going to take his blue buff. Croco is now in there and is going to secure it, so got a little bit scary for a second there, but Canyon not quick drawing forward or flashing or anything. And they will be able to grab the first Herald. So first Herald, first Drake going over to Live Sandbox. Good news for them so far.
Regardless of the Herald already being picked up, Damonkia has a 700 gold advantage just from the call, Gangplank's passive, TF's passive, and first strike.
Yeah, this is the investment banking.
It is. It really is. And that in of itself also should tell you that Damonkia, they can afford to give up these Heralds. It is not necessarily a insufferable blow for them, but ideally with this comp, you at the very least start to contest the next Drake, or as they were actually trying to do, catch Live Sandbox in rotations. Prince took very safe pathing throughout most of that, while also making sure that he doesn't actually show up on vision and is relatively close to Cal for the first part of the Rift Herald movement. So because of that, Damonkia didn't really see an opening unless Showmaker wanted to try and jump on Prince 1v1, but that's not a fight you're necessarily going to win, especially with Prince having the cleanse. So it's an opportunity for Live Sandbox with this Herald to maybe set up a dive on any lane, combined with Closer, who just needs to get out of that lane, which that's easier said than done, and then try to make an impact in any of the other ones as...
Yeah, this is a lot of attention as the chains will connect, but in immediately goes Kyle. And kickback onto Canyon. He's out of the fight now, but can they actually find it? Gold card connects onto the Rel, who's now trying to walk their way out. The flash forward from Canyon, another flash, and Showmaker will pick up first blood. Live Sandbox lose their Silas, but that is about it.
Very confident skirmishing there, coming through from Damonkia, picking up the first blood. And now going to get a fair amount of damage towards this mid side. And crucially there, Kyle getting interrupted mid crash down. Really nicely done. Kellen, really good timing. And Closer, I think, maybe either the hijack timing out or not finding the opportunity to get use or any value out of that as he used it before the attempted play is set up by Croco and Kyle. And that's going to be the Dragon for Damonkia, exactly what the comp has ordered.
Absolutely. Feeling pretty good about that one. Noguri as well assisting with his cannon barrage in that last fight, as well as we check it out one more time.
And due to the gold card, Closer actually stuck there for a little bit longer than he might like. Immediate snap second cannon barrage as well. So the amount of damage that's already on Live Sandbox is very high. Closer tries to use the Kingslayer in an attempt to maybe get something out of it, but it will not be enough. And Canyon now, thanks to that, going to be able to finish Score Drinker. Showmaker already has the Everfrost available, and Dogdom is going for the Essence Reaver build, which I quite like. What I'm wondering about is if he's going to pick up any AP items. I don't think he needs to, with Dove being the only tank and Dove not being a problem until later in the game. He can kind of put it off, but Ezra is one of the champions that uses things like Zhonya extremely well, and given the lack of AP damage that this composition has, personally wouldn't mind it. It's probably just going to be Mythicless, and then at some point he will sell the Essence Reaver, and we will still see no Prowler's Claw, no AP items, to the dismay of.
Yeah, I get very sad about it personally, as Noguri is going to avoid that Winter's Wrath quite nicely as we have a look here towards the top side. That Essence Reaver that you were talking about has just been completed here by Dogdom, who is down about a wave of CS, as Prince is going to make his way back to this lane a little bit earlier. Only a camp advantage here for Canyon. Oftentimes you'll see Canyon's Graves extraordinarily far ahead when it comes to farm, but Croco has been able to stay within touching distance throughout the majority of this game. And especially for a Lee Sin that doesn't necessarily farm as fast, feels pretty good.
Meanwhile on top lane, I really like Jonas from hands over for a little bit. It shows, yeah, no, there's still nothing going on, guys. Don't worry.
Hey, we do have an Infernal
missing
Soul.
out. The bot side of the map is great. A lot of happening, a lot of movement, even though it doesn't necessarily always result in something. But no, Chop is kind of desolate as Dove. He does it again. Anathema's first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Absolutely love it. So he's just going to make sure that Noguri doesn't murder him over and over again towards the top side. And he'll just weather the storm as best he can. And we saw it worked out very, very well. Last time around, can't fault a man who's got 100% win rate on this strategy. As Croco, track repel. On him right now as he makes his way down bottom side. Kellen and Docdarm just trying to defend this outer turret.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Maker and
does
Closer
have the
both
Fates
coming
Ball.
over.
Yeah, exactly right. Closer is going to have the inside track, grand exit, or grand escorting exit, as Closer presses the Destiny button, and Canyon's got his pressed as well, and so we just have a stalemate when it comes to vision of everyone, and we are going to move our way out.
And that's the end of the play.
Beautiful.
The effectiveness of the turrets coming in hot here, showcasing that in a situation like this, just need to use the Destiny. Don't even need to really utilize it. Just having the threat of it is more than enough. As the vision, both teams are like, okay, you're not going. Okay, then we're not going either. That's fine. We can leave it at that.
Do you think Liv Sandbox want to get this Herald based on the vision?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think the vision is particularly relevant. I think Liv Sandbox will fight for this Herald, regardless of any.
I mean, true. However, they do have a lot of vision.
Yeah, no, they get it. Yeah. They're gonna set it up. There is a full response from Damonkia this time around, so we might have an actual 5v5 here. Look for the Sandbox hard engage.
Dunn's in there. True Shot Barrage is going to land onto 3. There's the Magnet Storm. Only getting 2 people, though, as Canyon's going down extraordinarily low. They will take him out first, as finally Showmaker has made his way to the fight, but the Cannon Barrage is completely off. Kyle taking, a fair bit of damage here. As there is the Rift Scuttler as well. He's just getting in amongst it. Otherwise, not too much more. But it's just Canyon that's gone down alongside Kellen, and Liv Sandbox remain around to tell the tale.
Nice brawl by Sandbox. That's what they do best. And Gore Drinker, not enough to keep Canyon alive right there. Fair amount of knockups being chained. Liv Sandbox comp has so much CC. Between Croco's kick, the stun from Closer, Prince with the Fates Call, Kael with the entire kit, honestly. Same for Dove. If you fight against this kind of comp and you are not playing it crisp, or you get too hard engaged, you get taken down. And Canyon and Kellen both keep Nuguri alive. That's successful, but the Cannon Barrage, as you pointed out, not very successful. And even with a okay start to the fight by Docdarm, still not enough.
No, and it was a very interesting set of plays from Noguri there as well, even having that flash over to try and hit a barrel that didn't necessarily work out either.
Yeah.
So Canyon sort of falling down and causing Kellen to overextend into that one where they could have been fighting on top of a Cannon Barrage, but Noguri was just a little bit too early. On that trigger, might need to hold off on it just for a little bit. But it is going to be first Infernal, going over to Liv Sandbox. And they are coming back as far as that gold is concerned. Remember, so much of this gold is just Damonkia printing money.
They really are. Yeah. Every single of their champions, barring Kellen, Canyon just farms, but the rest of them, everyone is generating a lot. And that gold is nice, and gold value is good, but it's more important to look at what item breakpoints are we actually hitting. And in that regard, and the reason why that fight could go the way it did is because those are not too different. If you look at the actual items being bought here, Liv Sandbox is very much in line with their opponents as the turret goes down. First turret blood picked up here for Sandbox, and that means that they're still going to be behind, but a little bit less. And Damonkia is still not going to feel particularly bothered as just with how this comp works. It will be harder for them to play out as the game goes on. And that really is the interesting part, because the scaling elements of Liv Sandbox, they're underwhelming. It's Lee, it's Kalista, but it's the 5v5 that is threatening as Dove.
Yeah, Glacial Prison comes down, Closes teleported in. As Showmaker gets his Everfrost off, but Dove is just so tanky.
Yeah.
Just chilling out underneath this turret, and they should be able to defend here as Cannon Barrage is picked up by Closer. Croco just tanking up this turret on the top side just by himself as Dokdam makes his way back to the mid lane. And Liv Sandbox, after weathering the storm there, should be able to get a lot of damage. Yeah, they should be able to take this turret. And they will 100% trade up.
Yeah, really nice cross-map play by Liv Sandbox. Damwon Kia, that's a classic collapse, right? 4-man with a TF making his way over. But it is not an AD carry, it's Dove. And he is already extremely tanky and hard to deal with. Really big pickup here.
Yeah.
This salvages the play a little bit for Damwon Kia, as they're still able to maintain a decent level of map control and pick themselves up equal turret gold. But Liv Sandbox, they're able to keep up. And is that going to be enough as we get to later stage of the game and Dokdam is going to be able to completely demolish Liv Sandbox unless they find really crisp engages. Noguri, even despite not looking necessarily too good in that first skirmish, is still 1,500 gold up.
Yeah.
So he's going to still be completely fine, right? And that's the issues that Liv Sandbox got to deal with. So keep fighting, keep trying to make these plays, keep trying to punish Damwon for mispositions, and if you can get your hands on another Drake and maybe a Soul, then that is going to alleviate a lot of the issues that you might otherwise run into at the mid to late game.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Liv Sandbox have just been better in these team fights as well, as Prince misses a cannon, so that might have something to do with the gold difference here. But yeah, I just think that Liv Sandbox have looked great in so many of these 5v5s. So Damwon Kia, even though they have a composition that does finesse the map a whole lot better, if Liv Sandbox can keep it up, especially around the key objective fights, it's looking very good for them. And the next one will be, of course, the soul point for this Infernal Soul. Very high value Infernal Drake as well. We have actually seen one other Infernal Soul, and that was a loss for Nongchen against T1 earlier in the week. So maybe it's a bad one. By the way, if you guys remember the Pog Lab from the Pog State podcast, we had Kisun and Jisun that would let us know about certain mechanics in the game League of Legends. Kisun is actually main observer today. So it's not Jonas Strong, it's in fact Kisun that is observing. And so for those of you who do remember, it's just really, really cool to have one of our mates really in control of the cam.
Honor as well. Jonas Strong is...
And have you noticed a difference?
Best? No.
Absolutely not. No. Just shows we've just got the best observers. It doesn't matter which ones they are.
At least we're the best in something.
Oh dear.
We love because we were in pain. As one thing that is really notable with this type of global composition that Damwon is running, I think 1v1 is still relatively strong, but because of how much longer it takes to take off individual members, global comps require a little bit more time to actually get going, whereas Liv Sandbox comp, if they use all their buttons, you know, the durability patch doesn't really make a big difference.
No.
And Damwon Kia, they just keep opting into these 5v5s, and you can, but it's very hard to navigate. For Liv Sandbox, it's just about getting on top and then using all the bursts that you have available.
Yep, not to mention Closer being very, very important in these fights as well. He's got the quickness now. Can certainly tie up so many members of Damwon Kia as Croco looking for Dokdam, tries to get into that backline, but it does not work out whatsoever as Closer dives on in. He should be able to secure it, but at what cost? It's Canyon that locks down the Drake, but it's a double kill now for Showmaker's Twisted Fate, and now the Destiny will come in. Closer is completely surrounded. He breaks his stopwatch, but honestly, fighting against Canyon is dangerous because of this Gore Drinker of all things. Look, he just doesn't take damage. What is going on? That's an ace. And Damwon Kia are walking towards Baron.
And out of seemingly nowhere, Damwon Kia blow open the game. That was not the fight that Liv Sandbox wanted. Croco going for a classic flashy lead play. But unfortunately, Damwon Kia, they see that one coming. There's full vision of this as it is happening, and it is an Ezreal with flash. So this play has very little chance of being successful. Then Kellen seals the deal with a very nice charm. And then at this point, Prince is already dead. They also picked off Dove as he was frontlining for way too many people. And Croco died trying to make the play. There's only 3 men left. And from that point on, it is easy cleanup for the rest of Damwon Kia. No, we're doing... yeah, he doesn't care at all.
I was worried. I was like, oh, but this Silas is looking real strong right now, man. Like, no, that's a Black Cleaver Gore Drinker and some Merc Treads there as well. He's chilling. He's having a great time.
Yeah. And that is also a classic Croco play, unfortunately. I say as doesn't quite work out. Gold lead now a lot bigger, and that was a really big moment because that Drake would have put Liv Sandbox in position where they can put so much more pressure. They can maybe trade the next Drake for a Baron because they don't necessarily need to contest it, but now they're stuck on 2-2 in terms of Drakes. Damwon Kia is feeling a lot more comfortable. The Ravenous Hydra from Nuguri also one of the reasons why I think it was like 5-point-something K damage in that one fight there.
Yeah.
It was an obscene amount, frankly, and
yeah, going for this build as well. This is the one that we saw out of Zeus a little while ago, which was involving Cyrildas coming in as the next item, assumedly.
Given again the nature of these comms where Damwon Kia is the one that wants to kite back, I really love it.
All right, there's the Magnet Storm. Quickness down for Kellen, but he hasn't really found a way to use it. True Shot Barrage does so much though, and Prince is already dead. The Glacial Prison comes in, but Damwon Kia, they're the ones moving forward. Closer goes into his Zhonya's. Damwon Kia will deal with him afterwards, and he immediately just goes down. Canyon still just frontlining against 3 people, and Damwon out of nowhere have just become unkillable, I guess.
And Liv Sandbox, I like that they go for these plays. You kind of need to, but the unfortunate reality is that the moment that play comes through, Showmaker has just pressed his destiny. The play is already set in motion, so Sandbox commits, but Damwon, they see everything, blow them up, and will not be able to pick up the Baron.
Yep, they just wait a few extra moments. I thought maybe the Baron would happen after that last fight. They do delay, win another one. They will be able to take this here. Dr. Arm collects himself a red buff as well. And let's have a look at this response one more time, because I really like the idea from Kyle.
It was a really good engage. The engage was not the issue. It was that this is a really early phase. It's called Prince also aggressively using the Cleanse there on Kalista. And then from that point on, there is already not enough damage. See how much damage that Nuguri ultimate does. And as I was saying, as we got into this play, the reason why I love the build that Zeus pulled out first and now Nuguri is pulling out as well, is that into comps that have no choice but to engage into you, that ultimate with Ravenous Hydra, and let alone when you start to add the when you add the Cyrildas, is just a death zone. It slows, the AoE damage is immense, and from this point on, as Liv Sandbox, you're gonna need colossal strikes from Damwon Kia to actually take them down. And this is probably one of the most by-the-book games in terms of what you'd expect from the two teams and how it actually plays out.
Yeah.
By a large margin.
Well, Nuguri's done a heck of a lot of damage. As Liv Sandbox, they're setting up the gank rush. All right, we got 40 seconds on this Infernal Drake. Docked Arm. Pretty dangerous, but they do get full vision of what's going on. The crash down just to try and escape as Showmaker has found himself a blank. There's the Fate's call. Can they get on top of this Twisted Fate? The answer is absolutely not. It's Closer diving on in, but already the backline has been obliterated. Doctom is going for so many at the same time as he chases after Croco. He should be able to get this with another one. Oh no, Sonic Wave is going to get Croco a little bit further away, but he's running the wrong direction, ladies and gentlemen. And this Ezreal should be able to find him, given away by these Krugs as we do get his vision. Croco moves on over. Thank you very much, Kisun, just to make sure that you keep us on our toes. Croco will be spared, but his base will not.
They also just, they had Baron. So every wave is shoving. This is the easiest pickup. Gold lead now completely blown out. And on the next push, surely it is just going to be, I mean, even might be on this push. Yeah, that, yeah, that one snuck up on you, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. I mean, this is the investment banking comp plus actually winning as the crash down to death here for Kale has actually survived for a very long time. Showmaker will be taken out here as Doctom will turn up. Closer goes into his Zhonya's though as Canyon is just tanking a billion people all at the same time. He's continuing to go forward. What the hell? As Dove will be taken down in the end. But why didn't the Graves die before that?
Look at his build, Atlas!
What? Frozen Heart?
Yeah! Yeah, it's great!
All right.
I mean, he just finished that, but he was sitting on the component. He has Black Cleaver and Gore Drinker. Not a care in the world. As Liv Sandbox, they played according to their strengths, but their strengths were not enough to match Damwon Kia.
As Nuguri sub 100 health, he's just going to be attacking this Nexus. Croco's going to light on fire, but that is going to be it. Damwon Kia do take down game number 1, and they're on their way to an undefeated week. Liv Sandbox They won a couple of fights in the early game, but it wasn't enough in the end.
After those first couple of skirmishes went relatively even, as Liv Sandbox saying like, okay, maybe we can do this, maybe we can do it. And then after the first lost team fight, you're like, oh, no, no.
I like how the
No.
game was like relatively even, and then all of a sudden 20,000 gold lead. Like, I don't know. I don't
Atlas, you know I'm always going to try to keep it as entertaining as possible. When a Gangplank Graves and an Ezreal are 2k gold up against the composition with Lee and Kalista in the current meta, then I got a gut feeling that it might not quite work out. Wonderful game from Nogri. Wonderful game from Canyon as well.
Yeah, I just think the response times from Damwon Kia on so many of the Liv Sandbox engages were just absolutely fantastic. They flipped on a dime so often. All 5 members of Damwon just collapsing and answering. And yes, it's easy to understand what Liv Sandbox's comp wants to do, but there is another thing to instantly react in these moments.
And that's what I'd expect to see from Sandbox, and it makes this kind of game, the reason why I was talking earlier about how it is a by-the-books game is because it makes complete sense for Sandbox. I think Sandbox do really well against mid-range teams that might not be ready at any moment to be hard engaged again. Because they did it in this game as well multiple times. Kael kept looking for angles, Kroko was trying to go for the big plays as they need to, but Damwon Kia was actually ready, and then that gold lead doesn't look big, but being ahead in gold with this comp at 22 minutes is already a huge win. And then they just won like 3 fights in a row and the game was immediately over.
Yep, and this is a sub 30-minute win as well. It's about 9 minutes under the average game time, so a very fast 28-minute victory here for Damwon Kia. But this is sort of the Liv Sandbox way, right? It's,
It is.
You go hard or
Can't
you
be mad
go
about
home.
that.
And they went home this time, but thankfully it's a best of 3. So we are going to be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it is the gentleman on the carpet space and then game number 2.
천천히
가는 중.
천천히 해봐
천천히 해봐. 가는 중이야.
칼리사 정화 없어 플래시 있어
죽었다. 쌀부터.
이긴 듯 야, 그부
길게하면
부정이다
갈 거야. 칼리 보자. 칼리 봐줘요.
그냥 끝내라
네.
리신 가실 거야 야, 그부 미쳤다
와, 사폴 열심히 내 너.
열심히 가야 돼.
야, 트렐리아 있어 노플 리신 노플이야 리신 노플
사부터.
나 철거 있어. 남아났다.
미니언?
철거 있는 거 아니야?
철거 있어.
철거 있으면 끝날 듯 미니언부터
철거.
버프 뽑고
형 타워야.
형 오케이 형 타워
노공이야, 노공.
나이스.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you restless, each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Carpet Space after game number 1 of Dalmonkia up against Liv Sandbox. Dalmonkia coming out and a very measured approach to what was, just a great scaling composition. They didn't make too many mistakes, if any at all, and they slowly just pushed out Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, taking a look at the draft, you can see Liv Sandbox going to price themselves into the romance on this one because you've decided that Silas, despite his low win rate here in the LCK, is going to be a response to Twisted Fate to try to follow him around the map. If you can use Twisted Fate's ultimate proactively instead, you have set up CC, you do have the Lee Sin, you do have the Sejuani, who could try to set up ganks onto the gangplank. Nuguri played such a safe and slow game though, never found himself vulnerable to ganks. We've seen a lot of gangplanks in this league right now in the Sejuani matchup. Push too deep, harass too far, and get punished. Nuguri, he absolutely did not. He cleared a wave, he walked back. He cleared a wave, he walked back. Never left himself vulnerable. And Liv Sandbox found themselves in a position where Dalmonkia's draft just naturally scaled better. They were forced into a few fights that they weren't set up to take because they really felt the pressure of the hourglass sand ticking away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Liv Sandbox, in terms of being proactive, they tried a couple of times. There were a lot of, skirmishes around the Rift Herald, but I don't know, it just didn't seem like enough. It seemed like too even footing, especially with both Gangplank and TF on your team. You're just stacking the gold, just waiting there. And we eventually got to a 21-minute Drake fight where they were even enough, and Dalmonkia just played it out better, and they just were able to take the win. I think that this draft from Liv Sandbox, it's like too 2021. It just didn't really seem to fit the current meta at all as well, and I was pretty underwhelmed by it. But let's take a look at highlight number 1 and take a look at some of the team fights.
Kroko here decides that he's going to look for a really hard engage onto Duck Dom. He then, of course, tries to turn it around with a kick into the middle of the team, and it's just, once that engage fails and Kalista can't get onto the carries, look at how easily Dalmonkia clean up. They just have way more consistent long-term damage. We talk about this all the time when the engage/pick versus scaling teamfight comps come through. When they collide and you can't hit your engage, you're out of luck. You're SOL basically because there's no fault. There's no alternative here. And when you're getting to the midpoint of the game, if you don't make that fight work, the next one gets even harder, the next one gets even harder. And we go on to highlight 2, it's going to be another one of these desperate engages. Kale decides to engage on Rel over the wall, hoping that maybe they can actually turn this into a pick opportunity. Hex Flash over the fat wall here, does end up having the Magnet Storm here for the double, but just look at how quickly Canyon reacts. Able to get over the wall here, and look at the damage output. Instantly Prince is dead, and that's the end of that. Yeah, I'm here like, now we're chasing, we got a cannon barrage, and we're ready to end this game.
At this point, you know, Live Sandbox hadn't done enough to get themselves into a position where, like we saw in the last series, KT had a composition. It wasn't quite as bad as this one, but they were able to get a lot of tempo early, and were trying to push the issue and got a lot of early dragons, and were getting that tempo on the map and in objectives to try to push their lead, but Live Sandbox really didn't have much of that at all.
So after those 2 failed engages, Damwon Kia were ready to just, you know, put the screws in. They were like, all right, it's time. We're going to go to this objective. We're actually going to straight up team fight you, 5v5. And Live Sandbox have to contest, of course. So Live Sandbox feel like they have the better setup here. They have a control ward. They sweep this. They know there's no one to rush. But guess what? Destiny Gate reveals all 5 champions, allows you to flank and then trap all of Live Sandbox, so there's no retreat path. I mean, the whole game plan for Live Sandbox in this kind of rush setup is hope they don't see us and walk into our crazy amounts of CC, because they had a lot of that, and with just one press of an R button, Showmaker's like, all right, I know where they all are, and we're gonna trap them here. It's just that easy.
I think that, you know, it really starts with the draft, and it ends with Damwon Kia just kind of forcing Live Sandbox to play to their tempo, like right from minute 1. And it was all comfort on the side of Damwon Kia. They had Twisted Fate, Showmaker's got a skin, we had Canyon's Graves, like there's just Duckdown playing Ezreal, like it's just all comfort from them. And we do have our POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 1 here. It will be the Polar Bear himself.
I mean, I think this is probably going to be a split vote because Canyon did very well on the Graves, did a ton of damage. Obviously, his AoE he put off in a lot of these fights was pretty incredible. His instant deletion of the engaging Kalista. It's like Fate's Call, or I'm going to try to go in and do some damage. He's like, no, you're dead already. Then there was obviously a lot of great Destinies from Showmaker. Laning phase was good. Nuguri played safe. True Shot barrages for Duckdom all game long did massive damage. It felt like between the Ezreal and Graves ultimates in these fights, like Live Sandbox were at half health before they could even do anything a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, by that point, you know, Canyon's just diving in. He has a core drinker, and he's just spinning around and shooting everyone. It was a bit of a split vote, actually. Just the 1 vote for Showmaker. We had 3 for Nuguri and 1 for Kellen, who actually did have a pretty nice game on the Recon as well. Duckdom didn't have to do too much because it's like the game is already over. Either way, guys, we do have game number 2. Let's throw it over to Atlas and Chronicle.
Thank you so much, Pool Party, Carpet Spaces. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of the Damwon victory. Let's see whether they can do it again as we move towards game number 2. Let's also hope that perhaps we can get straight into game number 2 and instead of being plagued by these swap bugs that we've had so often. A well-deserved POG from Canyon here, playing the God Drinker Graves, having a great time in this game.
I like Canyon's play. I like Nuguri's play. I wasn't 100% sure, and I'm glad to see some people join me in a little bit of raccoon enjoyment. But overall, yeah, it's you know, the same with Gen G, where voting for Trophy is just never gonna look bad. Except that one peanut game where he got 13 out of 13. But overall, you can't go wrong with Canyon. And for Sandbox, unfortunately, you look at their draft, and for any other team, you're like, that's not a good draft. And nah, I don't really think it is, but it's the only draft that Sandbox is gonna play. So just gotta accept it, and hopefully on blue side they'll be able to have a draft that is the same type but has stronger pieces. Because the Sylas, kinda meh, you know, not a great champion. At this point, I'm also completely over Kalista. If you want to play an aggressive AD carry, please just play Kai'Sa. Please, because unless you are specifically gonna utilize the Fate's Call extremely aggressively and you're able to make consistent plays with that, the pick's just not worth it. And even if you do, like I'd argue, just get Kalista, or Kai'Sa rather. Kalista is just
Just play Draven. I don't.
Well, I don't think we need to completely throw the script out, Atlas. I'm okay with a little bit.
No, I don't want the script.
No,
I don't want any
okay.
more Callista.
No
Just play
hedging.
Draven. That's what I want.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, Liv Sandbox are now on the blue side, so that might help them as far as picking up a victory here to try and even out this series. Will give us the 6-game night, I believe, for the first time this season. They're going to have to get through Darmonkia, and a Darmonkia that is angry and wants to go home, as Wukong will be the first bet.
They are tired. They saw that the first series wasn't a 2-0, and they were like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I was promised an early night. I'm not happy about this.
And Showmaker, although he did have 2 accounts at rank 1 and 2, they're now at 8 and 10.
Yeah, he's got work to do.
He's got a lot of work to do, so having to spend too much time at Lol Park is certainly not helping him there. As Ari banned, Gangplank, as you mentioned, bit of a chuckle. Don't want Noguri on that one yet again. So probably agreeing with you as far as your POG choice. Gwen going to be taken away as well. And so Talia, Lucian, these are the 2 big ones that are often banned every single game. Still could be taken away if Liv Sandbox elects to get rid of one of them here.
And if Sandbox bans one of them, then Domwon is basically forced to do the same thing. Sandbox can also go into a different direction and draft a specific pick that's, there we go, the more targeted towards Domwon. And now, Domwon is basically going to, I assume, just ban another third champion so that Talia and Lucian will get traded. What the actual matchup is going to be is still to be determined. I know that Domwon Kia's challenger team has been a really big fan of the Yone counterpick with into the Talia. Now, of course, there is not always a 100% overlap, but there is often the challenger teams taking strategies from the main team.
Also, Showmaker has been playing a lot of Yone.
So I would not be
recently.
shocked if we see that come up here. Again, Talia, first pick is kind of a no-brainer to me, but it's not necessarily a closer champion. So
Doesn't really feel like it. I like the Ezreal first
Yeah,
pick.
that's a Prince comfort pick. Now, for Domwon, the opportunity to pick up the Talia themselves. Kaisa is also the most obvious pick. Don't go for the Callista Domwon, just
Sejuani Callista, let's go.
well, the Sejuani, even though it's not very entertaining, I'd be fine with. Wow, we are truly not rating Talia.
I love it.
Yeah, this is great. I love this. This is wonderful. You have a late game way to not only get onto the Ezreal with the Twisted Fate and guarantee effectively that you can lock him down, but also a champion that utilizes that better than arguably any other champion in the game.
Yep, the Killer Instinct going to be very, very helpful when Showmaker decides to lock anyone down, so the follow-up damage 100% going to be there. Liv Sandbox, they can grab the Talia if they want to, but it's the Vi. Croco's going to lock it down once again. The Silas will be elected for here, as there's a bit of a grin on Close's face as well. I very much like Croco's Vi, so happy that they've changed that up. No Callista this time around, so already correct changes, although the Silas into Twisted Fate matchup, not exactly the greatest here in the LCK. It has proven to work elsewhere, as Renata being considered alongside this Kaisa.
And Renata Kaisa, not necessarily a lane to write home about in of itself, but I love the Renata pick, as I've been very outspoken. You know what Liv Sandbox is going to draft. Like, there's just no question that if you don't ban Sejuani here, that's going to be the pickup.
Yeah.
For Dove. It's basically a given. Kyle's going to be on an engaged champion. Even with the Ezreal, I would not be shocked if they opt into a Nautilus or a Leona as the one we most commonly see. And Liv Sandbox doesn't have that much flexibility. So I think like the Renata kind of pushes them into a position that they don't really want to be in. And the Silas pick into the Twisted Fate really shows how much they value keeping a lid on Showmaker's ability to impact the map, as opposed to what I would have preferred, which is the Ahri. Because maybe you don't match the Twisted Fate as well, but your 2v2 is so much better, and we have seen Liv Sandbox. Actually, the Ahri's banned.
I was going to mention that, but I wanted to let you
let me finish. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I still do love the Silas. I'm not 100% on board, and the Trundle Prio is really interesting when it comes to the bans against Damwon, because it feels like banning Trundle against Canyon is...
He does like it. He does like picking up
does.
the Trundle, and it does sort of fit as far as like if Dove is just going to play more Sejuani, right? Trundle does a bit of a number to anyone that wants to be a big old tank. Oh, Poppy.
Yeah.
That makes me very happy. All right, so Poppy there for the Vi denial, Silas denial. Ezreal can get around it because it's not a dash, it's blink. But this is a bit of an oldie. Certainly also struggles into Poppy just a little bit. Zenith Blade, not exactly the most powerful anti-steadfast presence tool, but sometimes you just get as many dashes as possible so that, you know, the cooldown is going to be the more reliable option. Stand Beside Me also something that steadfast presence deals with, as that's a singed. Not likely to be picked up.
Okay. I'm still confused because I'm trying to make sense of the Braum pick here from Sandbox, and the only thing that to me jumps out is that they were expecting maybe an Ornn. They don't want to deal with Ornn because the champion is really hard for them to deal with and is really strong in general. But you have Silas already, which actually really likes getting the Ornn ultimate. And the Sejuani Lock, as mentioned, for Dove, no surprises.
Aatrox?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, into the Live Sandbox comp, only problem for Damwon Kia becomes how do you deal with the Ezreal late game, and you have TF. So as long as Showmaker can find a gold card on that Ezreal, Doc Dom can blow him up. And then, besides that, the Live Sandbox comp, in the previous game I was a bit bigger fan of. This one is kind of both and neither. The top half is we go, and the bot half is no thank you. I would rather not.
It's half we go, half we stay.
Yeah, or we run. And Damwon's comp is all run into us, please. I would very much like that, with some creativity, with the Poppy that of course can also maybe get and just enable the Kai'Sa. So it's Doc Dom's dream, and this Live Sandbox draft, I wanted something a lot stronger. I'm like, you get blue side, you know, maybe you can make something really happen, and I do not get out of this draft feeling like I feel like the same thing happened, but slightly worse.
Yeah.
Slightly worse was not enough.
Let's downgrade a little bit. I
Well,
mean, they
do
did
have
get the
Vi.
Vi instead of the Lee Sin, which we certainly feel is definitely better.
Hey, Atlas.
Yeah,
I looked back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we already out of the draft?
Oh yeah, we are.
All right. So we're just gonna, check out some fan signs and do all that sort of stuff. Let's talk about animals again. What are the animals that you have in the Netherlands?
In the Netherlands? Ooh. Good question. Cows. We have a ton of them. We have a large amount of.
I mean, we have cows in Australia too, but
yeah.
Like what about like wild?
We have a lot. Well, we don't have. Have you seen our country? There is no wild.
I have, but
there is no
surely
wild.
there's.
No, there's like tiny nature areas, but like there's no real wild, effectively. I think we have like 1 or 2 wolves. If you're a real,
I mean, that's cool.
Yes, that person was right.
They want to see Soraka in the LCK.
Yeah, I agree. Please punish Kench. One day we can do it together. But back to, so I think we got like 1 wolf at some point, and that was really cool.
1 wolf, you called him Edmund?
No, that was
I saw Edmund.
That was like, I remember it was a really big thing. It was like the border with Germany. That was great. We have a ton of birds. I think for bird watching, the Netherlands is great. But outside of that, because the country is so tiny, and basically everything is either farmland or like forest, but not really forest. It's more. it's just there's not a lot of space for big animals. We have deer and whatnot, and like there are nature areas that are really nice. But compared to other parts of Europe, it is much more domesticated.
Okay.
But the birds are great.
That's Fiddlesticks versus Anivia, by the way, if you guys didn't get it. That's what we want.
Lane Fiddle. Or Jungle Anivia, I guess.
Ooh, that's a whale. And that's where we're eating. We want to have BBQ. Interesting. Very cool. Someone's flying somewhere, which is also pretty cool. There's a robot playing computer games.
That's a nice robot.
It's a pretty cool looking robot. I like the cat. I'm a big fan of the cat.
Teemo. This team actually looks cute. Meta Gamers with a Z. That's good.
Damwon Whiting. And look, there's so many returning Noguri fans as well. It is actually very, very cute to see. Just everyone sort of coming out of the woodwork now that their player is back. This is really, really cool.
It's very clean. Very clean. Hashtag just fighting, like that. I feel like it's also very appropriate for Sandbox. That would be great.
Yeah.
That would be a great,
the hashtag.
Great hashtag for them.
Yeah.
Just fighting. But Damwon does their fair amount of.
Yep.
Of
I think
struggling.
that phone said, "Noguri, I love you till I die,"
Aw.
which is a bit aggressive.
It's
fine.
No, don't look back yet, Atlas.
No, we're almost in.
Are we?
We're almost in.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of cute. You know what? we are a. That's.
I mean, that is a very cute bee hat.
I agree. I like the comp.
Oh my god, the polar bear with an axe. So cute.
Oh.
But that's Liv Sandbox that they're cutting. It's actually pretty aggressive. That went from like really cute to real monka, like.
Well, I mean,
real
look at Kanye's expression as well. That's not an expression of mercy, man.
Yeah.
Look that one as well. Look Kanye's punch. Look the wind up.
Whoa.
The wind up punch.
Yeah. Oh. It's pretty scary. All right, we are very, very close to getting into the game here. And someone's getting a taxi somewhere. $30 taxi drive incoming. Don't go to game 3. That's actually very funny. We're very lucky because we have Brendan Valdez with his new car, so we get a lift home, which is very, very cool. That is a brand new special addition to the summer season that has come in. Thank you so much, Valdez. And here we are. These are the compositions, if you'd forgotten. This is Damwon's comp from game 1 with some slight adjustments. A little bit slower in the jungle. The Sandbox, slightly worse draft here as we move to game 2. Liv Sandbox fans much louder this time around. So huge shout out. Nicely done. Everyone's rallying to hope for as much League of Legends as possible. And maybe we'll eat our words. Chronicler, maybe Liv Sandbox will buck the trend. And just because Croco's on his Vi again, it will mean a Liv Sandbox win and a full day of League of Legends.
Full day, I'm on board with. The faith for me personally, not necessarily there. But I have a lot of innate distrust toward Liv Sandbox.
He's been burnt before.
I have been swept away many a time, swept off my feet. And then very soon afterwards it all comes crashing down again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Such is life, unfortunately.
You might be asking why there is now Sejuani's on the top side of the map. This is something that has started up here pretty consistently over the first week of the LCK. And Dove this is his 3rd game on the champion. He's a big fan. Just really, really likes Sejuani and Bristle. As Noguri also likes Aatrox a lot. Dove not as happy with the whole Aatrox situation.
No, you're not going to feel great about that as Liv Sandbox top side. The Braum and the Ezreal obviously amazing into Aatrox, and because of that, you might raise your eyebrows overall at the Damwon comp. But I like the Damwon comp overall. It's somewhat disjointed, but you have good side laning, can enable Showmaker very well. You have a really, really, really strong overall composition into Liv Sandbox's top side. It's really just the bot side where kind of some of the issues arise. If you look at how Prince is going to be able to maneuver in late game team fights, if he does get the space, it becomes a really big point of focus for Showmaker in particular, or Dogdom to find their way, as Canyon looking for an early gank.
Yeah. The wildcard's out here as Kellen possibly going to get stunned up, but still a couple more taps necessary. As Canyon's being very patient, will move his way in now, but decides just to taxi his way across the lane. Looking to head up here. We'll check out what's going on the top side of the map.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Kenyon going to waste a lot of time as he is going to check out. He's both spotted and his bot side camps are still up. So not going to feel the greatest about his subsequent jungle clear as he is very sad. We'll get a scuttle for the troubles, but not going to feel too good about that. As also Prince had to cleanse.
Yeah.
As he got his hand got shaken forcefully and it didn't end very well, so he preemptively...
It's a very firm handshake from
It is. And picking Braum into Renata, I'm just not that big about. Croco, you're going to flash, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the Rek'Sai gang. It's the Rek'Sai gang. Let's go. Going to Q his way in. So, Doctarm and Kellen, let's see how they deal with this. Q comes out. Kellen is well and truly dead. He flashes, though, to see whether he can escape. And the Guardian Shield is going to be there to help him out. Voidseeker comes through. Kale going to hold on to it. And Croco will survive. Decent little stun onto the Poppy. But no first bloods this time around.
Just, hey, if Croco had flashed over that wall, he had his Q. That was a dead Kellen.
Please do not encourage anyone to flash over those walls. Okay?
Is that not the most Croco play you could possibly get?
I mean, it's pretty Croco.
It is.
But it's also pretty Way from MSI, if I remember correctly.
It is.
With his sweet Volibear play.
Volibear. The true arch nemesis of any LPL commentator or even fan, as it definitely left a big impact, but not in a positive way. Emily Rand and Orcs and Lyric and Dagger, they were all complaining to everyone who would hear about how any ban against...
But then he won, okay?
Well, I mean, he did.
So
No,
I don't know how you can fault it.
No, I mean, Way's great. They weren't mean towards Way. Just anyone that would ban Volibear.
There was a lot of this conversation constantly about just don't play Volibear.
Yeah.
Snoggery ties up those minions very comfortably. Looking pretty good while he does it. Teleport back from Dove. Lucidity Boots now online. He's done one. Back to shoving pretty relentlessly here on the bottom side.
Yes, playing Braum into an Enchanter and not an Engage support is pretty miserable, honestly. So I'm liking that Croco pays as much attention as he does, unfortunately. Dumont bot lane also... Oh, Doctarm. Oh
dear. Spots what's going on here as Croco sees him. Ha-ha! Scried.
I would have loved a flash for flash, but issue there is Croco has no vision. And Showmaker, based on Closer's level, is about to hit 6, so probably didn't want to risk getting caught in the enemy jungle, which, given the drafts, is a fair concern. Because falling behind with the Lift Sandbox comp is effectively saying, Prince, please carry us. We don't have a plan B. There is nothing left. It's just you now.
Please win more.
It is.
It is. As Showmaker could get dove here. You can see Canyon and Kellen moving their way towards this river. Kale towards the mid, and you can see the setup from Croco once again. Fantastic. Closer is going to come round. Canyon's out of here. He's done with this situation. Doesn't want any part of it whatsoever, and he is behind enemy lines. Completely spotted. He's going to have to go on a real merry jaunt throughout the enemy base. Takes one turret shot, and he could execute if he wanted to. You can see Dove hanging around here. Oh my goodness. Is this like a gank on top lane?
There's a big wave.
He has been spotted. How does this even happen?
No, there's no way. There's no way. He's not 6. If he was 6, I could see them go for it. I could see them do it, turn it around. No, he just wastes farming time with his Poppy, so it'll be fine. Croco will turn that play into a Drake, which is a much-needed break for Lift Sandbox, picking up the early mount.
Ooh, this ward could have a name relatively soon.
I hope so.
It's behind
I
enemy
love
we'll have to see which whether it deserves it after it's lasted a little bit longer. It's a very nice deep one there from Live Sandbox, though. Snoggery shoves another wave towards Dove, but the Sejuani is pretty comfortably farming this one up. Will be only 1 CS behind if he manages to collect all of these, and does so very nicely. That Winter's Wrath. Ooh, very satisfying.
Shotmaker has Destiny. He's going to shove in the wave. Might move towards top here.
Croco, Assault and Battery at the ready. Just hit level 6, and immediately he wants to use it. Doctarm, you're real dead, my friend. Gonna get stunned up and completely destroyed. Takes the last minion before he does go down, and that is first blood over to Prince.
Not done yet.
Oh dear, Kellen spots what's going on here. Going to be able to shake Croco's hand theoretically, but this wave is starting to crash down. You can see Doctum trying to get down here as Kellen doesn't have flash. He's got ignite. The flash comes on down. Decent little sidestep, but one more auto, and that is a very dead Kellen. Croco's Vi is a thing of beauty.
Meanwhile, on top side, Kia is going to answer by picking up the Rift Herald, but 2 kills. Definitely a good trade. Kills are still going over to Prince and Croco, and with the current comps, those are definitely the ones you want to pick up the kills. 2 kills to Prince would have been even better, as I expect him to be the main win con. But Kia at the very least trade, and the overall gold will be very even as this Herald is actually going to crash down. As if Nuguri sets up a slow push here and he can chunk down Dove a little bit more, maybe they can make a play. As it's a very straightforward game. I don't really feel like it. Yep. And the crucial thing here is that Kia was trying to set up a topside play, because Showmaker was actually in the topside river, walking over towards Dove. But Dove not in a position to get Dove, and because of that, and Showmaker not being in the lane, we see Closer is able to shove in mid, Showmaker can't leave his lane, and because of that, Croco can play as aggressively there as he did, so really nice team play and good punish from Liv Sandbox. I say punish, again, how it was taken, it's probably an even play overall in terms of gold, unless Kia pick up a first turret bot, in which case it's a win for them.
Yep. And you might be looking at Kellen being like, oh, it's so silly, why did you just walk into the Vi and die? That was so that he could deny Prince and Kale assists. Yeah. Assist gold would have meant more money going over to Liv Sandbox in general. And so him just dying to Croco, even though it was a guaranteed situation, given the fact that Kellen had no flash, is still a better situation. As the handshake comes in, good buffer on the arcane shift for Prince. He'll be absolutely fine. Croco stealing away a blue buff, just having run of the jungle completely this stage of the game. Canyon is going to find this ward, and we'll get the bad news about his blue buff as well.
Canyon's just... I can't get my farm. My early look-see into getting the jungle. They don't really get anything. And now they're taking my blue buff. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all sort of bad news.
The ward...
how the things are going, but he's still not too far.
So, I would propose Freddy.
Freddy for the ward?
Freddy the ward, yeah. But
I thought Vincent. I don't know why.
Vincent?
I felt Vincent the ward.
Huh.
Because we've had Franklin before. There's a lot of, F names.
If you want to call it... it's not been a very play-by-play friendly meta. If you want to call the ward Vincent, then Vincent.
I don't get a vote, but I get to name the ward.
Maybe that's the power we give you. It's not the power you want.
No, it's definitely the power I deserve. 100%. That's all right. Vincent it is. See how long Vincent is going to last. He is, of course, the ward on very deep in the red side jungle of Kia. Keep your eyes on him. Let us know if he gets taken down while we're focused somewhere else. His closer going to get gold carded. Winter's Bite comes in from Kale, though. Father Christmas is going to give life to Closer as his Christmas present. And Nuguri has rotated over, spotted here by Croco. Infernal Chains are going to get broken as Shelly will move her way towards this turret. Heal going to be utilized just for a bit of extra movement speed, I guess. Void Seeker not going to find too much, but those plates do end up going down. And now Kia move towards the river, looking to try and contest this Drake. Croco comes on over, but isn't going to be able to grab this Rift Scuttler. So Vision will be there and available for Kia, but it looks like Liv Sandbox just brute forced their way, and that's an assault and battery. Okay, Canyon in a bit of trouble here. The ulti comes forward. Can they get the kill though, as Canyon will get taken down? Closer eventually. No! Isn't going to be able to do it as Doctum dives in, and finally they get one back. It's two. It's a double for Nuguri as well, as Closer and Dove are both dead.
And so much has to be invested. Canyon stays alive for so long, and even though you can't stop the unstoppable Assault and Battery from the Vi with your Steadfast presence, you're still focusing Poppy, and it takes so long. Poppy also, the lower, or once she hits below a certain threshold, her resistance is getting increased. So Canyon's just chilling there, gets the Renata buff to stay alive for even longer, and as a result, so much of the burst from Sandbox is thrown into a character which, again, that's 3, 4 ultimates to kill Canyon. And then he doesn't even die at the beginning. Closer eventually is able to hit a nice hostile takeover, but at that point it's not enough. And the sustained fighting of this Damwon Kia comp is exceptional, and that's really the end of it.
Is this another Cloud Soul? Oh my god, it is my birthday. Wow. Noguri in trouble, but he'll just walk it out. Has some Umbral dashes as well, so he should be okay. Has himself a slight CS advantage as Croco tidies up his Krug camp towards this bottom side. He's got some Raptors as well as some Wolves and a blue buff to attend to as well.
Atlas.
Yeah, man.
Bad news.
What's that?
It's Vincent.
Oh no, Vincent! Was Vincent replaced or destroyed? I think he was replaced. I don't know where he went.
I'd assume he
Oh no!
Wait, we need to know which ward is Vincent.
Yeah, where did he go?
You want to just decide? You just pick one?
No. I need to know for sure.
Why?
I need to know who Vincent is. I can't just call any ward Vincent.
Did you pay attention during the replay?
No. I mean, we've been here for a very long time. It's hard to pay attention to anything, to be perfectly honest. I know. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's 1.3k, the gold lead. I can pay attention to that because it's right there at the top of the screen. Got that one nailed.
Oh yeah, we're coming up in 12 hours at Lore Park.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a few hours.
It is.
It's a Pog State day. It's just how it goes. Noguri's
it was
just
a good
flipping
Pog
around.
State. It was nice.
I had a good time. Yeah, definitely had a good time. You got to wear a very cool hat, which I wasn't supposed to talk about, and then I did. And then did it again on the broadcast right now. Doubling down on my mistakes.
It's
what I like to do.
it's gonna be in the Pop State, but I'll give some spoilers. It's the LCK bucket hat you can get from the LCK shop.
Yeah.
It looks amazing.
It's fantastic. If you ever want to go fishing and you're an LCK enthusiast, definitely a fantastic combination. As closer, he'll get rid of these minions, but it looks like Damwon are going to be here in time to defend their outer turret mid lane. It's a nice little Winter's Bite, but nothing going to eventuate. And Damwon have slowed this game down and are feeling pretty happy with the current situation. I actually love the Poppy pick, just into Live Sandbox in general. Yeah. Because like, let's all dive in, and then Poppy says, not all of you. And then they have to deal with that.
2, arguably 3. Aatrox is a bit more of a gray area, but 2 out of the 5 champs from Damwon Kia, you can just blind against Sandbox. Just blind them. Just pick them anytime. And I guarantee you, they will not adopt in draft. And as we get to the mid parts of the game, we're going to see very similar issues for Live Sandbox, where their composition is reliant on eliminating key targets. But at this point in the game, the damage isn't there for Prince to really take down everyone. So Croco and Closer are effectively going to have to kill someone in one rotation. But if you look at your targets, Kellen obviously going to be very hard with the defensive ultimate he has available. Canyon and Nuguri is both effectively impossible because they are both stacking a lot of resistances, or in case of these two for now health, but as we get further into the game, it will get harder and harder. So it's just Dogdom and Showmaker. Showmaker has sums and a stopwatch, and Dogdom has both summoners as well.
Yeah, and there's Merc Treads as well on Showmaker. He'll have his rapid fire cannon pretty soon.
Yeah. And that is disregarding the fact that the Live Sandbox comp, even if they do go in on Dogdom or Showmaker and they hit them and there's no stop, but the rest of your team needs to be able to follow. And you're playing into Renala, you're playing into Aatrox, you're playing into Poppy, so it is a tough equation for Live Sandbox to solve, and collapsing like they're doing on Showmaker currently on bot side would be a great solution, but they're looking at it and I don't think we should.
Yeah, and they didn't have vision of the area either. Yeah. Pinged out that they had an idea that he might be there. He's not going to be. Rapid fire cannon completed here for Showmaker as Dogdom dashing forward. The door is shown to the Kai'Sa. And now Shirley will come down in this mid lane. Teleport to try and answer through shot barrage. Fair bit of damage here as Noguri just looking to get on top of Croco if he can. Rest of Live Sandbox all grouped up. Hostile takeover at the ready. Could be very valuable in this particular fight. As the door now on cooldown is a big deal. This turret extraordinarily low. Glacial Prison comes in. Doctor trying to get out of the way of Croco, and he does. The hostile takeover comes in, and that means that Croco is all by himself. Closer as well is going to get taken out here as Nogari's knockup was absolutely fantastic. And Liv Sandbox just don't have the tools to fight Damwon.
Dove was already piecing out while Croco was free man deep trying to take down the Kai'Sa. Definitely an important target. Damwon Kia, again, they know Sandbox. They know what they want to do. The comp is very straightforward, so they just are at the ready. There is way more defensive tools than they could possibly need. No one even dies. And look again at the disjointed nature of what happens here for Liv Sandbox. And something that didn't really plague them as... there we go. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
It was the helicopter. He took a helicopter right out.
But Kael not being in front of Closer and in general, Liv Sandbox not. The moment that Croco goes in that deep and there is defensive ultimate from Canyon, nah.
Yeah.
Nah, you gotta try and run as fast as you can, and you're not really able to do so.
And Showmaker is just 100% being chill in this game. 0-0-4 right now. Just hanging out, having a good time. Soaking up whatever he can find. He's got his rapid fire cannon, he's got his Everfrost, all of the utility is there. He's going to get his backstop, which is a little bit frustrating, but otherwise everything being fine. Nogari having a great time on his Aatrox as well. It's been a while since we've been treated to a bit of the Nogari Aatrox. Always was a bit of fun. As, of course, Aatrox being picked into Liv Sandbox is sort of a beautiful thing.
It is.
Because it was the classic Summit pick at all times, no matter what the meta was, as Nogari's fighting Dove. And...
Not
yeah.
a lot is happening.
Yeah, it's like...
Pretty sure Dove wins that.
It is summer. It is summer, so, you know, the pool noodle fight certainly a thing that makes sense. Current climate.
They can kill each other like relatively... Oh, well, Dove can kill Nogari. I don't think Nogari can kill Dove.
He's going to try.
Yeah.
Going to give it a crack. He does have a Bramble Vest, so you're right. Might be something
It's also
of.
Ignite and, and the ultimate and Anathema's on top of your head. Just makes your life fairly miserable. But as we've seen countless times, it's more about what can Damwon Kia do in silence to enable Dogdom. Because Dogdom at this point, level 2 on the Killer Instinct, he's just wandering around in search of a plasma stack.
Well, you can see Kellen in the river as well, actually feeling pretty comfortable. And if you've got an Enchanter support comfortably in the river getting vision, you know that something's going right for you, as Croco is just going to go face first into Damwon Kia. Showmaker had the wild cards rotating, but doesn't pull the trigger on the Destiny or anything like that. Does now, but the 4-man stack has been grouped up. Docdarm towards that bottom side. Nogari considering a joint dive as he crosses over the wall one more time to find this control ward.
This is my turret. I am happy with my...
Yes.
I am happy near my turret. Nothing will happen.
I will protect this turret.
This turret will protect me, and I will protect it.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes. And for Liv Sandbox, it really is a tough ask. Because normally, what you do in a situation like this is you try to collapse on one of the Damwon Kia side laners. And we do see some movements toward those side lanes. But there's Killer Instinct and there is Showmaker. So your window is very small to actually pick off one of these targets. And if you don't do it well, then you immediately get collapsed upon and it leads to all sort of general unpleasantness. So you basically have no other choice. And I love Frozen Hot Ezreal. Like I think it's a really good build, but I don't think this is the situation. I think Prince needs to amp up the damage to the highest amount that he can possibly do. Need a Cyrildas or a Ravenous, something to make sure that you actually chew through those Damwon Kia health bars. And itemizing defensively just means that they kill you slower. Like, you're not going to get through them.
Yeah, you're not going to kill them any faster. You're just going to take a little bit longer to die.
Again, look at the comp. Like, it's him and Silas, which, as far as damage goes, it's not great.
I really want to know which ward Vincent is.
Well, we can say he's the one near the Raptor Brush.
No. Maybe I'll have to go back and look through the VOD and then take a photo of Vincent.
Spiritually, it's definitely the one near blue buff.
Spiritually, yeah. Because it's the deepest one.
It is, yeah.
Vincent likes to live in danger.
He's a bit of a
the spice
he's
of
a
life.
bit of a wild
Yep.
card.
Oh, absolutely. There's back to come through here from Canyon, and he will just walk his way out as Prince does stop it. Close is splitting on the bottom side, but that wave will be caught by Noguri. We've got a rain of Acathian stuff coming down in this mid lane. Lockdown continuing to press the Q button over and over again. And yeah, things just pretty cool, calm and collected. 10 seconds, and then we have Soul Point availability here for Live Sandbox. Damwon Kia wanting to stack up 4 Cloud Drakes for the ultimate cloudy value. It's a lot of movement speed that you'd have available to yourself right there. Pseudo Vision.
Yeah, it's the gold lead for Damwon is still manageable. Will it be after this fight? As they take control mid, they have bot side shoving as well. And we now see Drake being started up, but Live Sandbox, no, they gotta respect.
Yeah.
Stay together.
Gate at the ready as the Destiny has already been popped. Showmaker wondering where he wants to go. The Poppycopter comes down. That is going to be the secure of the second Cloud Drake for Damwon Kia. Live Sandbox have been split up as Croco was just belted out of that fight. And now he's on a control ward. Has to flash to get out of the Everfrost. There's the gold card though, and he can't get through that wall. Very dead is the Vi. He was trying to make his way back to his team, but Damwon Kia would not let him.
And Croco need to give that a little bit more time. Trying to clear that ward as you have zero vision in that part of your own jungle is always going to be a very risky proposition. Not the greatest tracking of Showmaker for Live Sandbox. With the jungler dead, Damwon could go for it. I don't think they need to. I don't think they will. But it's definitely a possibility as they think that Damwon is backed. Damwon has in fact not backed.
That's a pretty nice cleanse there from Prince, but he's then exhausted and obliterated by Showmaker. Gets him in the end. Noguri with his World Ender just wanted the extra movement speed, you know? Sometimes it's worth it. Just need to press that R button. And they did get the prize they were looking for. And now you were talking about the gold difference situation. It was relatively close for quite some time, but now it's moved up to about 6,000, which is getting to be a decent lead as, yeah, Croco.
They had they used the trinket. You knew what was happening.
Yeah.
아, 표현해볼게 이거.
Oh, show me.
해봐. 노스펠.
Nah, it's fine. I'm in range. I got rapid fire. No biggie.
No flash. All that good stuff. As Dove and Noguri fighting once again. Glad that we get look at this. Look at how much damage Noguri is doing to this Sejuani.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Get him, Dove. Get him, Dove.
Oh, it's a long lane. Croco's coming in now. Noguri's just walking slowly. That is his counter.
It's a good counter. Gets the job done.
Absolutely got the job.
We need some more action now. We're descending into madness very rapidly.
Well, I think we've been there for quite some time because we were, you know, it all began with the conversation about animals in the Netherlands, and then it has continued as picks the gap. That is 6 points in Australia. True shot barrage sails between the posts.
6 points?
Yeah, you get 6 points for a goal in Aussie rules football. You get 1 point if you barely miss. Points for missing. It's like a participation award within the game. It's actually great. You've never seen Aussie rules football before? No, you don't have to. All right, heroic charge into the wall here, trying to grab one. Handshake onto KL as well, but Docdom trying to get into the back line and secure this as, oh my god, the hostile takeover is massive. The Ezreal does grab 1 kill. And Damwon Kia then proceed to murder everybody else. Steadfast presence to deny closes any attempted escape. And now Damwon will break open the base.
When your one identity is fighting and the other team fights better than you, very little remains as an option. And just like game number 1, Damwon Kia blow open, and in this case, blow out the game with a single team fight.
Yep. Just ridiculous. I believe that was Prince killing KL as well. That was a very weird situation. Steadfast presence will make sure that the Vi is not going to get anything done whatsoever. That is the double for Docdom, and the Nexus will go down. A 2-0 for Damwon Kia to finish off their week undefeated.
Much more comfortable showing. Damwon Kia were not faced with their arch nemesis, Freda Brion, clearly in a much more comfortable position. And Liv Sandbox, if you got your hopes up, I did try to warn you. Still the same team that they have always been.
Yeah.
Good. Look great when they can find their angles, when they can catch you off guard. But Damwon Kia, they've been around the block for quite a while. They don't get caught off guard that easily. They read Sandbox like a book and leave us with 2 games that honestly at no point felt particularly engaging.
No, they just weren't all that close. And Showmaker played 2 games of Twisted Fate, and we know what happens when he gets his Twisted Fate. Liv Sandbox sort of rolled the dice, hoping that they'd be able to try and combat what is a style that can be tackled with dive, right? A lot of Twisted Fate comps are like 1-3-1 style, something like this, but this was like pick comp style, anti-engage Twisted Fate play, and it worked exceptionally well against Liv Sandbox. Even better, I feel, in game number 2.
Yeah.
Did not feel very close whatsoever. The Kai'Sa, absolutely fantastic as well. The Ezreal was picked away. Dokdam jumps straight on the Kai'Sa, has a great game. Just feeling like some pretty vintage Damwon after that game, but they haven't necessarily been ultimately tested yet.
No. This is warm-up games for Damwon Kia. We know the true opponents that are awaiting them next week. What I do really like is that when you talk about something, Druv, like that TF Kai'Sa, like the interaction, it's always in a vacuum. It says, yeah, sure, that makes sense. And then actually seeing it played out as well by Showmaker and Dokdam as it was really, really fun. Because every single time, Showmaker sets up the play and Dokdam killer instincts in and just blows everyone up instantly. So really, really fun. From Damwon Kia, reading Sandbox very well, drafting accordingly, and showcasing as you'd expect. As there, he's still there. I'm happy. I'm happy Nuguri is playing. It's definitely the right call, but
you are too much of a softie for the challenger players.
Well, no, it's not even challengers. It's just Birdo and Zeus specifically. I mean, also challenger players, but like they're in a they have a special.
They're in a league of their own.
They are. They are.
Let's have a look at some of these highlights here. As Dokdam was taken down relatively early on. Liv Sandbox pretty good at these early fights, and in fact, the beginnings of the game, Croco was pretty good. But unfortunately, it was these sort of 5v5s where Damwon were really able to take control.
Dokdam going in and with all the assistance that was provided by his team, skirmishing some of the Damwon Kia, especially with this top side, has historically always been very, very good at Nuguri. Again, showcasing wonderful movements on the Aatrox here, able to apply so much threat and keep that health bar nice and juicy. And the overall Damwon Kia, their confidence showing through diversity in champion pool for players like Nuguri for Canyon as well. Still a highlight.
And keep your eye on Prince as well as the hostile takeover comes in, because I'm pretty sure he kills his support. Yeah, he does. I got very confused when that came up. Because I was like, wait, Liv Sandbox got a kill, but he actually killed his own teammate.
Between Viego and the hostile takeover, life for play-by-plays has been made harder and harder.
That is one of the first times I've actually seen that actually work that way. So yeah, a lot of damage done by Dokdam this game. His killer instincts were absolutely fantastic. Honestly, Damwon Kia won from draft to getting onto the Rift to the end of the game. It was just, it's just pretty another day in the office for Damwon Kia for their last match of the week.
With Sandbox, it's a Sandbox draft. When they lose hard. When they win hard. So see what happens next week.
Go hard or go home.
Yeah.
Or it's go hard and go home, because they get to go home after this 0-2. As we are going to throw it over to the carpet spaces, so take it away, pool party gentlemen.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for a wonderful cast on the day. We will take it from here. That was, as he put it, just another day in the office for the side of the Damwon gentlemen. But looking at Liv Sandbox, I think, once again, starts with the draft. I'm not sure why it happened twice this way, but I thought both of their drafts were pretty Crash, to be honest. And compared to what we saw in their first match, it seemed like, they drafted a similar style, but at least they were able to get a little bit more rounded of a draft.
And what's so strange about it is the priority on Sylas over Twisted Fate. Like, it didn't work out last time. Started off with the Ezreal, right? And it's Prince Ezreal. You feel pretty good about this, right? And you're like, oh, okay, like, it's my best champion. And then when you see Twisted Fate Kai'Sa, you're like, whoa, pivot! We're going to the Vi, we're doing Krakow Vi dive, we're gonna go to the Sylas, and it just didn't have to be that way. They could have done so many other picks here. They could have tried to play the Azir to the Twisted Fate, the Ahri that was mentioned on the cast by Chronicler, another opportunity they had if they really wanted to go more pick-based. And I think the cast really hit the nail on the head. This was a worse version of their Game 1 draft. So, I mean, it's Live Sandbox, right? It's their playstyle, romance, and all that, but like, this is definitely not in the top 10 romance movies of week 1. Like,
this ain't The Notebook.
No.
This ain't About
This
Time.
isn't Titanic, man. But they were sinking as time went on.
And it seemed like, we had some laughs as the Sylas was picked once again, but it's just not, I just don't think it's the answer in this meta. You were talking about the Azir, the Ahri, other picks, or even just ban the TF, if you're really worried. I mean, the guy's got a skin on it. Don't just let him take it again. And, it all started there with the draft. It wasn't the only thing because, I think Sandbox did a good job of trying to be proactive early on, but eventually they just got outplayed once again.
They certainly did. I think the Aatrox was a really nice round out to the draft because it does deflect a lot of the pressure. The Poppy pick, I was calling for it in the draft. I'm glad to see it come through. It's been banned so many times by teams who are running this style of play. This time it gets through. Canyon has a phenomenal game. It's really quite simple, actually, this game. And the last game, there were some really failed engages. This time they had a great start, but the mid game, they fell apart even harder. As we go into the first highlight, you can start to see kind of how things go. This is a choke point fight that was mentioned on the cast. Canyon draws so much aggression here. Bailout buys him even further time to re-engage and actually get a knock-up here. It's really well played by Kellen. And yes, the enemy Berserk comes through from the side of Live Sandbox with the stolen ultimate here, but the fight is already over. So many resources onto a tank. The power of the Poppy, movement, denial, but also just how tanky she is in this meta. Really the only meta tank outside of Trundle that can pull that sort of aggro.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the draft. You kind of have to do stuff like this, but at the same time, you don't want to 5-man down a small corridor into killing Poppy that has bailout. That's kind of just like one of those things that you eventually should learn, and I think that Live Sandbox, they need some more time to try to learn these kind of things. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 and see, how it did eventually come to an end.
Just a really nice team fight here for Dom1 Kia. Duckdom had a fantastic game, might actually be the one who picks up POG at the end of it. And just the execution of these ults from the Kai'Sa, repeatedly setting up for these solo picks that obviously give them man advantages. Removing the enemy carries from the map straight away, just as easy as it gets. And like, I mean, that highlight wasn't like the one I actually really had in mind, but this is just one other case where he's like, I see you, I kill you, and that's what good Kai'Sa players are doing in the LCK this week.
Yeah, it's been like that for a while as well, but especially in this meta when it's very slowed down, you got to look for opportunities, and Dom1 did that very well. As we do have a final highlight, which should be the end of the game here. I kind of jumped the gun on that one, but yeah, they got ahead. They were controlling vision, and Dom1 eventually got a really nice engage.
Yeah, look at the choke point control here. Set up by Canyon, then followed up by Kellen, but also Duckdom, who gets around the backside. And when you have this Kai'Sa and Twisted Fate, it's not a scaling comp, actually. Like, basically, what Live Sandbox are trying to do is try to dive or pick against a scaling comp kind of idea that we've been seeing so much. But actually, Dom1 are basically out-diving Live Sandbox with the Twisted Fate dive, the Kellen setup there with Canyon on the Poppy, and obviously the ults coming through from Duckdom. I mean, this game just kind of was depressing, to be honest, just because it felt so over before we even got onto the Rift, and it played out just the same.
Yeah, a lot of that had to do with the draft, and then, you know, Dalmon Kia, I think they definitely solidified in our minds that they are still quite a strong team, but we should have the POG ready just about now. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at who did pick up the player of the game from game number 2.
Showmaker actually going to pick this one up. I think it will be a split vote, as he played his Twisted Fate 2 games in a row and will actually showcase here the power of Destiny. Honestly, in so many situations, Prince has to cleanse instantly here. He's still just deleted in a second. You can't be anywhere near this team. You thought your Vi comp was the pick comp? No, and that's part of the problem with this comp for Live Sandbox is it has a lot of CC and it runs at you really hard, but it actually gets finessed by a more complex dive and long-range engage comp like what Dom and Kia are running here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some ideas in the minds of the Live Sandbox drafting team where it's like, oh, well, we'll just counter with the Vi. Vi's really strong. We'll just get the Silas. We'll handle that. And both of those things, I mean, we're seeing time and time again, those are not the answers, whereas Dom and Kia very much just straightforward, better draft.
All 5 players get a vote. It's just that kind of one-sided game because it was a team effort.
Awards. You know, everybody was there doing a great job, and the Destiny was very nicely timed, and he started up the fights very often. So, yeah, I mean, even the one there for Duckdom, he pressed the R button real well. he was ready to go, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. Dom and Kia looking pretty strong, and they have a big week next week, so. This is kind of what you want if you are a Dalmon Kia fan. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's jump into that and hand it over to Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation here, joined by the classic Dalmon Kia duo, Kenyon and Showmaker. Congratulations, guys. 2-0 week for Dalmon Kia in the opening week of the Summer Split. I think I'm really happy in order to start off a winning streak at the beginning of the split, and I want to keep this winning streak forever. What about you, Showmaker? Yeah, speaking of like momentum-wise, it's really good, so I'm so happy and glad. Game number 1, I have a lot of questions about the jungle picks, Cargo decided to lock in Lee Sin, a champion that actually got nerfed so bad after the durability patch. So, did you see that coming? In this current, tournament patch, Lee got a lot of nerfs, and also due to other updates, Lee Sin is not that good, but I guess there were so many jungle cards getting banned. Lee Sin was definitely one of the options that we both considered. And Kenyon, this was the LCK Summer Split first Graves together with TF. Tell us about that synergy. I mean, obviously, Showmaker is really confident in TF and also Graves. We had so many jungle picks getting banned, so I thought Gorgink or Graves would be good. Yeah, we are really curious about that build. Well, to be honest, other than Wukong and Viego right now in the jungle, you can just play whatever, So this time around, I wanted to build tank items on Graves in order to have even more durability, after that patch, Being more tanky sounded better. And Kenyon just mentioned that Showmaker's TF is one of his best picks. So tell us about the TF play. Today, specifically, I think Dalmon Kia was playing and drafting around Twisted Fate. So what was the prep for this Live Sandbox series like? I mean, TF is one of my, most picked champions. We didn't really come into Lowell Park being like, we're gonna play TF for sure. It was more like, in the middle of the draft, TF looked really good, so it was more of a spur of the moment pick. How do you rate this pick right now? Definitely having less prio than before, but still, this is pretty viable and decent. And imagine Showmaker is playing that TF, it's gonna be even more stronger. But let's move on to game number 2. We saw Bobby as a jungle pick for Kenyan, and it was a perfect counter into Leap Sandbox comp. Whose idea was that? No, they had Vi, Silas, a very strong dive champions. So I wanted to let my team know that Bobby is really good counter into their comp, and they all said yes.
아무래도 상대 조합을 카운터치기에는 최적화된 픽이라는 판단이 있었던 것 같습니다. 계속해서 뭔가 정글
Moving on, we have so many questions about the jungle meta specifically. So how strong is that pick right now? I mean, just like I said, you know, you can play whatever. Whatever you feel comfortable with or confident in, you can just go with whatever you want.
네, 감사합니다. 그리고 쇼메 선수
And then Showmaker, Kellen was also doing a fantastic job on Renata. And that's actually Kellen's most played pick in solo queue. Tell us about this Renata play today. Well, Kellen is really good at picks where he can set up for plays proactively. So I thought he was going to win POG in game 2 because he did a great job on Renata. Kellen did a fantastic job on that Renata. And this wraps up the first week of the LCK. And heading into week number 2, we'll be facing against Shenji and T1. A major week for you guys. You know, we lost a lot in the spring split, so we are working harder this summer season. I hope we can pick up a victory this time around. Well, somehow, I don't know why we ended up with this schedule, but yeah, we were playing against strong teams back to back, so I guess we really have to work hard in order to get the victories. And this will be the end of the interview from the Tamankia POGs, and back to the pool party analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun. As always, eventually we'll just have to get one of those kiddie pools here and just sit in that. You know, maybe a hot tub meta coming back to a stream near you. But, yep, very straightforward, good interview there from the Damwon boys that we usually do see.
Humble, you know, as always. Yep. And knowing that their spring season wasn't what they wanted, and they're hoping for better this time around.
They could get it, an important week ahead of them. Let's take a look at the standings here before we do move on. Damwon Kia will tie DRX and Gen.G up there at 2-0 and +4.
Yeah, so dominant performance from DRX this week, tied with 2 of the big 3. T1 dropping that game to KT Rolster means they will not be part of that tie, but they can of course pull ahead next week. Speaking of next week, we have a pretty sick schedule. This week was kind of an appetizer leading into what is a much more stacked week with Gen.G versus Damwon, Damwon Kia versus T1, and a few other great gems scattered in there. DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks, redemption opportunity for Kwangdong there. Frederick Brion has a tough week. They have KT who look invigorated, Gen.G as their matchup here. And for Hanwha, I mean, sink or swim, right? Really rough start to their first week. They have DRX and Nongshim. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Also T1 versus Liv Sandbox, very curious about that one if Liv Sandbox can bounce off of this and kind of learn from the draft. That'll be their first big one back, and it's another strong team. So definitely want to check that out. We do have the Challenger League Summer Split Week 2 happening as well. That will be tomorrow and the next day. If you guys want to check out some English coverage of that, Chronicler does do a very nice stream on his personal channel. Definitely go ahead and check that out. But that's going to do it for Week 2.
We're scaling for that weekend for next week. We're on a new patch next week, so hopefully things will change and evolve a little bit.
That's our hope, as they usually do, and as the meta does evolve. So hope you guys did enjoy the shows this week. We'll catch you on Wednesday for the start of Week 2, but for now, have a great day.
Down, baby, I'm ready to jump. love has set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling.